para empezar nuestra junta. Muchas gracias por estar llevándose ahorita a los presentes. Todavía estamos esperando, está llevándose a la lista de los ausentes. Tan pronto tengamos 10 miembros, empezamos la junta próxima de la sala. Bienvenidos a todos, espero que nos empezar pronto. Estamos esperando a conducir negocios. Tenemos 9 miembros presentes. Está llamándose lista de los presentes. Ahora estamos esperando un miembro para tener un quórum y empezar nuestra junta. Entonces vamos a pedirles, está llamándose lista de los ausentes. Si pueden venir para poder empezar esta junta luego. Bienvenidos, damas y caballeros.
This is a meeting of Los
Esta es
Angeles
la
City
Junta
Council.
del
Welcome
Concilio
to
de
the
Los
City Hall
Ángeles.
Chambers.
Bienvenidos a la Cámara
Today
del
is
Concilio.
April
Ahora es
9,
martes
2003.
9 a 2003.
We are being broadcast on
Estamos
Channel
siendo
35
vistos por
live,
Canal
and,
35 en vivo.
we rebroadcast this
Y
evening, and
luego
we
se va
also
a pasar esta tarde.
available on
Y también
City
está
or
disponible
Council phone,
en el
if you would like
teléfono
to
del
listen
Concilio. Si
by
quieren
phone,
oír por
we're
teléfono,
broadcast as
estamos
well.
siendo oídos por teléfono también.
Mr. Clerk, if we can please take roll.
Secretario, por favor, toma la lista.
Atlanta Garcetti, Gruel,
Tamaños
Hahn,
de lista de
Holden,
los
Bonds,
presentes.
Mizikowski, Pacheco, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Wise-Line, Padilla, 10 members present and a quorum,
10
Mr.
miembros
President.
presentes
Thank you
y
very
está el
much.
quórum.
Someone
Muchas
like to
gracias.
recognize
Me
Mr.
gusta
Padilla
reconocer
for
al señor
presentation.
García para una presentación.
Good morning, colleagues.
Buenos días, colegas.
Mr. Council members of the
Miembros del
public.
Concilio y miembros del público.
Standing with me,
Conmigo
behind me
parados aquí
here,
atrás de
are
mí son
members
miembros
of our city's youth
del
council.
Concilio
And
Juvenil
as many of
de
you
la
know, the
ciudad, y
Youth
como muchos
Council
el
is the
Concilio
official
Juvenil
formal voice
es la voz
for young
formal
people
de
in
la
the
gente
city of
joven en la
Los
ciudad de Los
Angeles to
Ángeles
help,
para ayudar,
give their direct
dar su
advice, their direct perspective to members
consejo
of the city
directo a
council
los miembros del
and
Concilio
to
de
the
la ciudad y
mayor.
al
But we're
alcalde.
here
Pero estamos
because
aquí porque
we are launching this
estamos
year's
mandando
National Youth Service Days.
servicio de la
So it's
juventud.
a great
Y entonces un
reminder of the
gran
Youth Council as a
recordatorio del
resource for us
Concilio Juvenil de la ciudad en diferentes partes de la ESO para oír de la juventud y también estar con ustedes si es que para agarrar la perspectiva de diferentes cuestiones que van a la ciudad. También tenemos una presentación muy especial. Entonces, antes de que me adelante mucho, déjeme presentar a Jennifer Webb del departamento del equipo para presentar un par de miembros que están con nosotros y creo que un video pequeño también. Jennifer.
Thank you, Honorable President
Gracias,
Padilla and Honorable
honorable
Council
presidente Padilla
members.
y
Today, the
miembros
Commission
del
for
Concilio,
Children,
la
Youth, and Their
Comisión de los
Families,
Niños y
Youth
sus
Council,
Familias del
would like
Concilio
to
Juvenil
introduce
desea
ourselves,
presentarnos,
highlight our latest project,
presentarnos
and inform you of our
y
future
subrayar nuestros
activities.
proyectos y nuestras
Attending
actividades
City
en el
Council
futuro,
today is a
asistiendo al
part of
Concilio
the
de la Ciudad
ongoing
hoy.
leadership
Esto es un parte
development of
del
the Youth
desarrollo
Council
del
this year.
Concilio Juvenil de
Today
la
with
Ciudad.
us are
Hoy con
young people
nosotros
who
la
have
gente joven que ha
participated in Youth Council
participado
activities for the
actividades
past year.
juveniles en el año
Because
anterior.
today is a school
Porque
day,
de
those
eso
here
la escuela los que
represent the
están
larger
representando
group.
el grupo
At
más
this
grande.
time, I would like the
Ahorita
Youth
me
Council
gustaría para
members
los miembros del
to,
Concilio
you have to
Juvenil
give a little wave so they know who you are. David
saludo para
Benacamo
que
from
sepan que
Council District 13.
están llamándose los nombres de
Zach
los
Gross, Council District 5.
Distrito
Chris
5,
Wong,
Chris
Council
Wong,
District 3.
Distrito número
Greg
3.
Martine,
Greg
who's also our
Martine
Youth
también es
Council
también es
Commissioner from
comisionador
Council
del
District
Concilio
5.
número
Theo
5.
Melanopoulos,
Theo
our Youth Council
Melanopoulos,
President,
presidente del
Council District
Concilio.
2. Nico
El Concilio
Melanopoulos,
número
Council District 2. Andrea
Concilio
Selva,
2,
Council
Andrea
District
Selva,
14.
número
Henry
14.
Whitehead, Council
Henry
District
Whitehead,
4.
Distrito número 4.
Thank you, and now I'd like to introduce
Gracias, me
Youth Council
gustaría presentar
President
al
Theo
presidente Theo
Melanopoulos.
Melanopoulos, al presidente juvenil.
Thank you, Honorable
Gracias,
President Padilla, and
honorable
for
presidente
the
Padilla,
great
para
honor
el
that you
gran
have
honor que
bestowed upon
está,
us by allowing us
nos ha
to come
puesto por
before you.
dejarnos venir enfrente
I
de
would just
ustedes.
like to
Me
really
gustaría
thank
de veras
you
darle las
for
gracias por
all
todo,
of the opportunity
de
that
las
you have been given
oportunidades que nos
us,
ha dado.
and just to
Y
kind
nada
of
más
introduce
para
ourselves
sentarnos
as a junior
como un
city
junior
council,
concilio.
junior you. I know that
Concilio,
Councilmember
que yo sé
Labange
que
and Councilmember
concejal
Grew
Labange y
have
la
both
concejal
been
Grew
previous
han
youth
sido
council
previamente
members,
miembros del Concilio
and it's
Juvenil
just so
y
great to be
también
following in your footsteps,
es
and
muy
I know
orgulloso de
that on a
seguir en sus
personal note I've
pasos
worked
y
with
también yo he trabajado con el
Councilmember
concejal
Parks and
Padilla, Parks y la
Mizakowski and Pacheco for a number of years when I've been coming down to City Hall, my brother and I, and it's just been great mentors for us as youth. And I wanted to come before you today to speak to you about some of the things that the Youth Council is currently doing. Before you have two handouts on your desk, and the first handout explains kind of what Youth Council is, and it's a group of 14 to 19-year-old youth that serve and represent the ideas of the youth of the city. And on the back of that handout, you'll find out some information about the National Youth Service Day, which talks about it's a national day for youth to participate in service in their communities. And the Youth Council also participated on Saturday in the Dunn Department of Neighborhood Empowerment Congress of Neighborhoods, and we are very proud to represent the youth in the Empowerment Youth Workshop, and that's just part of the experience that we are doing. We're also currently working on an initiative to curb youth violence in the city, and we will be coming before you, hopefully, to work together with you. And in closing, I'd just like to extend my gratitude in being able to represent this group of youth for the city of Los Angeles. And I'd now just like to thank you again, and I'd like to introduce my colleague. Her name is Andrea Selva, I apologize. And she's the Youth Council Vice President of Public Relations.
Hello, everyone. Youth Council recently completed a video talent entitled LA Youth on the Move. LA Youth on the Move was made to honor the work of our peers who are working towards positive change and to dispel negative stereotypes many may have about the youth of Los Angeles. LA Youth on the Move features 3 youth organizations chosen by the council. Teen Line, housed in Council District 13, trains teenagers who then provide peer counseling, referrals, and educational information. Teen Line is a toll-free hotline to teens in crisis. Mar Vista Family Youth Centers by Youth for Youth Leadership Program, located in Council District 11, supports youth to develop trust and shared responsibility and empowers them to lead programs that serve 500 community children. Programs include after-school tutoring, art classes, and sports programs, just to mention a few. Community Coalition South Central Youth Empowered Through Action, located in Council District 8, is a coalition of African American and Latino youth committed to building a student organization powerful enough to make significant societal changes that have a positive effect in their local school and community. These organizations were chosen because they are youth-driven and highlight the power of youth in bringing about positive change in Los Angeles.
Gracias.
We would just now like
Ahora nos gustaría, si podemos tener la oportunidad de enseñarles
the video that
el
Andrea
video
spoke of.
del que habló Andrea. Está disponible. Yo soy Andrés Aguirre Gajardo y este es la Juventud de Los Ángeles en Movimiento. Los Ángeles tiene 3.7 millones de ciudadanos y 1 millón de individuos son bajo la edad de 18. En la ciudad de Los Ángeles, 2/3 de los niños y juventud bajo la edad de 18 viven en pobreza y 36% de esos niños sienten en extremadamente pobreza. En aproximadamente 26,000 graduados de high school de la ciudad de Los Ángeles, algo 40% han terminado los cursos académicos para admisiones en el sistema de UCC, 45%. Selecciones de éxito. La gente juvenil están envueltos en crímenes o en extremada violencia. Durante de nuestra juventud de la ciudad son en probación o encarcelados en la cárcel juvenil de la ciudad de Los Ángeles. La prisión para los niños y sus familias fue creada en 1999. El programa es compuesto de 14 de Los Ángeles, residentes de Los Ángeles que representan cada uno de los distritos del concilio. Los concilios son africanos para la gente joven y promover programas de concierto y decido para un nuevo programa y actividades y envolviendo a la gente joven en el gobierno de la ciudad en el proceso. Los concilios son entre la juventud y los oficiales de la ciudad y tienen la oportunidad y responsabilidad de subrayar la necesidad de la juventud y para responder a esas necesidades, el liderazgo y el mecanismo de sus miembros también como la gente joven en la ciudad. El Concilio Juvenil por voto reconoce al alcalde y miembros apuntan como comisionado. El nuevo nombrado tiene que tener 18 y tiene muchas responsabilidades, incluyendo actuando como encaje entre el comisionado y el Concilio Juvenil. Es la obligación para ver y cuidar y celebrar la importancia de la gente joven y sus opiniones en los trabajos del gobierno. Están devotando su tiempo libre para causas para grandes y pequeñas. El Concilio Juvenil introduce en este video saluda el trabajo de otra gente joven y provee a los residentes y oficiales del gobierno la oportunidad para oír y ver dónde la gente joven está haciendo para identificar y llevarlas emocional, social y cuestiones políticas de la ciudad.
Thank you, council members.
Gracias,
And now I'd like to
miembros del
introduce
Consejo. Me gusta
Greg
presentar a
Martin, who
Greg
will be
Martin, que va a estar
talking
hablando
about
acerca
National Youth Service Day.
de servicios juveniles, del Día de Servicios Juveniles.
On behalf of the
Como
National
parte
Youth Advisory
del
Council, I
Concilio
would like to take a
Juvenil, me
moment to
gustaría
thank
tomar un
all the
momento para dar
members
las
of the
gracias a
City
todos los miembros
Council
del Concilio de la
for
ciudad
putting youth
por
issues
poner
at the
las cuestiones de
forefront
juventud
of all
enfrente a todas las
conversations, and also
conversaciones y
for
también
making youth feel
por hacer
comfortable
a la
while at the
juventud a
table.
gusto mientras están en la mesa.
On a personal note, as a
En una nota
19-year-old,
personal como 19
City Hall
años
is
de
quite a
City Hall,
magnificent place to
el
enter.
ayuntamiento es un
And I would
gran
like to
honor.
especially
Y me gusta
thank
especialmente
council
a las
members
gracias
Akowski,
a
Weiss,
Weiss,
Holden,
Padilla, Joven,
Reyes,
Hahn
and Mayor Hahn for
y al
making me
alcalde
feel
Hahn por
right at
hacerme
home
sentir
with the
en
city
casa con
family.
la familia de la ciudad.
Youth Service
Los
America's
servicios
National Youth
juveniles del día
Advisory
es que el
Council
concilio
is based out of the
está basado
Washington, D.C. area,
del área de
and it
Washington,
contains
D.C.
the
y
network of
contiene
youth, including
el
myself,
network de
that help
juventud que me
oversee
ayuda para
National
ver
Youth
los
Service Day.
servicios
This year marks
nacionales de
the
la juventud.
15th
Este año
anniversary
marca el
of
15º
NYSD,
aniversario del
and it is a time
y
when
también son
hundreds
tiempos
upon
cientos
thousands
de
of
miles de
youth
jóvenes
volunteer their time for the
voluntariamente dan
greater
su nombre
good.
para la mayoría
Several
de
years
lo
ago,
bueno.
it came to our
Hace
attention,
mucho
as well as to the
tiempo
attention of the Global
como
Youth
también la
Action
atención de la
Network,
juventud.
that
Que
NYSD was such a
NYSD era
success
tal
that other
éxito que
countries
otros
had adopted
países
it
lo
as
habían
well.
adoptado también.
NYSD was
Y
then
por YSD
expanded to
entonces
cover a
expandió a
span of
cubrir
3
de
days
3 días
in order to
para
cover
poder
the
cubrir
newly founded
los nuevos
Global
fundados
Youth Service Day,
servicio global de
which
este
to
día,
this date
que hasta
has
este
over
día tiene a
127 countries
127
participating.
países
The
participando en
3-day
ese.
time
El
period
periodo de
was
3
created
días
in
fue
order to
creado
respect
para
time zone
pasarse
changes and
tiempo
the
en
beliefs of
cambios y
other
las
countries.
creencias de otros países.
As freshmen at Pepperdine
Como
University, we are taught our
luego en
mission,
la
which
Universidad
consists of the
Pepperdine,
keywords
es las
freely you
palabras
receive, freely give.
gratuitamente
NYSD
recibes
and
gratuitamente
GYSD do
das,
exactly that,
y
and
ellos
they
hacen
have and
exactamente
still
eso
do
y todavía
act as a
actúan
stepping stone
como
for the
un
youth
paso
movement.
para el movimiento del
In a year such
juvenil
as
en los
this,
años como
when
este,
all
tal como
youth
este
is
cuento a la
saddened by
gente
world
está triste
tragedies,
por las
National
tragedias
Youth
del mundo.
Service Day acts
El
as the beacon
servicio
of hope
juvenil
for all
es
young
como la
Americans.
esperanza para todos los
Its
americanos
past meaning
jóvenes.
as a service
Quiere
event
decir como un
has changed
servicio de eventos ha cambiado la
respectively to
perspectiva
represent a
para
united front
representar
of youth the
una
want to
juventud unida
fulfill their
enfrente para
civic
llenar nuestras responsabilidades
responsibilities.
cívicas.
From Afghanistan to
Desde Afganistán
Russia,
hasta Rusia,
from Israel
de
to
Israel a
Jordan, and from
Jordania
Washington,
y
D.C.
de
to the
Washington
islands
D.C.
of
a las
Hawaii,
islas de Hawái.
youth have made it
La
clear that they
juventud
have
ha
a
hecho
voice,
que
and
tienen
we are
una
using
voz y
that
estamos
voice
usando
to
esa
serve
voz
each
para
other.
servir
Thank you.
uno al otro. Gracias.
Thank you, colleagues, for
Gracias,
your time and
colegas, por su
attention.
tiempo y atención.
It's another reminder
Es otro
of the wonderful
recordatorio
resources
de
and
las
talent that we have in the
talento
Youth
que tenemos
Council.
en el Concilio
We also
Juvenil,
want to take
pero también
advantage of
tomamos
the
ventaja de
opportunity
la
to once
oportunidad,
again
pero
send a
una vez
message
más
out
mandar un
to youth
mensaje
throughout the city,
a la juventud de toda la
that
ciudad,
they have
que
a
ellos
lot of good
tienen
ideas,
muchas
they have
buenas
a lot of
ideas, que
talent,
tienen mucho talento
and valid points of
y
view and
puntos
perspectives.
válidos
The
y
Youth
perspectivas.
Council
El Concilio
and the Youth Service
Juvenil y
Station
los
are a
servicios
wonderful way
juveniles es una
to get
gran manera
involved,
maravillosa
get
para
involved with your
envolverse
city,
con
make
su
your community
ciudad
a better place
y
to
hacer
live,
comunidad mejor
and get that
lugar para
training
vivir,
ground
ese
because they
entrenamiento
are the
para
future
que son
leaders
los
of our
líderes
city.
futuros de
So
nuestra
thank
ciudad.
them,
Quiero dar
and
las
thank you for
gracias a
your
ellos y
time.
gracias por su
To,
tiempo.
before we finish up
Antes
the
de que terminemos
presentation,
la
recognize
presentación,
two council
reconozco a
members,
dos miembros
Councilmember
del
Grue,
Consejo,
who is a
la
member of,
concejal
I
Guru,
think,
que
Mayor
es
Bradley's Youth Advisory Committee.
And I'm
de la
sure the
Comisión
second person is
del
Tom
y la
Lavant,
segunda
who is
prensa
also
es
a
Tam
member
Lavant,
of
que
He's the
también fue
third,
un
Councilmember
miembro.
Reyes is
Oh,
second.
okay, and Councilmember Reyes, that's right,
También
Councilmember
el
Reyes was
concejal
part of
Reyes
that
también
too.
fue parte de eso
Anyways,
también.
I just want
De
to
una manera,
acknowledge
quiero
all of you,
reconocer a
and
todos ustedes
I'm just glad
y
that
estoy
Theo and
feliz
Nico
de
are
que
a
Tío
lot
Nico,
younger than I am, so they
mucho
wouldn't be
más joven
running
que yo, no
against
están
me
corriendo para
because
contra
of
mí,
their activism
porque
that
su
they have
activismo que
been
tienen
in the San Fernando
ha sido
Valley
el
and
Valle de San
citywide.
Fernando en
And
toda la
just want to
ciudad y
echo
nomás quiero hacer
President
eco
Padilla's
al
comments about
comentarios
the
del presidente
importance of
Padilla de
the
la
Youth
importancia
Council.
del Concilio
I have to be
Juvenil.
honest with you,
Yo
I
tengo que
wouldn't be
estar honesta,
standing
pero no
here
estaría parada
today
aquí hoy
if it
si
hadn't been
no
for the
hubiera
Mayor's Youth
sido por
Advisory
el
Council.
concilio
And
del
the leadership
alcalde,
and
el liderazgo
mentorship of Olivia Mitchell,
de
who
Lidia
was
Micho, que
the
era
first director of the
la
Office
primera
of Youth
directora de la
Development.
Oficina del Desarrollo
She took me
Juvenil.
all over the
Ella me
city,
tomó por toda la
educated me
ciudad, me
about
educó
things
acerca
that, how the
cosas
city
como
works.
es que la
And I
ciudad
think that
trabaja y
the
creo
Youth
que
Council is
Concilio
particularly in
Juvenil
a place
particularmente está
where
en
you
un
can
lugar
make a
donde
difference.
pueden hacer una
We took on
diferencia.
some tough issues
Tomamos
at
unas
that
cuestiones
time.
difíciles en aquel tiempo.
And many of the
Y
Youth
muchos
Council
de
members
los
since then
miembros del
have
concilio de aquel
similarly been a
entonces
strong
similarmente han
voice
sido una voz
for having
fuerte
the
para
youth
haber tenido la
participate in
participe en la
decision-making
juvenil,
here
las
in
decisiones
the
que se
city
hacen aquí en el
council.
concilio de
And
la ciudad.
as we have the
Y como
development of our
tenemos el
neighborhood
desarrollo de
councils,
nuestros
I'm
concilios
hoping and assuming that all of you are
vecindario,
working
creo que
closely
van
with
a
those
estar
neighborhood
trabajando con
councils,
esos
because once they're certified,
concilios de los
they must
vecindarios
have a
porque
youth
deben de tener un
representative, and that I
representante de
think
la
is a
juventud
very
y creo que
important
es muy componente muy
of our
importante
neighborhood
de
council
nuestros
system. So I just want to
concilios
thank
de
you all.
los
I know
vecindarios. Yo
during the
quiero dar
time that you're in
gracias. Yo sé
school,
que
it's hard
mientras
to
están en la
balance
escuela es difícil
doing your
balancear,
homework
hacer
and
sus
your other school
tareas y
activities
sus
with being
actividades
a
de la
leader in the
escuela,
city of
siendo
Los
líder en la
Angeles,
ciudad de Los
and
Ángeles.
that you have really
Y
stepped
de
up to
veras
the plate, and want to
lo han hecho
acknowledge
y
you
quiero
and
reconocerlos
tell you
y
that
decirles
you too
que
can be a city
ustedes
council
pueden ser
member or a
miembros del
state assembly member or
concilio
a congress
o
member,
asamblista o el
whatever you
congreso,
want to
cualquier
be,
cosa que quieran
with the
ser,
experience
con
that
la
you've gained as
experiencia que
a
están
member of the
ganando
Los
como
Angeles City
miembro
Youth
del
Advisory Council. Thank you so very much for being
Concilio
here.
Juvenil. Muchas gracias por estar
Thank
aquí.
you very much.
Muchas gracias.
The very young
El
councilmember from the first
concilio muy
district, Mr.
joven
Reyes.
del primer distrito, señor Concilio Reyes. Gracias.
just want to say
al
to you, congratulations
Quiero felicitarlos
for doing the things that
por
you
hacer
do.
las cosas que hacen.
When I look at the
Quiero,
diversity of
cuando
this
veo la
group,
diversidad de este grupo,
at the diversity of the
como la
city,
diversidad
it's
de la
important
ciudad,
to
es
see
importante ver
yourselves
a ustedes
not only as
no
role
solo
models,
como modelos,
to encourage other
pero
young people that
alentar
City
a
Hall
otros
is also their
jóvenes
City Hall.
que el City Hall, el
I recall
ayuntamiento es de
when I
ellos.
was in
También yo
youth
recuerdo
council
cuando
for
era
the
el
first time I came to City
concilio
Hall.
juvenil aquí en la
I took
ciudad
my parents
del
up to
concilio.
the
Llevé a
tower,
mis padres
first
a
time
las
they
torres,
ever
la
had
primera vez que
set
habían
foot in City Hall.
habían puesto el pie en el
And when you look at the
Palacio
fact that
Municipal, y cuando
36%
ven el hecho de que
of our young people are
36% de
living in
nuestros jóvenes
extreme
están
poverty,
viviendo en pobreza
their
extrema,
sense of hope,
su
their
sentido
sense of
de esperanza, de
aspirations,
aspiraciones,
it's heightened when they see
se
folks who
aumenta
look
cuando ven
and
gente que
represent the neighborhoods they
representan
live
los
in.
vecindarios donde
So
ellos
it's
viven.
important
Entonces es
that you continue
importante
doing
que
what you're
continúen
doing.
haciendo lo que
So
están
Greg,
haciendo.
thank you so much.
A Greg, muchas gracias. He tenido el placer de conocerlo en nuestras grandes aperturas, cuando vemos la apertura del Cypress Park en otros eventos.
Es
Muy bueno que ver que tenemos un representante juvenil en la gente joven de Cypress
Why are we
para
doing that?
Lincoln
So
Heights,
thank you for
porque
that
dicen, porque
example.
estamos haciendo,
Let's
gracias por el
encourage more
ejemplo,
young
vamos a
people
alentar a más gente
participate in
joven
City Hall
participar en el
and bring their
concilio de la
parents,
ciudad y traer a los
maybe get
padres,
up
quizás
that voting
subirlos
base
para
and
los
get that
votos y
democratic
tener
process
ese
going. So
proceso
thank you very much.
democrático.
Thank
Muchas
Councilmember
gracias.
Reyes, the eternally
Gracias, concejal.
youthful Councilmember
El
from the 4th
eterno
District, Tom LaBonge.
juvenil del
So
Tom
nice,
LaBonge.
Mr.
Mucha,
Garcetti.
tan buena gente,
And,
señor
following
Garcetti, y
Councilmember
siguiendo
Grue
concejal
Councilmember
Rubio,
Reyes,
concejal
and these
Reyes
young
y esta
people,
gente
it's
joven,
especially,
especialmente
nice to stand and
bien
salute you
estar y
because of
saludarlos
what
por
you
lo que
do
ustedes hacen.
on the youth council.
En el
I was
Concilio
a
Juvenil
youth
yo
and
fui
Mayor Tom Bradley
juvenil
opened the City
cuando
Hall and
abrió el
invited
Tom
the
Bradley
youth
abrió este
to
ayuntamiento para
participate. And I
participar
was on the youth
y yo
council
estaba en el Concilio
when Mark
Juvenil
Ridley
cuando
Thomas
Mark
was
Ridley
just known
Thomas
as
no
Mark
más era
Thomas
como Mark Thomas
before he got married.
antes de que se casara.
And the
Y la
opportunity that you have
oportunidad
of
que
meeting
tiene
other
usted de
young people
conocer
from
otra
around
gente
the
joven
city, whether
alrededor
they're
de la
from the
ciudad,
San
sean del
Fernando
Valle
Valley,
de San
from
Fernando, de San Pedro,
South Los
Los
Angeles, or wherever,
Ángeles,
is
desde
a wonderful
donde es una
experience.
gran experiencia.
And to know that Ed
Y saber
Reyes
que Ed Reyes
was involved
fue
with the
estuvo
same
envuelto con lo mismo.
youth council that
Concilio
you're involved
Juvenil
with,
donde
Wendy
están envueltos
Rule,
Wendy
myself,
Rule y
Mark
yo,
Ridley
Mark
Thomas,
Ridley Thomas,
stands that you have an
están que tienen
opportunity
la
if your heart
oportunidad de
follows you
si el
into
corazón
public
los sigue en
service here.
servicio
But whatever you
público, pero
do,
cualquier cosa que hagan,
you're so much enriched by
ya
this
están enriquecidos
experience.
por esta
And I especially
experiencia y
want to salute
especialmente
Henry
quiero saludar a
Whitehead,
Henry
the
Whitehead,
pride of the Miracle
el orgullo de la
Mile,
milla,
one of the outstanding
el
students in
milagro de
Hamilton
los
High School
estudiantes
who
de Hamilton High que contribuyen no solo al concilio de juvenil, pero viene y toma el camión en Wilshire Boulevard y viene aquí a se da voluntario en sus oficinas. Todos los hijos quiero dar las gracias a sus padres por su movimiento, esos que los empujan, porque van ustedes a empujarse ustedes mismos para contribuir a nuestras comunidades y cualquier rol que desarrollen en el futuro. Y yo hice la matemática, señor García, usted no está aquí, usted me hubiera ayudado si hubiera visto más cercano. Pero como 2000, a lo mejor como usted o él es más joven, como en el 2000, Henry, 2033 se puede estar sentado aquí. ¿Puede esperar? Yo sé que va a llegar más rápido. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias, señor
Lamont.
Lamancho.
Our youngest member, I believe, of the
Nuestro
council, Mr.
miembro
Holt.
más joven, creo que el señor Holt, del 2033, usted le dice que le va a ganar en la elección si es que llegan. No van a esperar hasta el 2033. Van a ir a una ceremonia buena que van a estar ahí. Yo voy a estar ahí. Porque de todas maneras continúen su trabajo que están haciendo. Gracias, colegas, que los comentarios reflejan todo al concilio entero. Estamos orgullosos, es un honor servir junto a ustedes y gracias por la presentación. Ahora tenemos certificados para cada uno de los miembros, se los vamos a dar atrás. Gracias, señor presidente. Si puedo tomar esta oportunidad para reconocer las clases para comunicación de mi distrito.
Si se pueden parar.
Si se pueden parar. Está visitando el ayuntamiento del Concilio 7 del corazón de mi distrito al noreste del Concilio. Quiero dar las bienvenidas al City Hall. Bienvenidos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla.
Muchas gracias, señor Padilla. Secretario puede tomar el próximo asunto. Aprobación de los minutos. Señora Hansen mueve resoluciones para aprobación.
Mr. Zine moves,
Señor
Mr.
Zine se
Reyes
mueve, señor
seconds.
Reyes. Señor presidente, la agenda regular del asunto es una aprobación del oficial de la ciudad, señora Dina García, para la Comisión de Incapacidad. La audiencia pública se hizo en ese comité y el comité reportaje se distribuye a todos los miembros del Consejo.
Is the nominee here
¿El
this
nominado
morning?
está aquí esta mañana?
If she is, can we ask her
¿Está
to
aquí?
come
¿Puedo
forward?
pedirle que venga para adelante?
Welcome.
Bienvenida.
Colleagues, anybody wishing to
Colegas,
be
¿alguien
heard on
quiere
this item?
ser oído en este asunto?
Any comments? Ms. Garcia, would you like to say
García,
anything to
quisiera
the
decir
body?
algo al cuerpo. Nada más quería dar la oportunidad de dar las gracias por darme la oportunidad de servir a la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Para los incapacitados, sí voy a hacer lo mejor que yo pueda. Lo reconocer de lo mejor. No se me fueron las palabras, pero que tenemos mucha gente con incapacidades en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Necesitamos una voz que para que se oiga a todos. ¿Y que puedo hacer yo eso de lo mejor que pueda? Gracias. Muchas gracias. Suena como que usted ya está haciendo eso. Gracias para ponerse adelante para el liderazgo. Si nadie que desea hablar, por favor, ábrese la lista. Ciérrese la lista, tabúlese el voto. 10.
Congratulations. Unanimously, you are
Felicidades, unánimemente está aprobado.
Next item, please.
Es un asunto.
Items 1 through 5 are items noticed for public hearing. Items 1, 2, and 3 may be received in file as much as the Department of Building and Safety reports that the assessments have been paid, and we do have a card on item
Hicieron
number
la
5.
solicitud, tenemos una tarjeta del número 5.
Why don't we receive
¿Por qué no
and file without
recibimos y ya
objection
echamos sin
those
objeción
items
esos
and
asuntos?
take up item
Y
number 5.
tomamos el asunto número 5.
And we have one
Y tenemos
speaker card on
una
this, if we
tarjeta
can
para
call forward at
hablar,
this
si
point.
podemos llamar para
Mr. Mark
adelante el
Crouch.
señor Mark Crouch.
Is Mr. Crouch here?
¿El señor Crouch está aquí?
Okay.
Okay.
Seems like Mr. Crouch is
Parece que
not
el señor
here,
Crouch
so
no está aquí,
we'll
entonces
close the public
vamos a cerrar
hearing
la
on that
audiencia
item.
pública en ese asunto.
If you'll please open the
Por
roll on
favor,
that
hacer la
item.
lista en ese asunto.
Close the roll.
Ciérrese la lista.
And tabulate the
Tabúlese el
vote.
voto.
13 ayes.
13 sí.
That item is approved
Ese
as
asunto
well.
está aprobado también.
Next item,
Por
please.
próximo
President,
asunto,
we
por
need to
orden
take action
presente,
on
tenemos
item
acción
number
número
4 as
4
well to
también
confirm
para
the assessment.
confirmar la
All right.
evaluación.
Colleagues, item number
Colegas
4.
número
Colleagues
4,
wishing to be
colegas
heard.
al que deseen ser
Seeing
oídos.
none,
Dígase
please open
ninguno,
the
si
roll.
por favor abren a la lista.
Close the roll.
Ciérrese la
And
lista.
tabulate the
Tabúlese el
vote.
voto.
13 ayes.
13 sí.
That item is
Ese
approved as
asunto
well,
está aprobado
colleagues.
también.
Next order of business.
Próximo asunto de
Items for which public hearings
asunto
have
por el
been held, items 7 through 10. On item number 10, the public hearing was held in the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, and that committee report has also been distributed to all council members.
para todos los miembros del concilio.
I have just
Acabo
seen a
de
second
ver
card on
una
item
segunda
5 that
tarjeta en la
was in a
Zoom
different part.
en
I think
diferente
we need
parte. Creo que
to take
necesitamos
that up
tomar
again.
eso otra vez.
Is Nancy
Nancy
Croucher?
Crouch está aquí.
Okay.
Ok.
If we can
Sí,
reconsider
podemos
item
reconsiderar
number
el
5,
asunto número
to
5
make sure we get
para
that
estar
public
seguros que
testimony
sea
in.
testimonio en público.
Mr. Croucher
Señor
here as
Crouch
well?
está aquí también.
Okay. Why don't we take both
¿Por qué no
Mark
tomamos
Crouch
los dos Mark Crouch
and Nancy,
y Nancy Alice
at this
Crouch
time?
en ese
Or
momento?
we reconsider. Actually,
Para
why
la
don't we
considera, ¿por qué no?
take up the reconsideration
Segunda
of the item?
consideran del
If you open the roll
asunto.
on
Si abre la
reconsideration.
lista en reconsideración.
Okay. Close the roll. Tabulate
Ciérrese
the
la
vote.
lista, tabúlese el voto.
13 ayes.
13
Okay,
sí.
we're now have item
Ahora
5
estamos en el
before us
asunto número
again.
5 enfrente de nosotros.
Please, Mr. and Mrs.
Por favor,
Crouch, the
señor y señor
microphone
Mark
is
Crouch,
yours.
el micrófono es de ustedes.
Please go ahead
Por
and
favor,
speak into the
hable al
microphone right there.
micrófono ahí.
Ms. Crouch?
Habla. Señora Crouch. Diga sobre su propiedad.
Excuse me, my name is Mark
Perdón, mi
Crouch.
nombre es
I'm her
Crouch y
baby son, and
yo soy su hijo más
we
chico
are
y nosotros
speaking against,
estamos
you
hablando
know,
en contra de
item number
el
5.
asunto número 5.
Like, my mother, she's
Mi
very
mamá ella
old.
está muy grande.
We do not deny the
Nosotros no negamos la
responsibility that we,
responsabilidad de que
it's our responsibility
nuestra
to make
responsabilidad
sure
de estar
this
seguros
bill
de que
get taken care of.
cuenta
But in the
se
condition
pague,
that my
pero la
mother
condición que mi
in
mamá
right
está
now, there's
ahorita
no way.
no es de
My
ninguna
mother worked
manera
all
que
her
mi
life
mamá
to get the
trabajó para
property.
agarrar la
Now
propia
for
ahora
her
para
to,
que ella
you know, she's 82.
tiene
Pay a bill
82
off
para
that.
con una
She really
cuenta.
don't have
Ella de
no
veras no tiene
understanding about.
entendimiento acerca de eso.
She want to pay, she
Ella
want to
quiere
do
pagar,
whatever
quiere
it
hacer
takes
lo
for
que sea
her
para que ella
to be able for
pueda.
me. I'm her
Y
son, I'm a
yo soy hijo,
journeyman
yo
carpenter, I'm
he
certified
comprado ese
to do
certificado
construction
para
of
hacer
build,
construcción
you know, from the ground up to
del
start
piso
working
arriba
on
para
my
empezar en la
mother's
propiedad de mi
property,
mamá, pero
but we want to know
queremos
what are the
saber qué eso es
guidelines
con las
we
líneas,
have to
las
go
reglas
through
para hacer,
to have this matter,
tener esta
you know,
causa
taken care of.
que se
Every time I
deshaga para
go to
cada
try
vez
to
que
work
voy
on
a tratar de
the
trabajar en la
property,
propiedad.
there's a gate there.
Hay una reja ahí,
It is a gate there.
hay una
You know, the
reja ahí,
barricade, they study sending us a
nos
bill
están mandando una
to pay
cuenta
for
para pagar
something that
algo
her son
que
can
su
do.
hijo puede hacer.
Now we want to know
Ahora
what are
queremos
the
saber
formalities that we have to
cuáles
go
son las
to
formalidades que
where
tenemos que hacer
a
para
mother can
que
start,
mi mamá pueda
take
restaurar,
initiative
tomar
of,
iniciativa
you know, owning and maintaining
y
her property.
mantener su propiedad.
They demolished their building
Destruyeron su
and all
edificio
that. We
y
understand that.
entendemos eso.
We fully understand
Nosotros
that,
entendemos
but
eso, pero
in the condition that my
La
mother
condición
in
que mi
right
mamá
now,
está ahorita,
how is it that she can
¿cómo
go
es que ella
about
puede
coming to
hacer
city council
al concilio de la
members,
ciudad
you know, with them working with her,
para que trabajen con ella,
you know, to fill this bill,
para
pay
construir el
this bill,
edificio, para pagar
you
esta
know,
cuenta,
instead of them.
en vez de que
To her
ellos,
understanding, they
su
just took her
entendimiento, nomás que le
property that she
quitaron la
worked 40
prueba para
years
que
to get,
trabajó 40
that
años
she
para
worked,
hacer.
you know, like a
Ella
lot of
trabajó
y'all
como
work.
muchos, todos
And then
ustedes
all of a
trabajan
sudden
y de
she paid
repente
for it,
pagó
and
todo
she owned it,
y
and
era
now
dueña y ahora
they just took it.
nomás se la
She don't
quitaron.
understand that.
Ella
Can
no
y'all
entiende eso.
explain it to
¿Pueden
her?
explicárselo a ella?
Thank you, Mr.
Gracias,
Crouch.
Crouch.
Would Alice, your mother, like to speak at
Alice,
this
me
time? Or
gustaría
just
hablar o no?
report of the
Would like
record?
to
A
speak,
ella le
but
gustaría hablar,
she like to speak,
le gustaría
but
hablar, pero
what she want to say is
lo
not
que quiere decir
pertaining
no es
to
pertenece
get this solved.
a
It's just to
quitar eso,
drag it
no
on.
es
I understand that. And usually for public testimony,
Usualmente
we
para
can't
testimonio
respond
público no
directly,
podemos
but I'm sure
responder
that the folks from
directamente,
Council
pero la
District
gente del
15, where
concilio
this
número
is
15,
located,
donde está
will
lo que
talk
les van
to
a poder hablar con
just over
usted
here. But why don't we hear
aquí,
from your
porque no
mother, and
oímos
then
de su
we'll
mamá
take
y
up that
luego
matter. Thank
tomamos
you.
ese asunto. ¿Qué ves?
Well, I'm down here to speak
Yo vine aquí a hablar
for my property.
para mi
Because
propiedad
I work,
porque yo trabajé,
raised at my 8 kids. My
8
husband
hijos, a mi
died.
esposo murió,
Left me
me
with
dejó
8 of the
con 8 de
14
los
children
14
I had.
hijos que,
And he is
y
the
él es
youngest.
el más joven.
And I raised them
Yo
all
los crié,
Worked and
todos
paid for the
trabajé y
property.
pagué por la propiedad.
and made
Y
sure
estoy
that they
seguro de
would
que
never
todos nunca
hungry.
estuvieran con
that I
hambre
worked
y yo
and get
trabajar
food and all.
dinero y todo para
And I
esto.
didn't go
Y no
to
fui
the property
en la propiedad
where they were giving
a donde le
food away to
comida
kids,
para los niños,
parents, for
para
children,
los padres,
But I
hijos,
work
pero yo
each and every day
trabajé todos los días
to keep a
para
roof,
mantener un techo
over their head.
sobre la cabeza de ellos,
clothes on their backs,
ropa en sus espaldas,
and them to be
hilo para que
in school.
ellos estén en la
And they
escuela
all
y pagaran todo.
went to school,
Fueron a la
graduated,
escuela, se graduaron
and I want to know
y quiero saber
what they
qué es lo que
doing to
que
me
me
by
están
my
haciendo,
property
quitándome mi
since
propiedad.
I got that old. Because I was out of
Porque yo
town
estuve fuera de la
when somebody
cuando
threw a
alguien
bomb in that
tiraron una bomba en la
I was
propiedad.
out of town.
Yo estaba fuera de la
My
ciudad.
kids, grandkids,
mis
had
nietos
me visiting them.
me estaban
And my
visitando
grandkids,
y mis
were
nietos
always
todos siempre,
certain times a
ciertas
year,
veces del año,
send for me
me
to
mandan
spend
para
time
pasar
with them.
tiempo con ellos.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crouch. I'm
Muchas
going to ask
gracias. Voy a
ask you to
pedir
conclude
que
your comments
concluya
at
sus
this time.
comentarios ahorita.
Pardon?
If you can please
Si puede,
conclude
por
your
favor,
comments at this time.
concluir sus
That
comentarios.
way we can act
Eso de
on
esa
this
manera
item.
podemos
Thank
actuar
you.
en este asunto.
I just want to know what the
Nada más
deal
quiero
is
cuál es
on
la
this
cosa
bill.
en esta cuenta.
Okay, thank you
Ok,
very
muchas
much. Appreciate
gracias.
you both being down
Apreciamos
here.
que los dos que han
I'm sure
venido aquí,
that,
estoy seguro de que
representatives from Council District
representantes del
15 will
Concilio
be able
número
to
15 van a
talk with
poder
you after
hablar
our
con
vote,
usted
but
después
at
de
this
nuestro
time,
voto, pero
we need to vote on the matter.
necesitamos votar en el asunto. Colegas que deseen ser oídos, concejal Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair,
Gracias, señor
colleagues,
Chair, colegas.
Mrs. Crouch,
Señora Crouch.
Mark.
Mark,
Thank you for coming down
gracias por
to the
haber
City
venido al Consejo de
Council.
la Ciudad.
This is certainly
Y
an
esto
issue
ciertamente es una
that
cuestión que
tugs at my
me
heartstrings.
toca el
Certainly
corazón.
tugs at
Toca
Councilman Holden's
el
heartstrings.
corazón del
And I'm
joven.
willing to
Y yo
continue
estoy
to work
dispuesto a
with
continuar a trabajar,
colleagues. I
colegas.
just want you to
Nomás
show
quiero
you the
enseñarles
file.
el archivo.
And this is like
Y
a
esto es
third of
una
the file.
tercera
This,
del
this
archivo. Este
has been going on
ha
since
estado
before
pasando
me.
desde antes de mí.
It's a vacant
Es
property.
una propiedad vacante.
It has been, unfortunately,
Ha sido,
a blight in the
desafortunadamente,
community of
una
Watts.
ruina en
It's
la
burned
comunidad
down.
de
It's had
Watts, se ha
it's been
quemado,
crime
se ha
infested. The city's cleaned
infestado
it
con
up,
crimen,
fenced it up.
limpiado la ciudad
We
y
apparently
tiene
ultimately had to demolish
últimamente
what
tuvimos
was
que
there
tirar lo que
because
estaba ahí porque
how bad it was.
qué tan mal
Certainly
estaba, y ciertamente
$35,000. Mrs. Crouch is an
35
amount of
es
money that you're not
mucho
going to be
dinero
able
que
to
usted va a
pay.
poder pagar.
I know that.
Yo sé eso.
And what I'm willing
Y
to
lo
do
que estoy
today
dispuesto a hacer hoy,
is, colleagues,
mis
let's
colegas,
extend
vamos
it
a
another
extender
week.
otra semana.
I know
Yo sé
Nate
que
wants to
Nate
meet
puede
with
estar,
the Crouches
juntarse con
and
los
see if
Crouch,
there's something we
ir a ver
might
si algo
also,
que
let's work with the
podemos
housing
trabajar con el
department and see if
departamento de
we can't
viviendas,
come
a ver
up
si
with
podemos
a
sacar algo,
solution that
una
doesn't,
solución que no
take your property
le
away. I know
quiten
you
su
worked your
propiedad,
whole
que han
life for
trabajado
it, but
toda
we've
su
got
vida,
to
pero
figure out
estamos
something
configurar
to
algo
do.
que hacer.
Mark, you know
Mark,
as much
usted
as I
sabe
do
como
that
yo
we're all
que todos
trying
estamos
to
tratando
make the
de
quality
hacer
of
la
life
calidad de vida
for the residents
para
of
los
Watts
residentes de Watts
improved,
mejorar.
and having this kind of
Teniendo esta
blighted
clase
vacant
de
property that's been
propiedad
causing
ruina
problems
de causa
doesn't help
problemas,
us
no
achieve what
nos
we want
ayuda
to
a
do in
llegar a
those
lo que queremos
neighborhoods. But
hacer en
I'm
esos
willing to work
vecindarios,
with
pero estoy
you.
dispuesto a trabajar con ustedes.
Certainly,
Ciertamente,
you're a woman
es una
that
mujer
at
que
this point in your
a este
life,
punto en su vida
deserves respect.
merece respeto,
And I'm willing
y yo
to
estoy
work with you.
dispuesto a
Let's try to
trabajar con
figure
usted, vamos a
something out.
tratar de
So
buscar
let's, if
algo.
you'll indulge
Sí,
me,
por favor,
colleagues, let's
vamos
extend
a
this
extender
one
esto
more
una
week
semana más
and see what we
y
can do
vamos a ver qué es lo
to
que
try to
podemos
come to
hacer para
some
tratar de
solutions.
hacer
And
una
maybe we'll work
solución
on
y
a
a lo mejor
payment
trabajamos en un pago,
process, something
proceso, algo
that doesn't wipe
que
you
no
out, but
lo
yet
quite usted, pero
work with me
trabajar
and
conmigo
try to
para
clean
tratar de
up
limpiar
your neighborhood
su
and the
vecindario
community of
y la
Watts.
comunidad de Watts.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
Gracias, señor Holden.
What's your name again?
Mrs. Crouch.
Ms.
Señora
Crouch.
Crouch.
Mark.
Mark,
Mark, how's your health?
¿cómo está su
How's
salud?
your health,
¿Cómo
Mark?
está su salud, Mark?
I'm a journeyman carpenter. My health is
Yo soy
good.
You know what kind of
argentino.
carpenter?
I'm a journeyman carpenter. From
A journeyman carpenter. And your health is good.
Su salud está buena.
It's been good for the past
Está
10
bueno por
years.
los últimos 10 años. Está en prisión son 10
When you
años.
get out,
¿Y cuándo salió? Salí de la prisión cuando empezó en el 97, con primero empezó
you
esta
got out of
cosa.
prison in
Se salió de la
1997.
prisión, siempre trabajé con ese joven ahí. Y he estado trabajando con él. Por eso es que no entiendo, es como que de repente no nos tiraron la casa cuando yo estaba en la escuela para ser carpintero. Cuando dice que te tiraron la casa, que yo pueda reestructurar la casa
When did
desde
you become a journeyman?
cuando yo me hice carpintero en 2002.
2002.
Acabo de terminar y esta
5 years when you
hace
became a
5
journeyman.
años
Mom
cuando
became a journeyman. Wait a minute.
mi mamá vivía conmigo.
I'm counting.
Esto,
You got out of jail
estoy
in
que salí de la
1997.
cárcel en 97.
5 years later, you became
5
a
años
journeyman.
después se hizo
They knocked
carpintero.
the house down when
Tiraron
you
la
became a
casa
journeyman,
cuando
which
se
was
hizo carpintero en
2002. Is that
2002,
correct?
¿no es cierto? Tiraron la casa hace
2
2
years
años,
ago.
hace
All
2
right,
años.
that's
2000,
2001.
2001, sí.
Okay. And you were a
Y
journeyman
usted
then,
era
yes
un
or no?
carpintero en aquel tiempo,
But you could do some work.
pero
You
podía
could
hacer
go in
un
there, you
trabajo,
could clean
podía
the grass
limpiar
up.
el pasto, lo hice.
Wait a minute.
And Malcolm.
If you cleaned
Si
it up,
usted la
why did the
limpió,
city have
porque
to
la
clean it
ciudad
up?
tuvo que limpiar.
The city just
La
came,
ciudad
sir.
nomás vino.
Sir, they did. They just came.
Ellos nomás
Right
vinieron.
after I remodeled the
Después de
room,
que le
the
remodelé un
bathroom,
cuarto
they
y
just
el
came and
baño,
knocked my mother's
vinieron y
house down.
tiraron la
They took
casa de mi
everything
mamá y
my mother
dijeron todo
owned
lo
and
que
thrown it
mamá
away.
y lo tiraron a la
Said it was
basura y me
trash.
dijeron
I
que era
did.
basura.
I did. I have people
Yo
that
lo
was
hice,
in my
yo tenía
corporate
gente
unit
que
come to
me unían
start
de la
working
carpintería y
with me.
empezaron a
So
trabajar
you have
conmigo.
evidence.
Entonces
Yes,
tiene
I got
evidencia,
evidence.
tengo
I got
evidencia.
So you know what evidence I'm
Tengo
talking about.
evidencia de la que
Yes,
estoy
I do,
hablando,
sir.
sí.
You have evidence.
Tengo evidencia.
Whoa, I'm voting you not.
Estoy votando.
Do you have evidence
Tiene
or
evidencia
witnesses
o
that
testigos
you
que
cleaned
usted
the lot, the
limpió
lot was
el lote y el
clean?
lote estaba limpio. Sí,
Yes, yes,
sí.
your answer is simple
La
that
respuesta
yes.
es sí.
Do you have photographs of
Tengo
that? Yes or
fotografías de
no?
eso, sí o no. Tengo fotografías, sí.
We're doing the interim for this
El
week.
interim de esta
I want to see
semana,
those
quiero ver
photographs.
esas fotografías, quiero ver,
Wait a minute. I want to know
quiero saber
that the city
que la ciudad
did its job as
hizo su
prescribed by
trabajo
law,
como describió por
or
la
whether or
ley,
not
o que si no,
the city
la
cleaned your
ciudad
lot
limpió
after
su
you
lote
cleaned it.
después de que usted lo limpió. La ciudad rompió la ciudad y fueron a la casa y tiraron todo lo que mamá eso es. Ella no les dio permiso a la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
Okay, we're going to take a look at this and give it a
Eso
fair
vamos a
hearing. But let
tomar
me
eso,
just tell you,
eso
and I
decirle.
think me not, let me just tell you,
Debemos de decirle,
my mother owned
mi
the
mamá
property.
era dueña de la propiedad
She's no longer with me.
y ella no está conmigo.
But I love what she loved and what she had.
Amo lo que ella amaba y lo que
And I
ella
can't
tenía
stand
y yo
here,
no
I
puedo estar
cannot
parado
believe
aquí,
you're
no
not the
puedo
only
creer que
son.
no es el único hijo.
I'm not.
And you let your mother is in this
He's not here right
Your
now.
mother is in this position.
Ustedes no me están yes.
My other brother, Dr. Perry Crump, don't want to be
I don't have a chip on my shoulder, and I'm
I'm not
telling
going
you.
to let the city or
No vas a
nobody else
querer
take my
nadie más
mother's
que le
land.
You've
quite
been
el título.
15 seconds, Mr. Holden.
You can't come here threatening
I'm not
anybody.
threatening, sir. That's
Mr.
not
Crouch, Mr.
Holden,
Sí,
sir.
Crouch,
I'm
eso.
not threatening.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Mr. Chairman, cut his mic off. The fact of the matter is
Mr. Holden,
that
if you
you
can wrap up your
Sí
comments,
puede
thank you.
As you leave the
terminar sus
podium,
comentarios. Si sale del
the fact of the matter is
el hecho es de que
that you cannot come
no puede
here
venir aquí
and publicly say what
y
you're not going to let
decir que
happen.
no van a dejar que pase.
Thank you very much,
Muchas
Mr.
gracias,
Holden.
Holden.
All right.
Está bien.
Any other colleagues wishing to
¿Algunos
be
otros
heard on
colegas
the
desean ser
item?
oídos en el asunto?
Seeing none,
Dígase ninguno.
we can open the roll on the
Vamos a abrir la
item.
lista en ese
Close the
asunto.
roll
Cierre
and
la lista y
tabulate the
tabúlese
vote.
el voto.
39.
Este sí.
This item is
Este asunto
approved.
está aprobado.
Thank you, colleagues.
Gracias, colegas.
We have a request
Habremos
from
pedido
Councilman
del
McKay to take
concejal que
item
tome
9
el
out of
asunto
order.
número fuera de orden.
Why don't we call our
Porque
specials and
llamamos
then we'll do
especiales
that.
y lo hacemos eso.
We can go through the rest of the agenda and call our specials
Pasar
and then
el
we'll
resto
take
de la
up
agenda y
item
llamar los
number
especies y luego el asunto número 9.
9. Mr. Wood.
Mr. President, we still have items
Presidente,
7 through 10
obtenemos el
before us.
asunto 7 al 10.
Item 7 through 10,
Asunto del 7 a 10, colegas.
Anybody wishing to be heard
Alguien que
on
desee ser
those
oído
items?
en esos asuntos.
Item 9, call special
Asunto
by
número
Mr.
9
Holden.
expreso por el señor Holden.
Okay, we can take up the
Si
balance of
podemos
the
abrir el
items.
balance de los asuntos,
Open the roll.
abrir la lista,
Close the roll.
cierre la lista,
And tabulate the vote.
tabúlese el voto.
39.
13 sí.
Those items are approved.
Estos están aprobados.
Next group of items.
Próximo grupo,
Items 11 through
asunto
32
del
are
11 al
items for
32
which
son
public hearings
para la
have not been
asamblea no
held.
se han hecho.
11 through 32.
El 11 al 32, colegas,
These are items
son
that
asuntos
public
que la
hearings have been
audiencia
held. We
pública no se ha
have
hecho. Tenemos
cards on
tarjetas en
26.
26.
Any other specials,
¿Algunos otros
colleagues?
especiales, colegas?
24.
24.
Any other specials, colleagues?
¿Otros especiales, colegas?
Item 11. Mr.
Asunto
Holden.
11, señor Holden.
Any other special items,
¿Otros
colleagues?
asuntos especiales, colegas?
Let's take the balance
Está
of the
bien,
items
vamos a
then.
tomar el balance de los
sorry,
asuntos.
Ms. Gould.
Entonces, señor
26 also.
26 también.
And Mr.
Y
Holden.
señor Holden,
11
11 a
27, you said?
al
And
27, dijo,
32?
al 32.
Then I want the
Yo quiero
24,
24,
26.
26
special.
Mr. Holden calls
Señor
all prime
Holden,
numbers
todos
special.
miembros.
Just kidding, 24 and 26. Any other specials, colleagues?
Algunos de los especiales que
We take the balance of the items.
el balance de
Madam
los
Clerk.
asuntos.
Open the roll.
Ahora se la lista.
Close the roll.
Cierre la
And
lista
tabulate
y
the votes.
tablece el voto.
13 ayes.
Dice sí.
Those items
Los
are
asuntos
approved.
están aprobados.
Next items, please.
Item 33 is a closed session item. Do you wish to hold this on the desk?
Yes, let's hold that on the desk.
Decisión cerrar quiere tener el escritorio. Si vamos a tener el escritorio, el asunto
Hearing has
34
been
de
held.
sobre
The matter
el
has been
asunto
submitted
ya
without
sometido
recommendation.
con
A
nuestra
motion is
recomendación
required.
se requiere.
Okay, colleagues, item
Colegas,
34.
asunto 34.
Motion is required. We do have
Se requiere,
speaker cards
tenemos
on
unas
that.
tarjetas en eso.
So if
Entonces, si
anybody would like to call
alguien
item
quiere llamar al
34
asunto 34
special,
especial,
okay. Mr. Reyes,
el señor
let's
Reyes,
call that special
vamos a llamar ese especial
and hold that on the desk too.
y detengan eso en el escritorio.
On the
Que
continuation
en
agenda,
continuación de la
item
agenda, el
35
asunto
for which public
35
hearing
para
has
la
been held.
asamblea
This
se
matter has
hizo
been
asunto ya
continued
se
from yesterday's
continúa
council
ya
meeting.
con
Item
la junta
35,
de
colleagues,
ayer.
anybody wishing to call
Asunto
special?
35 quiere llamar especial.
If not,
Si no,
please open the roll on
ábrase
item
la lista en el
35.
asunto 35.
Close the roll.
Ciérrese la
And
lista y
tabulate the
tablece el
votes.
voto.
13 ayes.
13 sí,
That item is
ese
approved.
asunto está aprobado.
Any other items, Mr.
¿Algunos
Clerk?
otros asuntos, secretario?
Back to the items called
Otro de los
special.
asuntos llamados
we can
especiales, si
take
podemos
9
tomar el
first,
nuevo
please.
primero, por favor.
We do have,
Tenemos,
public hearing has been
¿la
held on
asamblea
this,
se hizo en esto?
Mr. Clerk, or not?
Secretario, ¿sí o no?
Okay. Well, why don't we, I assume Ms. Perry calls
Se nos
for a
llamo
hearing. We
a
have
la
one
audiencia,
speaker card,
tenemos
but
una
if you'd like to
tarjeta, pero
recognize
si
first
quiere
Ms. Perry
conocer
and
su
then-
Yeah, actually, I
Sí,
think
sí.
that was Nadia
Creo que
Ali, and then I
sea
wanted
Nadia Ali,
to
yo
just
quería
ask the
pedir
lady
a
and
la
neighbors
señora y a
who
los
started this whole
vecinos que
process
empezaron este
to
proceso
speak
que
before we vote. It
hablen
won't
antes
take
de que
very
votemos,
long.
no va a tomar mucho tiempo. Entonces, pues,
So
Nadia,
Nadia will first.
Nadia va a
Nadia
proceder.
Ali?
Nadia Ali,
On item number 9,
asunto número 9.
microphone is yours,
El que
Mr.
fueron
Ali.
usted, señor.
I'd like to speak in
Me gustaría
support of
hablar en
item number
soporte del
9. I
asunto número
support
9.
the
Yo
motion
soporto
by
la moción por el
Councilwoman
consejo.
Perry, Councilman
Secretario
Labange,
Labange
someone who
y
grew
alguien
up
que
in
estuvo
South Central.
en el
I
South
remember my
Central. Yo
grandmother
puedo
always
recordar a mi
telling me
abuela diciéndome
that she
que
wanted me
ella
to
quería que
live
yo viviera
in another
en
neighborhood once
otro
I got
vecindario
older.
una vez que estuviera más
And when I
grande.
got older,
Y cuando me
I
hice
was
más
fortunate
grande,
enough to move to
afortunado para
Baldwin
volver
Hills.
a Baldwin Hills.
And I was watching the
Y yo
news a
estaba
few
viendo
years
las
ago,
noticias
and
hace
an
unos
incident
años
happened right
y un
down the street
incidente
from where I
pasó
live
en la
at.
calle donde
And
yo
the
vivo.
media reported
Y
the
la prensa
incident as South
reportó
Central.
el
And I thought to
incidente de
myself,
South
well, this
Central
is
y
not South
esto no es
Central.
South Central.
I live in another
Yo
part of
vivo en
the
otra parte
neighborhood.
del
So
vecindario,
it
entonces
dawned on me,
se me
anytime
metió
something
cada vez que algo
happens in the
pasa
black
en
community,
la comunidad
the
negra,
media
la
and
prensa
others
y
always
otros
label
siempre
it
lo
South
marcan
Central
como
Los
South Central
Angeles.
Los
Now, I
Ángeles.
thought that's very
Y yo creo que
unfair
eso era
to
injusto
racially
para
profile
racialmente poner
a
a un
neighborhood or a
vecindario,
segment of
a un
Los Angeles
segmento de Los
just
Ángeles, nada
because
más
people
porque
of
la
color
gente
live
de
in that
color vive en
neighborhood.
ese
So
vecindario.
I'm in support
Entonces,
of
estoy en soporte de la
Councilperson
persona,
motion and
moción de la
Labange,
concejal
and thank you very
Labange
much for your
y
time.
gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Ms. Perry.
Gracias, señor Perry.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
And while I'm
gracias. Y
speaking,
mientras
I'd
estoy
like to ask
hablando, vamos a pedir a
Helen
Helen
and her neighbors to come
y
up here and
sus
join
vecinos que
me.
vengan, que estén
Joining me at the
conmigo para
podium
en
is
el
Helen
podio
Johnson,
como
Carol
Helen
Black,
Johnson, Karen
Alma
Black,
Cersei,
Alma
Norma
Cersei,
Thomas, and
Norma
Mary
Thomas y Maria
Fontanet. And they're all
Fontanet. Y
residents of
estos
the
son
Vermont Square
residentes de la
community.
comunidad Román
South
Square.
Central
South
Los Angeles
Central Los
originally
Ángeles
derived
originalmente
its
salió
name
de
from
su
South
nombre de
Central
South
Avenue,
Central
which
Avenue,
was the
que
historic
era
core of the
el
African American
corredor
community in Los Angeles.
histórico de los
Beginning in the 60s,
afroamericanos en
this
los
court
años
shifted to
60. Esta
Crenshaw
corte se cambió a
Boulevard,
Crenshaw
and the name
Boulevard
followed the
y el
African
nombre
American
siguió a los
community west.
afroamericanos para el
Now the
oeste.
term South
El
Central has
término
been
South
used to
Central se
indicate
usa
any
para indicar
residential
cualquier
area
área
that is
residencial
inhabited by
que
African
esté
Americans
habitada
and no
por
longer holds the
afroamericanos y
same
ya no tiene la
cultural or
misma
historic significance.
significancia
50 years
cultural.
ago, no one
Hace
called
50 años
Lamert
nadie
Park
llamaba
South
a Lamert
Central.
Park
It was
South
called
Central,
Lamert
era
Park.
Lamert Park.
Now it has been
Ahora
grouped
se
with
llama
largely
grupo
generalized areas such as
generalizado tales como
West Adams,
West,
Baldwin
al
Hills,
oeste de la
Baldwin Village,
Baldwin
and
Village
other
y
largely
otras
African American communities, including
comunidades
the Watts
afroamericanas,
community,
también la comunidad de Watts,
which takes great
que
pride in
toma
its
gran
name,
orgullo en su
Watts.
nombre, Watts.
My motion
Mi
was
moción fue
initiated after
iniciada
receiving a letter
después de
from
recibir una
this
carta
fine lady here to my right, Helen Johnson, who has been a resident of the Vermont Square community for many, many years and is extremely active in her Block Club Association and is an animal regulation commissioner.
de animales.
After 2 public
Después de 2
hearings,
audiencias públicas,
I moved forward
yo
with this
moví con
motion
esta
and have
moción
gotten the support
y
of
he tenido el
Janice Hahn and
soporte de
Tom
Janice Hahn y Tom
LaBonge
LaBonge
and their Neighborhood
y sus
Education and Neighborhoods Committee. And at
comité de
both
vecindarios y
hearings,
las 2
residents
audiencias
voiced their desire
residentes
to
pusieron
have
su voz
the
que
city
tenían
rethink the
que
way the
se
term
piensen
South Central
cómo
was
se
used.
usa
And
el
what my
South
motion
Central
has
y lo
asked
que mi
for is
moción
that
ha
city
pedido es que el
departments
Departamento de la
discontinue
Ciudad
the use of the
descontinúe el uso
term
del término
South
South Central,
Los Angeles
Los
on a going
Ángeles,
forward
yendo
basis
para
on all city
adelante en todos los
documents
documentos de la
and
ciudad y
replace this phrase with the
reemplazar esto
term
con el término
South Los
South
Angeles
Los
as
Ángeles,
documents are
como
updated
documentos
and printed. This is
hechos, los
one
nuevos.
small
Esto es
part
una
of a
parte
larger
pequeña
whole
de
to
un hoyo grande que
empower a
da el
community
poder a la
and to help a
comunidad y
community
ayudar a una
regain
comunidad
its
a
sense of
reganar
pride
su
and
sentido de
dignity.
orgullo y dignidad.
And I would just like
Y
to
nada
ask
más que
Helen
usted
to say
pedir
a
a
few
Helen
words
que dijera
about her
algunas
letter
palabras acerca de su
why she felt this was so
carta
important.
y pedirle por qué creyó ella que era tan
morning.
importante. Buenos días.
I want to first
Yo
thank
quiero
you for
primero
having me
darle
here this
las
morning.
gracias por tenerme esta
It means a
mañana
lot
aquí.
to
Esto
me.
quiere decir mucho para mí.
It's my
Es mi
community.
comunidad.
Central Avenue is a
Central Avenue
street.
es una calle.
It's not a
No es
community,
una
and it's not
comunidad
a
y
city.
no es una
It's a
ciudad,
street.
es una calle.
And it is on the east
Y está en
side
el este,
of where I live
de donde
anyway.
vivo yo de todas
I live
maneras.
in
Yo
Vermont
vivo
Square
en
community.
Vermont Square en la
And that's what
comunidad.
I would like
Y
you
eso
to
es lo que
call
me
when you
gustaría
get
que
on the
llamaran
television
cuando
set,
se
when you
pongan la
write
televisión, cuando escriban sus
papers and your
periódicos
stories.
y sus
I
historias.
wish
Yo
that
me
you would
gustaría
refer
que
to
le
us as
refiriera
South
como
Los Angeles. I find
Los
that you
Ángeles.
do
Yo
that when
encuentro
you
que
talk
usted hace
about East
cuando
Los
hablan del
Angeles.
este de Los Ángeles.
You say that when you
Usted
talk
dice
about
cuando
West Los
hablan del
Angeles.
oeste de Los
I
Ángeles.
just wonder what's
Yo más
wrong
quiero
with you
ver qué es
saying
lo
South
que
Los
mal que
Angeles.
digan con
It means a
sur
lot,
Los Ángeles
and
quiere
there
decir
is
mucho
something
y
in the
luego hay
name.
algo en
And
el
I
nombre.
appreciate you
Yo
listening. I
apreciaría
hope
que
that you
oyeran
feel the same way
y
that I
pienso
do
que se
about
sientan
this,
igual que yo
because what
acerca de esto
reflects
porque
us
lo que nos
in South
refleja
Los Angeles
en el sur de Los
also
Ángeles
reflect
también
the
se
city of
refleja en la
Los
ciudad de
Angeles.
Los
Thank you
Ángeles.
very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas
And I
gracias.
believe
Y yo creo
Councilmember
que el
LaBonge has
concejal
something that
Labange
he wants
tiene
to
algo que quiere
share with us today.
compartir.
Yeah, go ahead. We
Sí,
have
sí,
council members.
Speakers first.
Los oradores primero.
Speakers first.
Okay, what?
That's all right. The president asked me a
Su presidente
question.
me hizo una pregunta.
It's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Labange, and then we'll go to the
Labange,
speakers.
vamos a los
Go.
oradores.
Okay. Ms. Hahn, to
Señora Han.
be followed by Mr.
La sigo
Pacheco,
por el señor
Mr.
Pacheco,
Holden,
señor
and we'll
Holden.
get Mr.
Thank you,
Labange in
Mr.
there.
Chair,
Gracias, señor
colleagues. I
presidente, colegas. Yo me
stand in
paro para
support
soporte
of Jan Perry
Jan
and Tom
Perry y
LaBonge's
Tom LaBonge, la
motion
moción de Tom
to
LaBonge para
have the city of
tener
Los
la ciudad de
Angeles,
Los
all our
Ángeles en
departments,
nuestros
to
departamentos que
refrain
se
from this day forward
refrenen desde hoy en
from
adelante
referring
de
to
referirse a
any
a
territory
cualquier
as South Central
territorio
Los
del South
Angeles.
Central Los
It
Ángeles.
came before my
Vino
committee on
antes de mi
education
comunidad de
neighborhoods,
educación de
and
vecindarios y
we strongly
vino el
supported
campo,
this. I
soportamos
think this is a
fuertemente y yo creo que
case
eso es un
of
caso
false identity.
de identidad falsa.
This has
Esto
been
ha
a
sido un
crime
crimen
for many neighborhoods
muchos
and many
vecindarios y muchas
communities who have been
comunidades
lumped
que se
together
han juntado
under the
bajo
mostly
más
derogatory
derogatorio
term of South
término de
Central
South
Los
Central Los
Angeles.
Ángeles.
And I really
Y yo
want
de
to
veras
stand
quería pararme,
and rise to
levantarme
thank Helen
y darle las
Johnson
gracias a Helen Johnson
for really having
de
this
veras tener
idea,
esta
for
idea,
having the
por tener la
patience, for
paciencia,
writing the
por
letter to
escribir la
your
carta
fine
para su
councilwoman who listened to
concejal que
you
la oyó usted.
and also
Y
agreed that this was the
también
right thing for
recuerdo que
us
esa
to
era la
do.
cosa
It has
buena
been
para hacer.
South Central
Ha
Creek
sido South Central Creek
for decades
por
now,
décadas
and
ahora
it's moved
y se
way
ha movido
beyond
más allá
Central
de
Avenue
la
to
calle
encompass
central
areas
para
that had
áreas
nothing
del
to do
compás que
with
no
that
tiene
part
que
of
ver
the
nada
city,
con esa parte de la ciudad.
but were
Pero
usually referred to in a
usualmente se
derogatory
refiere a una
term.
manera
I know my brother and I
Yo sé que mi hermano y yo que crecimos en
Crenshaw and
en la
Florence,
Crenshaw y Florence.
and it wasn't until
Y no fue hasta
1992 that that
1992 que
became
eso se
South
hizo
Central Los
South Central
Angeles,
Los
mainly
Ángeles,
in response
mayormente por
to
respuesta
the riots and the
a los
uprising that happened at Florence and
mítines y
Normandy.
lo que pasó
So
en
I
Florence y
congratulate
Normandy,
you,
las
and I
felicidades.
believe
Y
if
yo
we, the
creo
city
que
of Los
nosotros, la ciudad de
Angeles,
Los Ángeles,
begin
empezamos
refraining from
a
using this
refrenirnos de usar esta
terminology, certainly
terminología.
at some point
Ciertamente
the
en algún
media
momento la prensa
will also refrain
también
from
va
using this. This city is made up of neighborhoods
pararse de decir
and
esto. Estos son
communities that have
vecindarios y
specific
comunidades que tienen
identities, and in
identidades
fact, we
específicas.
spend a lot
En
of
hecho,
time
pues nos pasamos
renaming
mucho
communities,
renombrando
putting signs
comunidades,
up to
poniendo anuncios
identify
para para
neighborhoods
identificar
in Los
vecindarios en Los
Angeles.
Ángeles.
And we hope
Y nosotros
to provide a
esperamos
map
invitar a un mapa
to the entire
a
media
toda la comunidad
community
de la
that
prensa
has
de que
specific
tiene
names of
nombres
communities and
específicos de
neighborhoods
comunidades
that
y
we hope they
vecindarios que
will say,
esperamos que van a decir,
reporting live
reportando
from
en vivo
Vermont
de
Square, Channel 5.
Vermont Square, Canal 5.
She don't want to name any other
Ella
channels?
no
just
quiere
to be
un nombre
fair.
a los otros
Member
canales,
Pacheco.
nada más para.
Council President and
Presidente,
colleagues, I stand in
colega, yo me
support
soporto
of the change,
el
not
cambio,
so much
no
because
tanto por
words
las
are that
palabras son tan
powerful
poderosas
individually, but because
individualmente,
this is
pero
about
porque esto es
people
acerca de
empowering
gente
themselves and taking
dándose
an
poder y
identity that
tomar
they
una
have
entidad que
chosen,
ellos han
not that
escogido,
one that's been
no que
thrusted
una
upon
que se
them.
les ha puesto a
As you
ellos.
know,
Como ustedes saben,
at one point,
en algún punto,
the Latino
la
community
comunidad
was
latina
just
era no más
categórically
categóricamente
labeled
hispánicos en
1980s,
1980 porque eso es lo que el gobierno federal era
the correct thing and the
la
appropriate thing to
cosa
do.
correcta
And it was something thrust
y era
upon
algo que
us
se nos había
that has
puesto,
taken us
que
2
nos ha tomado
decades
2
to
décadas
pretty
para
much purge from the vocabulary
quitar del
of a
vocabulario
society,
de una sociedad
really through an
de
effort,
veras para hacer
through
un
people
esfuerzo
coming
para que la
together
gente se
and
junte
feeling
y
empowered that they're
sentirse
going
con
to
poder,
determine
que
what their
determinados de
destiny
cuál es
is.
su
And
destino.
so I want to
Entonces yo
applaud
quiero
all the
aplaudir a
members
todos
of
los
South
miembros
Los Angeles.
de Los Ángeles
And
y
especially I want to thank
especialmente quiero dar las
my
gracias
colleague
a mi
Jan Perry
colega
for bringing
Jan Perry
this
por traer
to our
esto
attention,
a nuestra
because
atención,
I think it is
porque yo
important that
creo que
we
es
all
importante que todos
participate in
participemos
this
en este
process.
proceso.
And very soon,
Muy
for those
pronto,
of you
para esos que
watching in our
están viendo
district,
en nuestros
we
distritos,
are having
nosotros estamos
a
teniendo un
new
nuevo
housing project down in
proyecto de
Pico
vivienda
Aliso
en
come
Pico
back
Aliso que regresa,
under Hope 6.
va con la
And there
Esperanza
was a
6
gang
y
there
hubo una pandilla
called
ahí
Clarence
que
Street.
se llamaba Clarence
And
Street.
so I am
Entonces yo
renaming
estoy
Clarence
renombrando
Street.
la calle
We're going to
Clarence.
have an
Vamos a
unveiling
tener
on May
una
1st for a
una
new
revelación en mayo
Gabriel
5, pero
García
Gabriel García
Márquez
Márquez, la
as
calle,
part of a
como
rebirth,
parte
a
del
renaissance.
renacimiento.
We're going to tie it to
Vamos
Utah
a
Street
ponerlo a las
School for
calles
literacy
para
and to
literatura
teach those
y enseñar a
children
esos
to
niños
have an open mind to
una mente
explore other
abierta para
worlds
explorar
through
otros
books.
mundos por los
So I
libros.
totally
Estoy
understand and
totalmente, yo
agree with you
entiendo,
that
estoy de
through
acuerdo con
your
ustedes que
efforts,
con sus
through that
esfuerzos,
grassroots
por
efforts,
esas
we can really
raíces,
change people's
esfuerzos, podemos
minds.
cambiar las
We can
mentes
open
de las
windows
gentes,
and
abrir
doors
ventanas
to
y
our
puertas
children
para nuestros
of new
hijos,
places.
nuevos
And
lugares.
so I really
Y
want to tell
entonces de
you,
veras quiero
go forward,
decirles, sigan para
march on,
adelante,
keep it
marchen
up.
y sí, manténganlo.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco.
Gracias, señor
Mr. Holden.
Pacheco, señor Holden.
Why you object
Mientras,
to the name
¿por
South
qué se
Central and where
objetan
the
al South
boundaries
Central
when
y
you
dónde
think
están
in
las
mind of
fronteras
South?
cuando
Is that
piensan?
Baldwin Hills?
¿Eso es Baldwin
Is
Hills?
that View Park?
¿Es New Park?
Is it Baldwin Vista?
Baldwin
You
Vista?
tell me
Dígame usted,
what is South
¿qué
Central
es South Central?
and what would be
¿Y
South
qué
Los
sería
Angeles?
South
Hold my
Los
time.
Ángeles?
South Los Angeles is
Los
in the south
Ángeles
of the
está en el
city.
sur de la ciudad.
We are not
No estamos,
South Central
no
because
somos
Central
South Central,
Avenue
centro,
is a
la avenida es una
street. It
calle.
is not a city,
No
it's
es
not
una
a
ciudad, no es
community.
una comunidad.
This is something that
Esto
was
es algo
attached
que se le
during the
puso
40s
durante los
from Central
40
Avenue
de la calle
because
central,
that's where a lot of
porque es donde
African
muchos
Americans was
afroamericanos
located
estaban
and
localizados
stayed
y
and
se
that kind of
quedaron y
stuff. So
eso se
when we
les quedó.
moved,
Entonces
the
cuando nos
name moved with
cambiamos el
us.
nombre se murió
And
con
everywhere we
nosotros y
went,
donde quiera
this
que
name
vayamos este
followed.
nombre nos
And
sigue.
then it got
Y
really
luego
great.
de
It
eso,
wasn't to make us look bad.
impregnado,
It
no es
was
que nos
used
hiciera
as a
mal, pero
term
se
when
usaba como un
something
término
happened,
como
a
algo
bad
pasaba,
happened.
algo
It was
malo
always
pasa,
South Central.
siempre se
So
usa
it
South
just moved
Central,
around the
nomás se
city.
movió con toda la
Now,
ciudad.
anywhere south of the freeway is
al
South
sur del
Central.
freeway
I
es
would
South
just like
Central.
people to
Me
know
gustaría que la
that
gente
there
supiera
is more than
que hay
one
más de
community
una
in the city
comunidad
of
en la
LA.
ciudad de Los
That's why you
y
have
por
the
eso es que
signs around
tienen los
the
anuncios
city
de
to
la ciudad
designate the
por
different
designar de
communities.
frente a las
And that's what
comunidades
we
y
want
por
them
eso
to
es lo que
do.
queremos que hagan.
Designate us as what we are.
Designarnos es lo que
And we're not
somos
South
y no
Central.
somos South
All right, you're
Central.
in South Los
Está en el
Angeles,
sur de Los
and the
Ángeles
same kind of
y la
problems
misma
and
de
crimes
problemas y
happening
crímenes están
and it's
pasando,
defined as South Central.
definiendo el South
It'll be
Central, va a
defined
ser
as South Los
definido
Angeles.
como
How
el
do you
sur de Los
explain
Ángeles.
that?
¿Cómo explican
When
eso?
it happens, it
Cuando
happens.
eso
But
pasa,
at least
pasa,
it's the
pasa, pero lo
truth.
menos es la
It's
verdad.
not a false
No es
name.
un nombre
Crime
falso.
If it happened in the
Si
south,
pasa en el
it
sur,
happens.
pasa en
It
el sur,
happens all over
si
the
pasa
city.
por toda
But
la
if it
ciudad,
happened in West
pero
Los
si
Angeles,
pasa
it's
en el
West Los
oeste,
Angeles. If
o
a
en Los
crime
Ángeles
happened in
pasa
the
en
south,
y
then
pasa en el sur,
we would have
entonces
to deal
tenemos
with
que
it. As
llevar
long
eso.
as it's not central.
A la
Let me
mejor
just
que no
explain
sea
one other
centro.
thing to you,
Déjame
because I think
explicar otra cosa,
by
porque
changing the name
cambiando el
doesn't
nombre
change
no
the
cambia las
There's
circunstancias.
so much in the name,
Hay
Mr. Holden.
tanto
There's a
nombre,
lot
señor,
in the
hay
name.
mucho en
And
un
this one
nombre.
has really
Y este
disturbed
debería
us.
ser
That
algo
is a name.
perturbado hay
I can
muchas
call you a
cosas. Yo le puedo
name. A
llamar
name right now
un
that we
nombre
could
ahorita
call you
para
that wouldn't sit
no,
right
no
with
se podría
you. So
sentar
there
con
is
usted.
something in a
Entonces hay
name.
algo en los
explain one
nombres.
thing to
Déjeme
you.
explicarle algo a usted.
We have
El hecho es de
Mid-City.
que tenemos Mid-City.
South Central had
South Central
boundaries,
tiene
South Los
fronteras,
Angeles
el sur de Los Ángeles tiene
South of the
fronteras,
freeway.
al sur del freeway,
West of
al
Crenshaw
oeste de la
is
Crenshaw es
Southwest Los
Southwest
Angeles.
Los Ángeles.
They don't call it
No
that.
le
I
llaman así,
understand, but you
yo
can-
entiendo,
if you
pero
say you're
usted
gonna fix
dice
the
que
problem, if
si
you can
arreglan el problema
say it's the
pueden
problem,
decir que hay un
fix
problema,
the problem.
arreglen el problema.
And I'm saying
Y
that
lo
when
que
you
estoy
lump
diciendo cuando
all those
ponen
communities
todas esas
together
comunidades
and saying
juntas
this
y
is South
dicen que
Los
es
Angeles, so
Los
what
Ángeles,
happens
entonces ¿qué pasa?
in South Central,
En
as
South
we now know
Central,
it,
como ahora lo
or
conocemos,
Southwestern
o
Avenue, or
Southwestern,
wherever,
la avenida,
now
donde
it
sea,
happens in
ahora
Baldwin
va a
Hills
pasar
and
en
View
Baldwin
Park,
Hills, en
because you're
View
saying
Park, pues
South
están
Los
diciendo
Angeles,
South
which is
Los
all
Ángeles, que todo eso
encompass all involve the entire area.
incluye
So
toda
I
esta
think
área.
that, I don't need him to answer my question. He lived in Chicago, he lived everywhere.
Yo he vivido en
I
todas
don't want you to
partes.
answer
No
my
quiero que
question at
conteste mi
all.
pregunta para nada.
We're fine. And
Estamos
this,
bien.
hey, when you remove him, he's
¿Cómo
noisy.
huele? Está haciendo ruido.
No, remove him out of here.
Móvalo de aquí.
I've had enough trouble out of him
Tengo
for
mucho
years.
problema durante los muchos años.
The fact of the matter is that, I mean,
El
you got to
hecho
get
es de que tiene que
clarification
tener
because once
clarificación una vez
the reports
que los
began
reportes
to come
empiecen
out
a salir.
that this
Que
incident
este
took place at a certain
incidente tomó
place,
lugar en ese lugar.
then
Entonces,
a lot of folks can be
mucha
just as
gente van a
upset
estar molestos
in the years to come
en
as
los
they are
años
today.
cuando están
Because they say
ahora,
everything
porque
bad
dicen que
happens in
todo lo
South
malo que
Los
pasa en el
Angeles.
sur de Los
That's
Ángeles.
right.
That's what they, no, I'm not
Eso
talking about
es lo que
South
estoy
Central. Now,
hablando de
people
South
change the
Central.
name.
If it does, Mr.
Entonces,
Holden,
pasa
what
eso,
you're
Holden.
not getting
No
is,
esto está agarrando
I
usted
don't
dice,
want
no quiero que
South Los Angeles
salga al sur de Los
call
Ángeles que
something
sea
that it is
algo
not.
que no es.
It is not South Central.
No es South Central.
That's what I'm
Eso
trying
es
to
lo
make
que
the
estoy
point,
tratando de hacer
because
el punto.
I'm just saying
No
that
estoy
what they
diciendo
neglected
que
to do in the past
olvidaron
that they
decir en
should
el
do
pasado que deberían de
is
hacer
establish
es
boundaries.
establecer fronteras.
If anything south of the
Cualquier
freeway,
al
you
sur
call
del
that
freeway
South
van a
Los
llamar al
I asked
sur
the
del
media
sur.
this
Le
morning.
pregunta a la
No,
prensa esta
not the
mañana.
media.
No,
No
but
la
I'm
prensa
saying,
lo que
you
se
know,
dice.
Miss Perry,
Señora Perry,
if you're going to
si
rename a
van a
community,
renombrar una comunidad,
wouldn't you think it's
no creo
appropriate
que sea
to
apropiado.
There
set the
are
boundaries?
There
Hay
are boundaries of
fronteras, hay
planning.
Where are the
fronteras.
boundaries?
¿Dónde están
Well,
las
I'd have to
fronteras?
defer to the planning department,
El departamento de
Are they here?
planeamiento están aquí.
I don't know if it
Report,
is,
would you hold my time?
but if
Pagan
you,
el tiempo, sí.
there's a South Central
El
specific
South
plan
Central, un
that
plan
has definite
específico que
boundaries, and then
definitivamente
there
tiene
is also
fronteras, sino también a
South Los Angeles
Los
specific
Ángeles,
plan.
el plan específico.
you've been holding your time. It had
O sea,
expired. I'll give
tenían
you
su
another
había
5 seconds because
terminado,
Ms. Perry did speak at
entonces
the end.
tiene
Go ahead.
la señora Perry va a hablar al final.
I want to see the boundaries.
Nada más quiero ver las fronteras.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holden.
Gracias, señor Holden.
Our next speaker is
El
Mr. Parks.
procurador, señor Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, señor
I want to
presidente.
say
Yo quiero
to Dan
decirle a
Perry
Jan
that this is
Perry
a
que
long
esto es
time coming.
ya
I
tiene
think
mucho
that
tiempo que yo
it is so
creo que es
important
tan
and words are so
importante, palabras son
powerful
tan poderosas
because
porque
as I've gone through
como yo
the
estoy
8th,
pasando
9th,
por el
and
8 y
10th
9
district
y
and
distritos
walking the streets and talking to
caminando las
people,
calles y hablando con la
they are so
gente,
pleased to know
están
that
tan
they live
orgullosos
in
que
Vermont
viven en la
Hills,
Vermont
Jefferson
o Jefferson Park,
or Baldwin Hills
o Baldwin Hills
Estates, as
Estates,
opposed to a
en vez de
massive
una masa
wasteland in the community.
en la comunidad.
And so I think it is
Entonces yo creo
important
que es
that
importante
we
que
have
tengamos
certain labels and that we
ciertos
do not allow the
nombres
press
y no dejemos
to
que la
appear
prensa
that, or to label us in
o que nos ponga
a
en
morass of a community.
menos de
We've
una
seen
comunidad. Nosotros
in my
hemos visto
38 years in the
en
police
38 años de
department,
departamento
name changes
policial,
that were
cambios de
beneficial.
nombres que sean
When we had a
oficiales,
police
pero
station
tenemos una
called
estación especial
University,
que se llama
the
Universidad.
university
La
at
universidad
USC
en USC
did not like to be
no le
labeled
gustaba
all
que
the
la
crimes
nombraran
around
todos los crímenes
Southwest.
al sur
We had a
oeste.
division called
Tenemos una
Highland
división
Park.
Highland Park.
Community did not
La
like
comunidad no
that
le gustó
division.
esa
It was now
división, entonces
called
ahora está llamada
Northeast.
nordeste.
Same thing in
Hay
Pacific
una
as it
cosa en
relates to
Pacífico como se
Venice.
relaciona
I
con la
think it is
Venice. Yo creo que es
important, I think, as we
importante
name
como
communities,
renombramos
that people
comunidades
feel
que la
more
gente siente
comfortable
más a
and be able
gusto
to
y
have
que
the
puedan
pride in
tener
their
el orgullo
community.
de su
It will
comunidad.
continue to grow,
Va a
but there
continuar
are other
creciendo, pero hay
terms
otros
that
términos
we also know
que
that
también
are
sabemos que son detrimentales. Cuando nos referimos al sur de Los Ángeles como allá abajo, eso es una connotación a la que la gente se refiere a las viviendas, es como eso, pero es una connotación negativa que la gente insiste. También cuando nombramos a nuestros hijos terroristas, predadores, es otra terminología que nuestra comunidad reciente. Entonces creo que tenemos que ver esas palabras, tenemos que ser seguros de que cuando hablamos no estamos diciendo, mandando mensajes que ignoren a la gente y también falta de sensibilidad de la comunidad de la que estamos hablando o con la que hablamos. Estoy hablando de nuestros esfuerzos, sí, hace mucho tiempo que venía y la soportamos.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Gracias, señor Parks.
We do have one more speaker
Tenemos
card
una
on this
tarjeta
that
de
was just
hablar en esto que
submitted.
acaba de ser
If I could
sometida.
just call
Yo
the
puedo
person
la
forward,
persona
Charles
para
Brister.
Charles Brister.
And then we'll go to
Y
Councilmember
luego vamos
Zion
al
next.
concejal Zion.
Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días a todos.
South Central.
South Central.
I got a way to reduce crime in South
Yo
Central. I can cut it in
tengo una
half
manera de
for
reducir
less
el
than
crimen
$100,000. And what
a
I
la
would do is
mitad,
just
por menos de
reduce the boundaries of
$100
South
de las
Central
fronteras de
back
South
into the original
Central a
boundaries,
las
which is
fronteras
everything
originales, que no es al sur
downtown Los
del centro de
Angeles
Los Ángeles,
along Central Avenue.
por la calle
Basically
central,
east of the Harbor
básicamente al
Freeway
este
is
del
South
Harbor
Central.
Freeway, South Central. Crenshaw,
District,
el distrito
High School
High School,
South
Crenshaw no
Central.
está en
It's in the
South Central,
Crenshaw
está en el distrito
So
Crenshaw.
just by reducing
Nomás
the size of
reduciendo el
South
tamaño
Central,
de South
you're
Central,
reducing the
está
number of
reduciendo
crimes
el número de crimen por minuto.
committed
convertidos en el que se hacen en el South Central. Entonces lo que haría nomás mandaría un mapa a la prensa, saber exactamente dónde está South Central, al este del Harbor Freeway, dejar saber dónde está el distrito Crenshaw, Hyde Park y Jefferson Park, para que puedan agarrarlo bien. Otra cosa que haría yo es, en vez de cambiar el nombre, que no hace nada, en hecho va a tener efecto opuesto a cual crimen, empezó en la que Central, la ciudad va a ser, ahora va a ser South Central, crimen en South Los Ángeles. Pues van a tener el mismo efecto. Excepto que van a poner a marcar eso porque están hablando de un área tan ancha, reduciendo la área de South Central a su original área, distrito donde está eso, y etcétera. Otra cosa que tenemos que preocuparnos, si de veras queremos hacer algo, tenemos que ver a los contratos, a los trabajos, la gente que vive y trabaja en estas áreas, que está buscando trabajo en estas áreas. Es el problema, más gente que trabaja ahí, menos crímenes van a tener, menos se les van a estar juntas. Es lo que debe estar preocupándose, no cambiando el nombre. No nos acabo de pasar por aquí en la primera construcción de Clark, un proyecto grandísimo. Yo no vi una persona negra en el proyecto. Cuando manejo por Messenger veo todos estos constructores y otras gentes trabajando en proyectos en los vecindarios, pero no veo gente negra trabajando en los trabajos. Es el problema. Entonces ponen a gente a trabajar, van a resolver muchos de los problemas. Gracias, yo por esto apreciamos. Señor Sang. Gracias, presidente, colegas. Yo he oído este comentario anteriormente y a lo mejor es de algunas señoras acerca del nombre y la descripción de la comunidad. El concejal Parks, yo he trabajado en el departamento de policía por muchos años y he trabajado en las divisiones al sur del Freeway Santa Mónica, en la división del Centenario y otras divisiones ahí. Nosotros tenemos Los Ángeles, el este de Los Ángeles, que previamente dice, no tenemos norte de Los Ángeles, pero tenemos Valle de San Fernando. Y tenemos una comunidad diferente, y tenemos diferentes organizaciones diferentes, apoderados y consejos vecindarios. Yo pedía que los consejos vecindarios en el sur de los estados soportan este cambio.
Helen's outreach, yes. When this was initiated by Helen on behalf of her very active, largest block club organization in the Vermont Square area, which has over 50 members, 50 active members.
50 miembros activos tienen este soporte de toda la comunidad. Y todos ellos soportan esto. Nosotros somos del distrito nuevo, pero estamos hablando de un número de distinción. Entonces va a ser utilizando representantes. Tengo ya representantes. Naji está aquí. Y yo soporto darle poder a la comunidad, identificando a la comunidad como se debe ser identificados. Hubo un cambio de los valles San Fernando de la comunidad de reserva. Lake Balboa, movimos para adelante, esa comunidad ahora se nombró Lake Balboa, era de Van Nuys y estuvieron muy a gusto con eso. La misma posición que viene aquí, estamos tomando Central y poniéndole al South Los Ángeles. No tengo un problema, que nomás quiero estar seguro de que si esto se hace, entonces los grupos que están en esa área soportan y están de acuerdo, y no que vengan después porque no se nos consultó, porque no se nos aconsejó, porque están haciendo este cambio y no tenemos ninguna cosa en eso. Algunos de los miembros están aquí esta mañana que pertenecen al concilio y también están aquí. Eso, y el Congreso, yo soy miembro del Congreso del Consejo, ya se indicó su soporte. Lo más importante, estas mujeres atrás de mí, estas son las madres de nuestras comunidades, ellos representantes. Orgullo es alguien que es alguna comunidad, yo soy soporte de lo que nuestros grandes y nuestras madres decían para sus vecindarios. Si alguien incluye en la comunidad, yo soy soporte de las madres que ellas representan. Historia, porque ellas representan grandeza. Muchas gracias. Dice que vemos a la región de Los Ángeles, identifica Los Ángeles, y dentro de Los Ángeles tenemos el condado de Los Ángeles, queremos identificar comunidades y darles ese orgullo y darles esa dignidad, ese respeto. Entonces yo soporto la moción, soporta la identificación de esa comunidad en particular, y me gustaría que previamente se dijo, tenemos que ver la educación, tenemos que ver los trabajos, tenemos que ver las ruinas de la comunidad y el nombre que ayuda en eso, porque le da poder a la comunidad, pero con eso
together with your elected representatives, not only from the local level, but the state and the federal level, to make those changes so your true identity can become what you want to become, a vibrant community where people can prosper and live in safety and live in secure surroundings. So I support what you're doing. I appreciate you coming down here and making this position for identity of your community. Thank you for being here.
Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Gracias, señor Sáenz.
Councilmember Padilla.
Concejal Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias,
Members, I
presidente,
wanted to
miembros, yo
stand
quería
and say a
parar
couple
y
things
decir
on
un
this
par de
item. First
cosas
of
en
all,
este asunto.
to the members of the
Primeramente, miembros de la comunidad,
as I did in
como
committee,
yo lo hice en
I
el
wanna
comité, yo
announce
quiero
that I am in
anunciar que
support
yo soy en
of
soporte
council taking
del
this
concejal
action.
tomar esta acción.
Second of all,
Consejo tomar esta
wanted to
acción.
commend you
Segundamente,
and
quiero
thank you
felicitarle y
because
dar las
this
gracias porque esto,
naming or
nombrar o
renaming or
renombrar
reclaiming
o
of the name
reclamar
process,
el nombre del
unlike
proceso
others that I've
como
seen
en
in the
otros que
city,
han visto en la
was
ciudad,
truly
que verdaderamente
community-driven. And there's a
hecho
lot
por
to
la
be said
comunidad
for
y
that.
eso que deja mucho que decir. Entonces,
Congratulations, we really
felicidades, de
commend
veras, los felicito.
And also to
Y
recall,
también para
council
recaudar a los miembros del
members,
consejo
I
que
think it was last year we
el
had
año
one of
pasado
our
cuando
council
tuvimos uno
meetings
de los
outside of
juntas
City
de
Hall, as we've been going to
la
different
comunidad
parts of
fuera
the
del
city.
concilio de la ciudad
We
con
were
diferentes partes de
in
la ciudad.
Exposition
Estábamos en
Park.
la
When
exposición
Mark
Park donde
Thomas was
Marco
still on the
Lita todavía
council.
estaba en el
On the
concilio.
agenda that
En la
day
agenda ese día
was the council
estaba el
formally
consejo
acknowledging and
formalmente
accepting
reconociendo
changes to
cambios
different
diferentes
neighborhoods. And it was to
vecindarios
reclaim
y
some
era
of the
para
historic
reclamar
names
algunos de los
of
nombres
neighborhoods. Again, the
históricos de
result
los
of a
vecinos, el resultado de la
community-driven
comunidad,
process, in
del
that case, the
proceso.
8th
Y
District
eso,
Empowerment Congress. So I think there's
Congreso,
a lot to be said for
entonces,
that,
eso deja
and
mucho que
that's how you
decir.
convinced me
Y eso es
of
como
my
convencieron
support
a
for
mi
today.
soporte por hoy.
In addition to
En
all the reasons
adición
that
a
we've
todas
been
las razones que
discussing,
estamos
but I did
cubriendo,
want to make
pero
this
quiero
plug,
estar esto,
because one of the things that's
porque una de las
working its
cosas que
way
está
through the
trabajando
committee,
por la
one of the
comunidad,
things that's being
una de las
discussed
cosas que
among
está
neighborhood
discutiendo en los
councils is
concilios
establishing a
del
citywide
vecindario es establecer
process
proceso
called the Council
llamado por la
Motion
moción de la
Ago
Marcosca como
to
hace un año y
standardize,
medio
create a
para
consistent
establecer
process for
proceso
naming
consistente para
or
nombrar o
renaming
renombrar
neighborhoods. That's something that we
vecindarios.
need
Es
to
algo
be
que Santos
cognizant of, have
debe
our eye out
reconocer y
for
tener
in the
nuestro
next
ojo
couple of
abierto en los
months.
partes de
But the
meses.
example and the
Pero el
lesson to be
ejemplo y
learned
la
here
lección
is
de
when it
aprender
is
hoy
truly
es cuando debe
community-driven
ser hecho por la
and when it
comunidad
is
y
a fair
cuando hay un
process. In
proceso
other cases,
justo. En
it's been
otros
nothing
casos
more
ha
than
sido
a
más que
motion by
una
a
moción
council
por el
member to go
concejal
both
para
sides.
poner
I know
enfrente.
in my
Y eso que en mi
district,
distrito
there's more
hay más
business-driven
negocios,
and specifically
específicamente
realtor-driven
de
initiatives
bienes y
sometimes
raíces
to
a
name or
veces para
rename
nombrar o
neighborhoods.
renombrar
We
vecindarios.
just have to be
Además
cognizant
tenemos
of
que
that. I'm not
reconocer
gonna
eso,
judge
no
that.
voy a
I'm
ser
not gonna take sides today
no
on
voy a
that.
tomar lados
But
en
I
esto,
wanna
pero más quiero
point out that
apuntar a
it
eso
comes
de
to
que
us
viene a
sometimes
nosotros a
from
veces
different
de
evolutions.
diferentes evoluciones.
And it was said
Y
earlier,
se dijo hace un
Councilmember
rato,
Zion
el
gave an
concejal
example
Sáenz
of
darle un
Lake
ejemplo
Balboa
de
and
Lake
Van
Balboa
Nuys
en
and how
Van Nuys
everybody's happy.
y como todos están felices.
With all due respect, I've
Con todo
heard a little
respeto,
bit
yo oí un
otherwise.
poquito de otra
And
manera.
the message I
Y
want to
el
leave
mensaje que quiero
everybody
dejar
with
con
is
todos es
there are some
que hay
times when we
algunas veces
bifurcate
que
a
donde
neighborhood through the naming
cambiamos,
process. Those that are
renombramos
left
un
behind
vecindario y
for
los que
people
se
who
quedan
live
atrás
within
para
an
la
area
gente
that's
que
being
vive en esa
named
área
or
ser
renamed,
renombrado
it
o
may be all
renombrar.
good, it may be
Entonces estaría muy
exciting
bueno,
and
es excitante y
energizing, but it does have an impact
pero tiene un
when
impacto
we're
cuando
separating
están
communities or splitting
separando
communities through a naming
comunidades,
process,
pero el
and
nombre
respect
y
has to be
respeto
given
tiene que ser
for those who are
dársele
left
a
behind.
esos que se
They
quedan
need to have a
atrás.
voice in the
Necesitan
process.
tener
This
una voz
doesn't
en el
apply
proceso,
here.
no aplica
I think
aquí.
you set an
Yo creo que
example and
usted
good
pusieron un
model
ejemplo, un buen
for us to
modelo
follow
para
and
nosotros
consider as we
seguir y
establish a
considerar cuando
permanent
establecemos
process.
un
But not
proceso
to take away
permanente,
from your
no nomás
day
quitarle
in the
de su día.
spotlight today.
Ahora,
Congratulations. Thank you.
felicitaciones, gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Gracias, señor
Mr.
Padilla,
Reyes.
señor Reyes.
Thank you, Council
Gracias,
President.
presidente.
I was going to mention
Iba a
my
mencionar yo
recollection
lo que cuando
of
yo
that very same
recuerdo de
meeting
esa
that
misma
Council
junta
Padilla
que el
referred to,
concejal Padilla se
and that it was very
refería y que
eloquent,
fue muy
it was
elocuente,
very
fue
clear
muy claro
that the
que
community
la
was
comunidad
upset
estaba
that
molesta,
the media
que
had
la
imposed this
prensa
image,
había puesto esta
and the
imagen
broad brush statement of
y
South
en la
Central
declaración de South Central
was a very
era
punitive way of
de
recognizing
manera
a very
castigada
diverse
de
community.
una comunidad
And so I
muy
wanna
diversa.
applaud
Entonces quiero
Councilman
aplaudir
Perry
al
for her
concejal
leadership in
Perry por
this.
su liderazgo en esto.
You have done the
Usted
right
ha
thing.
hecho la cosa bien.
You have
Ha
brought to attention
traído a la atención
that which is important, which
esa
is the
que es
identity of
la
the
identidad
neighborhood.
de un vecindario.
But just as important, I
Esto es
think,
tan
and
importante,
it's already
yo
been
creo creo que ya se diseñó, dando el mapa de plan, los planadores tienen una manera de nombrar y usar fronteras y no se usan solo esas fronteras que ponen que no son vecinarios. Entonces, por eso estamos aquí para responder a nuestras comunidades, a nuestros clientes, a nuestros jefes y hablar de las cosas que necesitamos hacer para nuestras comunidades. Muchas felicidades y soporto su esfuerzo.
Thank you, Councilmember Reyes.
Gracias,
Next,
concejal
Councilmember
Reyes,
Miskowski.
concejal Makowska.
Thank you. I just
Yo
want to
muchas
agree
veces
with
nomás
what
quería estar de
Councilmember
acuerdo con
Diaz
el señor
said, as
Herrera
well
Padilla
as the
había dicho
community.
también
This
como la
was community-driven,
comunidad, esto fue
and it
hecho
was
por la
all
comunidad y
inclusive.
todo esto inclusivo.
Some of the
Algunos
other
de
efforts
los
that we have
otros
seen
esfuerzos que hemos visto
try to be exclusive.
trataron de ser
They try to
exclusivos.
say,
Ellos tratan
we
de
are
decir
this,
nosotros somos
not
esto,
them,
no
and
son
not
ellos y
that,
no
and
esto y
coming up
esto.
with a new name.
Y
You have included
veniendo con otro nombre,
everybody in
ustedes han
this.
incluido en
And
todos en
then
esto
in
y
that
entonces
greater
en más
South
grande
Los Angeles
sur
area,
Los
you're going
Ángeles,
to have the
ustedes van a
neighborhoods.
tener a los
You're going to
vecindarios,
have
van
the
a
smaller
tener
communities
pequeñas
that will be
comunidades
part,
que van a ser
just like
parte,
West
no
LA.
más
You have a
como
greater
West LA
West LA,
tiene,
but you have many
West LA, pero
communities
tiene
there.
muchas
Palms, Mar
comunidades,
Vista, et cetera.
Palm
Those are
Vista,
all in
esas
West
son,
LA, but they
está
also have
West
their
LA, pero también
identity.
tienen su
You
identidad.
too can have
Ustedes
communities
van a
that
tener
come up
comunidades que
and
van a
have their
salir y van a
historic
tener
named identity.
nombres históricos o
In this
identidad,
one, you
pero en
included
esta
everyone, and I
incluyeron
think
a
that
todos
you
y yo
deserve
creo
a
que en
great
eso
credit for
dan un
that.
gran crédito en
It was
esto.
the right way to
Esa
do
fue
it,
la
so that
manera
there
bien
aren't
hecha
people
para hacerlo, para que no haya
here
gente
saying
aquí
that you
diciendo
left us
que salieron
behind
atrás
with
de
this
nosotros
other
con esta
identity
otra
that still
identidad y
has
todavía
some of the
tiene algunas
perceptions
de
of
las
the negative
percepciones de la
connotation.
connotación
So
negativa.
I applaud you, I
Entonces yo
applaud this
aplaudo
effort, and I
este
think
esfuerzo
that we
y yo
can
creo
look
que
to the
podemos ver
emotion, as
para la
Mr.
emoción
Diaz
como el
talked
señor
about, for
Padilla
how
habló,
we do it in the
cómo lo
future.
hacemos en el
This is
futuro.
the way we
Esto
do
es
it
de
in
la
the
manera que
future,
lo hacemos
not
en el futuro,
bifurcating,
no
not dividing,
por no
not leaving
dividiendo, no
behind, but
dejando
bringing
atrás,
everyone in
traer a
together.
todos juntos.
Thank you, Councilmember Miskowski.
Gracias, concejal
Next, we
Makowski.
have
Ahora
Councilmember
tenemos al
Holden for
concejal
second time.
Holden por segunda vez.
Here's the map you gave me. The map says
Mapa que me dieron. El
it's
mapa
not
dice,
South Los Angeles going
no
to include West
va a
Adams,
incluir West Adams,
Baldwin
Baldwin
Hills,
Hills y
all the way over to Culver
todo
City.
lo que hasta Culver
Do I
City.
understand that to be
Entiendo
correct?
eso que es correcto.
Is that your intention,
¿Esa es su
Ms. Perry?
intención, señora Perry? ¿Me está
Yes.
preguntando? Sí.
The community planning area
That's an old map.
is going to go all the way over.
Es un mapa viejo
That's
que
the one you
nomás
guys
es el
gave
que
me.
me acaba de
That's one
dar.
Helen handed
Es uno que Helen le
All
dio.
right, fine. Let me just say
Ok,
this.
nomás déjame
If
decir,
it does
si
include those
incluye
areas,
esas áreas,
I have not received
yo
one
no he
call from my
recibido una
three
llamada de
neighborhood
mis tres
councils that's in my
vecindarios que
district
están
that
en
are
mi
going to be
distrito
affected by
que van a
this.
estar afectados sobre
Not
eso.
one.
Ninguno
So
de
you
ellos
stand there
entonces
and say,
están parados.
this
Ahí dice que
representative
estos
of this
representantes
community
de la
which is going to be
comunidad que va a estar
involved,
envuelta,
affected by it. That's
afectada.
not true.
Eso no es verdad.
Well, I'm just saying,
Pero no
no
estoy diciendo,
neighborhood
no
council
consejo
in my district
vecindario, mi
contacted
distrito me
me,
contactó
and
a
I'm
mí.
going to tell
Y voy a
you
decirle
that
a
once
ustedes
this
que
is
una vez que
done,
esto se haga,
you're going to find
van a encontrar
that they may or
ustedes
may
que a lo
not
mejor
like it.
puedan o no les guste.
And the fact of the
Y el
matter is that
hecho es que
if they're going to be
si van a
involved,
estar ellos
at
envueltos,
least you can
por lo
involve
menos
the
pueden
neighborhood
volver a
councils.
los
They're
concilios de
very
vecindarios,
active.
son muy activos,
They're very concerned
son
about
muy
renaming
preocupados de
their
renombrar
communities.
sus comunidades.
And you're not going to
Y
change
no van a
the
encontrar
way of life,
la
no matter
manera de
what the
vida, no
name is.
importa cuál
And
es
that's
el
what you're
nombre,
really
y eso
talking
es lo
about,
que
which I
están
agree with.
hablando, de que estoy de
There's
acuerdo.
a stigma attached
Hay un
to
estigma que
the
se
name
pone
South
con los
Central
nombres
Los
de South
Angeles
Central, Los
because
Porque
it's defined and
está
considered to be a
definido,
very high
considerado
crime
por
area.
un área de
It's
crimen muy
defined to be an
alto,
area where
un
people,
área donde la gente,
way of life
que la manera
is
de la
not as
vida
good,
no
the
está
standard
tan
of life is
buena,
not as
no
good
está
throughout the other
buena
parts
por
of the
otras
city.
partes de la
That's
ciudad.
the way
Esa es la
it's
manera,
believed to be.
parece.
Although you
Es,
have very
entonces
a lot of
tiene
good people
mucha
in the
buena
area,
gente en
such
esa
as
área,
you are
tales
who are
como
here today,
ustedes, los que
who
están aquí.
concerned. The
Están
gentleman stood
preocupados,
up
pero
for what the
tienen que
facts really
pararse con
are.
los hechos de veras cuáles
Put
son.
this on my time.
Esto es mi tiempo.
Put the emphasis
Pongan
on
el énfasis en
bringing back good
traer
jobs,
buenos trabajos,
good
buena
education.
educación.
The schools are not being
Las escuelas
built.
no están siendo
The
construidas,
kids are not
los
being
niños no
educated.
están siendo educados,
For the most part, in
pero
all
casi
those
todo en
areas,
todas
not
esas
just in
áreas, no
the
nada
so-called
más en
South
las,
Central, not South
digamos,
Los Angeles
el tal
area.
llamado
They're hanging
South
out.
Centro, están ahí.
The system is not
El
designing a
sistema no está
structure
diseñando una estructura
in order to bring
en
them
orden
into
para
the
traerlos
system.
dentro del sistema.
They're from cradle to the
Están
grave
prueba
or
hasta
through
la-
prison.
desde la cuna hasta
There's
la
nothing being
prisión.
done for
Nada
these
se
young
está haciendo para estos
minority
jóvenes
people.
de
And
minorías.
so therefore,
Entonces, por eso,
the type of crime
la
and the
clase de
crime
crimen
rate,
y
unless
la
something is
calidad de
done
crimen, a
to
menos que
improve the
se haga
quality of
algo
life of
para
them, will
mejorar la calidad de
continue.
vida, va a continuar.
And you just have
Y
another
ustedes
name
nomás
for
tienen
it.
otro nombre,
An area in which is
en
being
un área donde
continued.
ha sido
On this
continuado.
map, unless you
En
have a
este
new
mapa, a
map,
menos que tengan ponen un
It
mapa nuevo,
says
dice
South Central, you have
South
boundaries.
Centro
It
tiene
says Southwest
fronteras,
Los
South
Angeles, and you got
oeste de Los
boundaries.
Ángeles
Do
tienen
you have
fronteras.
another
¿Usted tienen
planning
algún
map
otro
that I can
mapa
look
de
at?
No,
que
we
pueda
haven't
ver?
been updated yet.
No, no,
It's not
todavía
been
no hemos
updated
hecho
yet.
nada.
Passed the motion
We're
yet.
voting on something which
Estamos votando
includes
en algo
my
que
area
incluye mi
and my
área
neighborhood
y mi
councils
vecindario,
that have
los
not been
concilios de
voted on
vecindad
yet.
que
And
no han
that's the
votado
problem
en eso.
that
Es el
I have to
problema que
Mr.
tengo.
Holden.
Gracias, señor Holden.
Lastly, I'd like to
El último me
recognize Mr.
gustaría
Tom
reconocer a
Labange.
Tom Labange.
221 years ago,
221
44
años,
people
44
walked 9
gentes
miles to
caminaron
the
9
banks of
millas a
the
los
Los Angeles
bancos
River to find the
del río de los
pueblo.
Angeles para
And they didn't
fundar
have
el
as
pueblo
much
y no
trouble as
tenían
these
tanto
great
problema
women
como
had
estas
this
grandes
morning with
mujeres
some
esta
people
mañana
on
con alguna
council
gente en el
picking on them
concilio
because they had a great idea.
molestando que tienen una
I'm
gran
not
idea.
saying
No estoy diciendo las estándares del periódico que les dio el mapa equivocado.
Well, good enough, Nate. I see where you
Suficiente,
are.
bueno, ya sé dónde está usted.
I think it's wonderful that everyone did what they did, because people have
Está bueno
pride in
lo
their
que hicieron porque
neighborhood.
tiene un orgullo en su
And I
vecindario
am proud of
y
that
estoy
as an
orgulloso de eso
Angelino,
como un
wherever you
angelino
live.
donde quiera
Right
que
here
viven
at
aquí
First
en
and
la
Main
calle
is
Primera
where
y
we
la Main
start our
donde
numbering
empezamos
system.
nuestros
So
números.
everything south of
Entonces para el
First
sur de la calle
Street is
Primera
south,
es sur.
Main, east,
Pues
and
la
west.
malla
That's where it
oeste
starts.
oeste es donde
Right
empieza
outside
aquí
City
afuera
Hall.
del City Hall.
But then it
Pero
got
entonces
convoluted as people started
se
calling names
revolvió
all over
cuando
the
empezaron a
place
llamar
of
nombres
what
por todo lugar
neighborhood
de
that they
los que
lived in.
vecindarios vivían.
And someone
Y alguien
who was very
que
concerned about
estaba
their
muy
neighborhood
preocupado sobre
stepped
su
forth and
vecindario
said they
salió y
wanted
dijo
to do
querían
something,
hacer algo,
contacted their councilwoman Jan Berry,
contactaron a su
and began the
concejal
process,
y
and that's
empezaron
where
el
we are
proceso es donde
today.
estamos hoy.
So I'm just very
Entonces estoy
pleased to
muy
salute
orgulloso
Jan
de
Berry
saludar
and
a
her
Jan
work.
Perry
I
y su
sit with on the
trabajo,
Public
simplemente
Works
porque los trabajos
Committee.
públicos del
And Ms.
comité.
Johnson, I'm
La
very
señora
proud to
muy
salute you
orgullosa de saludarla a usted.
for taking the
por haber
charge about this, a very simple
tomado
thing.
riendas por
Because
una
it's the
cosa tan simple,
concept,
por eso el
Nate.
concepto,
It's the
es el
concept that we
concepto que
have. When they
tenemos
have spring
cuando
training,
tienen
when they bring all the people
entrenamiento de
together at spring
primavera, cuando
training,
toda la
they
gente
talk about
hablan
what they
acerca
want to
de
do to
lo
have
que
a
quieren
victory.
hacer para tener una victoria.
What the
Una
Dodgers
victoria
want to
con
have
los
to be
Dodgers quieren
successful
tener
in
para ser
playing baseball.
exitosos
When they
jugando
start
béisbol,
football
cuando empiezan
practice
fútbol,
at USC
en
in
el
South
USC, el
Los
sur
Angeles,
Los
they
Ángeles,
want to have a
ellos quieren
concept
tener un
of how they're
concepto
going to
de
work
cómo
together
van
and
a
organize
trabajar
the
juntos
team.
organizando al
Now, we have
equipo.
community
Ahora
leaders
tenemos
from all the
líderes de la comunidad
neighborhoods
de
who
todos
come
los
in and say,
vecindarios que
we
vienen
have
y
a
dicen
concept.
tenemos
We
un
want to have
concepto,
a
queremos
name
tener
that
un
reflects
nombre
our
que
community,
refleje nuestras
South Los
comunidades sur
Angeles,
Los Ángeles.
and the pride in that.
Y
So I'm
orgullo en
pleased
eso,
this
estoy
morning.
orgulloso esta
I'm
mañana.
pleased.
Yo
Then you
estoy
go,
orgulloso entonces.
Nate,
Mire,
I'll tell you where the
le voy a
jobs
decir
are.
dónde están los
You
trabajos.
go right
Ustedes
down
van aquí
and salute Jan Perry.
saluden a
There.
Jan Perry.
Mr. Holding, salute Jan Perry for what she's
por lo
doing
que está
and
haciendo
bringing
ella.
it back. I've talked too
Yo he
long.
hablado mucho,
We've talked too long.
hablamos
I'd
mucho.
like to ask
Me gusta
Councilmember Janice Hahn to join with
que esté
me.
conmigo.
And Miss Perry, we went to Craig Green's
Fuimos a
shop
Craig
this morning
Green's
over at
para
Piper
comprar
Cave.
esta mañana.
You can still come to
Todavía
Helen's house
pueden
for
ir a
some
la casa de
coconut
Helen para
cake, Councilman
pastel
Holden.
de
Okay? For the second
para
time.
la segunda vez.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Muchas gracias,
Labange.
señor Labange.
Colleagues,
Colegas,
following the photographs, we will
después de
be
las fotos que
taking
vamos a tomar
up this item.
este asunto.
Since we haven't voted yet, Mr.
Como no hemos
Labange, and with
votado,
Ms.
señor
Berry
Labange, con
and
la señora
Ms. Hahn's
Perry,
permission, we'll vote as we do the pictures. All right.
Vamos a votar mientras tomamos
All
los retratos.
The machine
La
automatically
máquina
goes to yes for
automáticamente
those
va
folks
así
in the
para esa
audience.
gente en la
If we open the rolls on this Close the
Vamos a
roll.
votar cierre la
and tabulate the votes,
tabulación. 14 sí.
14 ayes,
14
unanimously
sí, unanimamente
passes.
pasó.
Congratulations.
Felicitaciones.
If we can take up
Si podemos tomar
item number
asunto
34
número
next.
34, próximo.
Mr. Clerk,
Secretario,
hold on one moment, please. Why don't we take a couple more photographs?
un par de fotografías más.
I understand there's
Yo
some folks
entiendo
who have
que
to
hay
leave,
gente que
and so,
tiene que irse,
Ms.
entonces,
Miskowski.
señor Markowski.
The only concern I had, I think 34 is going to be a very, very lengthy debate. I know we have some police officers here on the red light issue. Could we take that one up so they can get back? That would be
Which item number is that? Sorry? We'll look for it right now. If there's no objection to that,
Sin
colleagues,
objeción, colegas.
it's a relatively speedy matter. We can take that
Para
up.
apresurar esto podemos tomar.
And,
Item number 24, called
Número
special by
24
Councilmember
especial,
Zine.
concejal.
okay, why don't we take up
¿Por qué no
council,
tomamos
item number
el asunto
24
24
and recognize
y
Mr.
reconocer
Zine.
al señor Zine?
If you press the button, Mr. Zine, thank you.
Apriete su botón, señor Zine.
You'll speak in a minute, Captain. We got to get a little order in here
Tenemos que
first.
una orden.
If we can have a little bit of order, everybody, just so we can continue with the business of the city council. Congratulations again on the last
Otra vez
item.
felicidades en el último
But
asunto.
we have now before
Ponemos
us
enfrente de nosotros
item number
el
24.
asunto
Thank you,
24.
Mr. Chair. Colleagues, on the item number 24, it's the photo red light.
La foto,
I know this was heard in the
la
Public
luz
Safety
roja, es el
Committee,
Comité de Seguridad
recommendations
Pública,
by the
recomendaciones por el
department to
departamento para
move
moverse
forward
para
with
continuando
installations at different
instalaciones
locations.
en
One of the
diferentes
concerns
lugares.
that
Una de las
came up
producciones que salieron
was the 800
era
locations identified
800
and currently
lugares
16
y ahorita
locations throughout the
60
city of Los Angeles,
veces
basically in
lugares por
councilmanic
Los
districts and
Ángeles.
traffic bureaus. And one of the concerns I
Tráfico,
had,
unas
it was
propuestas que
stated
tenía,
during the public
se
safety
dijo
meeting,
en
is
la
that
Junta
we
de
could
Naciones
identify
que podría identificar
those
a
worst of the
esas
worst
peores, los peores
intersections where we have
intersecciones donde
fatal
tenemos
and serious injury crashes and utilize that
choques
as a major
fatales y
criteria
una criteria
versus the
versus
jockeying for one district versus
ir
another.
de un distrito a
If
otro.
there's a
Si hay
disproportionate
una
number of
desproporción
serious
del
injury and
número
fatal
de
crashes at intersections in one
intersecciones
part,
en una
South Los
parte del
Angeles
sur de
versus the
San
San Fernando
Fernando Valle
Valley,
de San Fernando,
we would deploy those resources
pudiéramos
to help
hacer
reduce
para
those
ayudar
numbers. And
a
I
reducir esos
understand
números y
that it's been
entiendo
over
que
11%
ha sido por
reduction
ciento
in
de reducción en
collisions
choques
at the location
en
where
los
we have
lugares
the
donde
photo red light
tenemos
installed compared to a 1 point something reduction overall citywide.
cámaras en toda la ciudad. Entonces la recomendación que yo entiendo es que deben ir para adelante. Pero
the concern about not so much appeasing council districts,
para los
but
distritos del
addressing that issue
casino
of
para
fatal
llevar
injury
esos
crashes and to use a criteria
choques
that would
fatales que
identify the
identificaría
10, the 20 worst in the
10,
city,
20 los peores de la
and
ciudad
then focus
y luego enfocar
the cameras
las
at those
cámaras en
locations,
esos
and
lugares
also
y también
regarding the
acerca de
front license plate,
las
how we address
placas,
that,
cómo vamos a
additional
hacer
cameras
cámaras
to capture, because I
adicionales,
understand there's
porque yo
15%
entiendo
or
que
so
15%
that aren't
que
prosecuted
no
because they don't
están
have a front
seguidos
license
porque no
plate. Can you
tienen
address
licencias
those issues,
enfrente.
please?
¿Te pueden llevar estos
Kevin McCarthy, Commander of the Special Operations Support Division. I'm relatively new with traffic coordination section. I have two subject matter experts with me, Lieutenant Jeff Taylor and Sergeant Steve Foster. And I believe Lieutenant Taylor is able to address your concerns.
Yes, I can.
Sí, puedo.
First of all, this is a
Primero,
three-year
este es un
pilot program that was initially
piloto de 3 años
initiated
fue
in
iniciado
December of
en
2000.
diciembre del 2000.
We have had,
Hemos
we
tenido,
currently have
ahorita
16
tenemos
intersections up and
16
running.
16
And to
intersecciones
evaluate those
corriendo para hablar
intersections,
de
we
esas
looked at the
intersecciones.
2002
Vemos
traffic
al 2000 de
statistics.
estadísticas
There
de
had been
tráfico.
a
Ha habido
1.2% reduction
1.2% de
citywide
reducción
in
por toda
traffic
la ciudad
collisions.
con choques de
If
la
you look at
ciudad.
the
Si
8
ven
intersections that
las
were
8
up and running
intersecciones que
during
están corriendo durante el
2002, there
2002,
was an
hubo
11.3 reduction.
11.3
So
reducción.
it's a significant
Entonces, como
savings,
un
not only in
ahorro significante, no
lives,
nomás en
injuries,
vidas,
but
las
in property
encima de 100
damage.
años de
We
propiedad.
feel that this
Sentimos que este programa
has got a lot of positives.
ha
We'd
hecho
like to
muchos
move forward
positivos,
with
queremos
it.
moverlo para
We still
adelante.
have
Todavía
until the
tenemos
middle of
hasta el video
2004
del
before we
2004
have to
antes de
make
que
a final
tenemos que hacer
decision
una
whether
decisión
we
final
renegotiate this
si renegociamos
contract
este
with the
contrato
current
con
vendor,
el
open it
vendedor
up to
ahorita
other vendors.
o abrirlo a otros vendedores.
What we are going to look
Lo que
forward
vamos a
to
ver
is
es
some increased
ese
use
aumento,
of
uso
those
de
photo red light
esas
cameras
cámaras,
in looking at evaluation
control
of
y
speed
evaluación de
on
velocidad
green.
en verde.
We're looking at
Estamos
a flat
viendo
fee
un
possibly
costo
when we
quizás
renegotiate this
cuando
contract.
regresemos este contrato.
And we're also
Y
supporting
también
the
vamos a
placement
exportar el
of rear
lugar
view
de
cameras to capture
cámaras
rear
para
license plates. Let me assure the council that the selection
para
of
ver
any
las
additional
placas
intersections if
traseras.
this program
Si este
continues
programa
forward will be
continúa
based
para
strictly
adelante,
on
es
traffic
estrictamente
safety.
en seguridad de
We
tráfico.
continually evaluate
Continuamos y evaluamos
traffic accidents within the
accidentes de
city of
tráfico
Los
entre la
Angeles
ciudad de Los
and
Ángeles.
the placement of
Y
these
en lugar de
intersections
estas
that are currently in
intersecciones que
place
ahorita
and
están
any
en lugar en
futures
cualquier
will be
futuro
based
van a ser
strictly on a
basadas
traffic
estrictamente
safety picture.
seguridad
Nothing to
de
do with
retrato,
councilmatic
nada que
districts from here on out.
How do
para
our
adelante.
results
Cómo
compare to other
resolvamos esto
jurisdictions
comparado a
that have
otras
this type of
jurisdicciones que tienen
device
esta
as far
clase
as the
de aparatos
reduction of
en la reducción de
collisions?
choques.
We are currently on
Ahorita
a
estamos
positive.
en
We
positivo.
have seen a
Hemos
positive
visto
reduction.
una
We have
reducción.
not measured up to
No
some
hemos
in
medido
other
algunas
cities
de
that have
otras
used photo
ciudades que
red
han
light.
usado foto,
But let me assure
cámaras,
you that our
pero me aseguro
program
que
is
nuestro
run in
programa está
strict
corriendo
compliance with the
solamente
law.
con la ley.
It is based on
Va
traffic
basado en
safety,
seguridad de
not
tráfico,
on
no
revenue
en
generation, which a
ganancias
lot of other
que
cities
otras
have been accused
ciudades han
of.
sido acusadas.
Because we
Porque
focus so
nosotros
much on
enfocamos
traffic
tanto
safety,
en seguridad de
perhaps our
tráfico, quizás
percentages are
nuestro
not quite
porcentaje
as
no
high
está
as
tan
other cities.
alto como en otras
But let
ciudades.
me assure you
Pero déjeme
that we are
asegurarle que
constantly
estamos
evaluating our
constantemente
picture.
evaluando
We're
nuestros
constantly evaluating
retratos,
the
estamos
current
evaluando
traffic accidents
accidentes de
to
tráfico
make sure
para
that
estar
we
seguros
efficiently
de que
use this
eficientemente
program
usamos
and
este programa
it suits the city and
y
the citizens of
estos
Los
días de los
Angeles.
ciudadanos de la
Thank you,
ciudad.
Reverend. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Cap. Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Zion.
Gracias,
Mr. Parks.
señor Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias,
I have
presidente.
several questions.
Tengo
I
varias
just want to find out
preguntas más. Quiero
on
saber,
the technology.
¿la
Is it
tecnología
available
está
for this
disponible para
speed
esta
through green
velocidad
lights
de la luz
now, or
verde?
is that something that has to be
Ahorita es algo que
developed?
tiene que
No, the
desarrollarse. La
technology is
tecnología
available.
está
We're looking
disponible.
at
Estamos
implementing
viendo
that in
implementar
3
eso
locations within
en
the
3
valley.
lugares dentro del valle.
But
Pero
the vehicle code states
el
you
código del
cannot use
vehículo
a
no podemos
speed
usar
trap
una
for
trampa de
enforcement
velocidad para
purposes.
enforzar.
And what we will be
Entonces lo que
using
vamos a estar
would
usando
technically qualify qualify
técnicamente
as a speed
califique
trap.
como
And I
una
understand
trampa
that the
de
council wants to
velocidad y creo que
have the CLA
eso lo
look
tiene el CELU
into
para ver
legislation that may change
legislación que
that and
puede
allow us
cambiar
to
eso y
enforce
dejarnos
it,
enforzar
much
eso
like they do in
como lo
Canada
haces
and
en
in other
Canadá
states in
y
the
en
United
otros
States.
estados de
Now,
los
there's
Estados Unidos.
currently,
Ahorita
technology for
esta
left turn
tecnología para
violations
violaciones
at
de la vuelta
these
izquierda
intersections.
en estas intersecciones.
into that?
¿Se han visto eso
Yes, we
también?
have, and
Sí, lo hemos
we've
visto
been a little
y
reluctant
estamos
to jump
vacilando
straight
en
into
brincar
left
derecho
turns
en
on
esa
the initial
vueltas en mujeres que
basis of
llevan
this
las
program because we want
cara
it to be
oficial de
as
este
fair
programa
and
porque queremos estar
accepted by the
justos y
public as
aceptados por el
possible.
público lo
We
más
feel
posible.
that if we pick some
Sentimos que si
left-turn
cogemos
intersections
intersecciones para
that
la vuelta a la
perhaps would
izquierda que
increase the
quizás
number of
aumentaría
violations,
las
but would not
violaciones,
have a
pero que no
corresponding
tendría
increase
aumento
in the traffic
correspondiente
accident picture,
de
it
tráfico,
would not reflect
eso no
favorably on the
reflejaría
program.
favorablemente en el programa.
Left turn violations
Violaciones para
and
dar vuelta a
right-of-way
la izquierda y
violations
violaciones
are pretty close to
pues estar muy cerca
red
de
light violations
violaciones de
as
luz
major
roja
causes
como
of traffic accidents.
causas mayores de tráfico.
Yes, and
Sí, y
at intersections that
en
have
intersecciones que
left-turn
tienen
pockets,
bolsas para dar vuelta a la izquierda,
you would need placement of a second
necesitaría de
camera
una
and so
segunda
forth.
cámara.
Those left-turn
Esas
traffic
vueltas para la
collisions at
izquierda,
those
esos choques en las
intersections are
intersecciones
not
no
always
están, siempre
right-angle
están
TCs, which
en
are
los
obviously the
ángulos,
traffic
el
collisions that have the
tráfico
greatest
que
amount of
tienen
injury.
las más lastimadas.
We have focused
Ahora
in
hemos
on
enfocado
right-angle
en
traffic collisions as our main purpose,
ángulos
and
directos
hence have stayed away from a lot of the
y se
left-turn
han quitado
pockets.
las bolsas de vueltas.
ACS, who is our vendor,
ACS, que era
has
nuestro vendedor,
proposed the
ha propuesto
implementation
la
of a left-turn
implementación
pocket, which we are currently
una vuelta para dar
considering.
vuelta a la izquierda que estamos
I
considerando.
would like to
Me
keep
gustaría
looking at
que
it as
sigan
we
viendo
continue
esto
to look at the
continuemos
speed
viendo esta
and green
velocidad.
lights.
La
The other
luz verde
issue
es
has
otra
been
cuestión
discussed with
que
the
se ha
vendor a
discutido
while
el
back
vendedor
was the
mientras
prospects
de los
because of the
prospectos
expense of
por
putting
el
cameras
costo
in
de
so many
poner cámaras en
locations
tantos lugares
that we begin to
que nosotros
install the
empezamos a instalar
boxes
las
at a
cajas
variety of places
en variedad de
and move the
lugares y mover
cameras
las cámaras
to where they
a
can be
donde
more
pueden estar
effective
más
without
efectivas
public
sin que
notice,
la noticia
that you would get
no
the
tenga
benefit
público
of the
pegar el
placement
beneficio del
of the
lugar
structure
de la
plus the
estructura
benefit
y
of
por el
moving
beneficio de
equipment
mover
around
el
in the
equipo
city as opposed
en
to
la ciudad
buying
en
all
vez
the
de
equipment.
comprar
Are we
todo el
still looking
equipo.
at
Todavía
that?
estamos viendo
Yes,
eso.
we are, Chief, but
Sí
the
estamos
problem
viendo,
is
pero
the
jefe, pero
cost of
el
installing
costo
an
de instalar
intersection.
en una
When you're
intersección.
talking having
Cuando
to
está
cut the
hablando de
loops,
tener que cortar
put in the
y
poles and all the
poner los
wiring, that's a
postes y toda
significant
la
cost. And if we
alambrado
have
es un
extra
costo
placements
significante en
that do
esos
not have
lugares
cameras,
donde no tienen
obviously they're
cámaras,
not recouping
obviamente
any
no
of
están
those costs,
recuperando
and
ninguno de esos
ACS is
costos y
reluctant
eso
at this
está
time to move forward with that.
muy para
When we
adelante. Eso,
renegotiate
cuando
this contract,
renegociamos este
we
contrato,
would then look at
entonces
installation
veríamos
of
instalación de
empty boxes
cajas
and give us that
vacías y
ability to
darnos
move the cameras
estabilidad para
around.
The other
mover.
issue is that as you look, and I
Entonces
heard your
cuando
comments
vemos y ha habido
about
sus comentarios
basing this strictly
viendo
on
esto
traffic
estrictamente
enforcement, the dilemma I have with
tráfico, el
that is,
dilema que
as we
tengo
know,
yo
if
de
we're
eso es
dealing with
cómo
just
vemos
total
con
number
un
of
número total de
accidents, you're going to
accidentes.
skew it to the
Van a
north and
hacerlo
the
al
west
norte y
because
el
of the
oeste
speed
por la
primarily,
velocidad
but
primordialmente,
that we have to take
pero
into some
tenemos que tomar una
consideration council
consideración
districts, and maybe
distritos
they
de
may not
considera a
have
lo
the
mejor no
larger
tengan el
number of
número más
accidents,
grande de
but by
accidentes,
proportion, they
pero
are
por proporción
basically in the running as
básicamente
a
están
consideration,
corriendo
so
como
we
una
don't want to
consideración, entonces no
just get
queremos
a
nomás un
numerical count and say that those are the things that
ahora son
drive
las cosas que
placement.
manejamos el
Understood.
lugar y
Okay, and
entendemos.
And then my final deal
Y
is
la
on that
cosa
next
final es el
contract. We
próximo
really need
contrato de veras
to
queremos
reconsider the flat rate, because that is not a
la
benefit to
cuota,
the city, that's a
no,
benefit
eso no
to the
afecta,
vendor.
eso no es beneficio a la ciudad, sino beneficio al
The
vendedor.
problem we have with
El
flat
problema
rate,
que
Chief, is that
tenemos
there is a perception with the rate paid per citation that it's a bounty that the city
multa que
receives, and
el
it's running
condado
into
recibe,
some conflict
esto
in
es
the
un
courts.
conflicto en las
And
cortes.
that's one of the reasons
Y
that
es
we
una de
are
las razones
considering
que
a
están
flat fee,
considerando
and
una
there's also a
cuota
possibility
fija
that it's going to be a
y que va a ser
legislation
una
or
legislación
mandated through
mandada
legislation.
por la
We dealt with the
legislación.
vendor before.
Porque hemos estado con el
They found
vendedor
that
y
it was not
encontraron
this
que no era
financial paradise that they believed, because they
paraíso
actually,
porque en sí
the system
el
actually
sistema en
reduces
sí reduce
accidents.
los accidentes.
But again,
Pero otra vez,
for what little
por
revenue
lo
that's
que ganancia
generated,
que está
the city
generándose,
benefits
la
by
ciudad se
having
gana
that
por
rate,
tener
even
eso,
with that perception.
está con esa
The flat
percepción.
rate really
Una cuota
puts the
fija
vendor
entonces pone al vendedor
control of the system
en el
as
control del
opposed to the city.
sistema en vez de la
Well, my
ciudad.
judgment.
I understand it, but just
Yo
let me
entiendo, pero además
rest assured that
déjeme,
the
esté
police
seguro de que
department
la
and the
parte de
Department of
policía del Departamento de
Transportation is
Transportación
in control
está
of
en
this
control de
program.
este
The
programa.
vendor
Los
is the
vendedores
vendor.
es el
We are in
vendedor.
control of the
Nosotros en
selection of the
control de la
locations
selección
and
de
the
los
management
lugares,
of the intersections.
manejamiento de la
And
selección.
rest assured
Y
that
estoy
that's the
seguro
way
de
we'll
que
stay.
de esa manera se va a
Again, as
quedar.
you negotiate
Porque otra
that,
vez
just
cuando
look at
negocian
that
esto,
flat
más
rate.
bien es
And I know the perceptions are out
cuota
there, and
fija y la
it's prohibited prohibited by legislation, that's another deal, but I think what we have to always look at is the benefit of the city, whatever revenue is generated.
Understood, thank you.
Yo entiendo,
Thank you,
gracias.
Mr. Parks.
Gracias, señor
Report
Parks.
speakers, colleagues.
Otros
Mr. Reyes,
oradores, señor Reyes,
Ms.
seguido por
Kowski,
la
Mr.
Marakowski,
Holden, and
señor
Mr. Zahn
Holden
for
y
the
el señor
second
Sam
time.
por la segunda vez.
Thank you.
Gracias.
I understand the ADSAC
Entiendo
system is a very
el sistema. Es
advanced system in
un
how
sistema
we
muy avanzado y
control
cómo nosotros controlamos
intersections and
intersecciones
lights.
y
What's the
luces.
coordination
¿Cuál es la
between that
coordinación de ese
system and this
sistema
system?
y este sistema?
There's no correlation
No,
whatsoever.
no hay
why aren't
correlación.
we
¿Por qué nosotros
looking at how we leverage
estamos viendo
that
cómo nivelamos
resource?
eso?
And ADSAC has
Porque
cameras at those
en las
intersections.
cámaras
It
en
talks
esa
about
intersección
the
está hablando
fluidity of circulation, how we
flujo
move.
de la circulación, cómo vemos el tráfico. ¿No es cierto? Sí.
Photo red light is about capturing or
cámaras es
identifying
captuar o
those who are breaking the
identificar
law,
esos
who
están
speed
cumpliendo la
through
ley que
red lights or
pasan
running at high
por luz
speeds
roja
through
sobre
the green
velocidades
lights,
altas
correct?
para la luz verde, ¿no?
Yes.
Sí.
So
Entonces,
why are we talking to each other,
estamos
Department of
hablando del Departamento
Transportation,
de
with your unit,
Transportación
and
con
how
su
we
unidad,
coordinate
cómo
these things?
Yes,
coordinamos
we
esto, sí.
are. And ATSAC is
En esas
strictly
bolsas
on
es
the traffic
estrictamente
flow.
el
They
flujo
don't
del
record
tráfico,
their
no
intersections, they
graban las
refuse to
intersecciones,
record their intersections,
rehusan
and they are
grabar
there
las
for that
intersecciones,
specific
están en
purpose.
ese propósito
Photo red light is
específico.
to enforce red light
La
violations,
cámara
completely different
es lo
technology,
más diferente
a
tecnología,
completely different setup.
diferentes.
Okay, when you say they
Cuando
refuse
dices se
to, can you
rehusan,
finish that statement? I didn't quite hear that.
no, y eso.
ATSAC will not
ATSAC
record
no va a grabar
intersections. No video
intersecciones, ningún video.
recording. Granted,
Ellos
they have
nomás
cameras
tienen
that
cámaras,
evaluate the flow of
evalúan el
traffic,
flujo del
but they will not
tráfico,
record
pero
it
no
and keep
graban
those
y mantienen
recorded
esos
views of those
uso de
intersections.
esos
Why not?
esos
Because of the just
Nada más
overwhelming amount of
por la
work that
cantidad
would
de
be to
trabajo que estaría
record
para
all the
grabar
different
todos los
intersections that they're
diferentes
currently
intersecciones que
recording.
ahorita
Point
están
of order,
have to be
Mr. Reyes,
logged.
if I can
Nomás
intercede on
puedo
this, I also
interceder en
think
esto,
it's
también
not
creo que
legal
no es
to
legal.
record it.
Es
It's
una
because
cosa
it's an invasion of
invasión
privacy
de
without
privacidad
notice,
sin
which is
noticia.
why photo red
Por
lights
eso es que
have to follow a
las
very, very
cámaras tienen que
specific
ser
process. So
proceso muy
that's the
específico.
other
Esa es la otra
difference on the ATSAC cameras. We can't use
Las
it to
cámaras
know
no
what's
podemos
going on. And we
para
can know,
ver lo que es
it's point in
punto
time to
en
know what's
tiempo
going on, but
de lo
not
que
to
está
record
pasando,
it
pero no
with
grabarlo.
information that
Con
might give his
información
driver
que puede dar
information,
el chofer
etc.
información.
That's amazing to me. I mean, we spent thousands upon thousands of dollars
miles y
putting
miles de dólares
ATSAC together.
poniéndoles
We've linked development fees as development
costos,
occurs throughout
y
the
ahora lo que
city.
ocurre por la ciudad.
We have a congestion management program that talks about how we keep the city moving. We
Tenemos a la
deal
ciudad
with
moviendo,
land use and zoning
uso
issues to do
de
that.
zonas y
And
hacer
here we
eso, y
can't
aquí no
connect
podemos
that. And
conectar eso.
we got to figure out why, because that's a
Debemos figurar
huge
por qué
investment in
es una gran
ATSAC, and here we
inversión,
are
y aquí
pinching
estamos
pennies to do this
agarrando
photo
penis
red light
para hacer
system.
el sistema de cámaras.
Is it accurate, what I'm
¿Está
saying?
bien lo que estoy
Yes, it
diciendo?
is.
Sí, es.
So it's a legal issue.
Entonces, la
I'm not
cuestión legal
so
no
sure
sé
that
si
it's
es
illegal,
sea
but
ilegal,
I've been told by
pero esto es
ATSAC technicians
los
that their
técnicos
actual
que en sí
recording of the
el
process
proceso
would
de grabar
overwhelm them. They do not have the
sería
ability to be
demasiado,
able
no
to
tienen la habilidad
record
para
and
grabar
store all
y
of that
guardar
video.
todo ese
Have we
video.
tried to connect
Hemos
the two?
tratado de
Have we made
conectar
an
los
attempt?
dos, hemos
No,
intentado
we
hacerlo.
We never have.
Nunca lo hemos hecho, no.
Okay, we should talk a little more.
Debemos hablar un poquito más
I mean, in the office,
en
but
la oficina,
I want
pero
to see how we
quiero
become more
ver cómo se
efficient
puede
as
ser
a
más
city.
eficiente de la
We
ciudad.
spend thousands and thousands of
Gastamos
dollars in
miles y miles de
ATSAC
dólares.
systems.
Sí,
Photo red light that we're talking about, we're doing it in
cámaras y ahora le
increments.
hacemos un
And we know
incremento
that
y
we could
sabemos que
probably quadruple
probablemente
the number
podemos
of
doblar el
locations
número
for
de
the
lugares
system.
para los
Photo red
sistemas.
light. Because you know there's many
Pues
dangerous
hay muchos
intersections. You know, in
peligros
my
en
district,
intersección en mi
you can
distrito,
imagine in the San
en
Fernando
el
Valley, in
pueblo
the
de Valle San
south,
Fernando, en el sur,
the west side, east side.
al oeste, al
This
este.
is amazing to me.
Esto
So
es,
we'll continue this conversation.
vamos a continuar esta conversación.
Thank you,
Gracias.
Mr. Reyes.
Gracias,
Ms.
Reyes.
Miskowski.
Señora Macasca.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas
I just
gracias,
want to
Presidente.
reinforce, I think what Mr.
Reforzar,
Zion
quiero
said, we
reforzar,
did
dijo
hold
que
this in
tenemos
committee,
esto en
and
el
the
comité,
issue had
y
come to
la
committee as
cuestión
a
vino al
consequence
comité
of
a
a
consecuencia
concern
de una
as
preocupación
to were
de
we
dónde
being influenced
estábamos
by the vendor
influenciados por el
as where these
vendedor,
red
dónde
light,
estas
photo red
luces
light
rojas,
enforcement cameras
cámaras
were being
podrían estar
put
sido
based
puestas
on
basadas
the
en
propensity of
la
perhaps the
propensidad de
ticket and the
quizás un
cash flow.
ticket y el
And
flujo.
it became very,
Y
very
eso
clear
se
in
mostró
committee
muy
as
claro en el
testified to
comité,
by
como
the
se
department
testificó en
and
el
the Department of
Departamento de
Transportation
Transportación.
that we are in control
Nosotros
of where
estamos en
these go.
control de
They
dónde
go
van
at the
estas,
most
van en
dangerous
los
intersections that
intersecciones más
have the
peligrosas que
capability
tienen
of
la
having these
capacidad de
lights.
tener estas
Sometimes they
luces, a
don't because of
veces no,
hillside conditions,
porque las
because
condiciones
of
de
curvature,
calles,
so you
por la
don't get the kind of
curvatura,
angle
porque
that a
no tiene la
camera
clase de
picture can
ángulo
give you
que les puede
that
dar.
you correctly identify what's
Por ejemplo,
going on.
identificar lo que está
So
pasando.
this is now
Entonces
working.
ahora está
We have done a
trabajando, hemos
comparison to
hecho una
show that where they
comparación
have been
para
in
decir
effect,
dónde
we
están
have
en
had the
efecto,
ability
tenemos la
to
habilidad
reduce
para
the number
reducir
of
el número
accidents.
de
That is the goal.
accidentes. Esa es la
I
meta.
have no problem
Yo
with
no tengo
exploring what
problema
Mr.
con
Reyes
explorar
has
lo que el
put in.
señor acaba
I
de
have been
poner.
told in the past
He
that
dicho
it
en el
was a
pasado que
civil
es
liberties issue
una cuestión de
based
cuestión de
on recording that information and using it for anything other than exactly the data that's being used for now. So we use it in real time to adjust our traffic flow. But the photo red light, as I think Councilmember Parks talked about, can only go so far as the legislature will allow you, and even there, they're looking to control it. But as we can push the state of the art, because the technology is way ahead of what we've been allowed to do with it. And so I think were we able to use it, particularly in the speeding through green, as we now use lasers and tasers and everything else, and radar. We're getting better at it, and we're getting better at being able to make the case that the legislature allows us to use it. So I would just like
Además me
to
gustaría
encourage the department to continue in its not only monitoring and pushing forward this system as we look to expand it, but look at other opportunities to expand it, whether or not it's a breakthrough with ADSAC, whether or not it's a breakthrough with other legislative possibilities. Let's be out there
vamos a
pushing
estar
it
ahí
as far as we
afuera
think we can.
empujándolo para lo mejor que podamos. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms.
Gracias,
Miskowski.
Marco.
Mr. Holden,
Señor Holden.
faster than a speeding bullet. Mr. Holden.
I just got a few problems
No tengo
here.
algunos
First of all,
problemas aquí primeramente.
it was not the ACS that got this contract initially, it
Tuvo
was
este contrato
Lockheed
era
Martin. And Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin.
And for the members who were not here at
Miembros
the
que no
time,
estuvieron aquí en aquel tiempo
you got to understand
tienen que
that some
entender
of
que
these things
algunas
are
de estas
going to be
cosas,
really
como las
inside
visto,
job.
están trabajos de
I
por
was chairman of the
adentro. Yo
Transportation
era
Committee, and
presidente
they've
del
had this
Comité de
contract
Transporte,
for
tuvieron este contrato
16
por
years,
16
one
años,
way or another.
de una manera u otra.
Okay, they had the contract
Ellos
where
tuvieron el contrato,
we still have it,
todavía
where
lo
all the
tienen,
citations that go
todas
through
las
them,
multas que
they
pasan
get a
por
certain
ellos,
percentage.
cierto
We had a
porcentaje,
quota system where they're writing bad
cuotas
citations.
donde
Every time
escriben
there's
las
a bad
multas
citation, they
equivocadas,
still got that 20%, whatever the case
agarran
may
su
be,
20%
would
lo que
eat the
sea.
rest. So, and
Entonces,
you guys are not a part of that, but
ustedes no
to me
fueron parte de
that's
eso,
a form
pero
of
eso es
corruption.
una manera de corrupción.
And I pointed that
Yo
out.
lo apunté.
Fraud, let's put it that way,
Fraude,
because
vamos
they
a
know
poner
those
esa manera
flight
porque
tickets are on
saben
abandoned
esos
automobiles.
etiquetas
And we use good money to pay
y
for
usamos
bad.
dinero
Number one.
para
Number
pagar
two,
cosas malas. El número
they
dos,
saying here in the
están
first item,
diciendo
no
que el primer
file,
asunto
but
que no en archivo, pero
report
reporte
from the Department of
del Departamento de
Transportation,
Transportación al
LAPD, and
Policía de
ACS
San
report to the
José,
Public Safety Committee.
Comité de
Well, the
Seguridad.
Public Safety
El
Committee is not
Comité de
the appropriate
Seguridad no es
committee.
el comité
I think it's
apropiado, yo creo
the
que es
Transportation Committee.
el Comité de
If you want to report to the
Transportación que
Public
se
Safety Committee,
reporte al
fine.
Comité de
But
Seguridad,
in this
está bien,
report,
pero en este
and the chair of
reporte
the Transportation Committee is
el
not
reporte
here,
del
but on
transporte no está aquí,
behalf
pero
of that chair
parte
of
de
that
ese
committee,
comité.
I want to amend one
Quiero amendar uno
to say that
para
yes,
decir que sí,
Public Safety Committee
Comité de
and
Seguridad y
the Transportation
la
Committee.
Administración.
And then in
Y luego
two,
en el 2,
you say instruct.
usted dice,
You want the legislative analyst to research state legislation to determine if it allows for enforcement beyond photo and red light of motorists traveling at high speeds while traveling through green lights. Now, you know what happened in green lights, and I'm sure you guys do drive because you're officers. And when someone gets to a light and it turns to yellow, just when they enter into it, they may speed up to get on the other side to make sure they clear it. They think they have to clear it before it turns red, but they really don't have to clear it before it turns red. And you're going to see them at an accelerated speed for that short period of time, which I think that is not enough, not sufficient evidence, not even the preponderance of evidence to suggest that they were in violation of the law. That I'm going to oppose to this for sure. So if you just take Mr. President, if you look at 1, 2, 3 separately and independently, I will support one as amended, which includes the Transportation Committee. Two, I would oppose all together because it's not going to be just I got you. And it's not, unless you, right now the law says you have to track a person who's speeding for a certain period of time in order to determine their excessive speed. Is that correct?
To some degree.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
got to be
Holden.
for a period of time. Okay? Then in the last,
Time has expired, Mr. Holden.
number three, Mr. President, they were answering questions and you looked at the top.
I apologize whenever they answer questions.
cuando contestan preguntas.
So, and the last one is that is the preponderance of accidents. And that's where you begin to, for 2004, when you come back to authorize a new contract with ACS or MS, you can look at whether or not accidents have been held in certain intersections, which could be a problem because that means that other areas where it could be a danger zone area will not have these devices installed. And so we would have some problem with that. I probably won't be at the time. But the fact of the matter is that something should be considered by other members of the council. So with that, I'll sit down and have these voted on separately and I'll give my reason why.
We have a second for that?
Tenemos un segundo para eso.
Okay, we have the item
Está bien,
before us.
tenemos el asunto enfrente de nosotros.
Any other members wishing to
¿Algún
be
otro
heard?
miembros que deseen ser
Seeing none,
oídos?
if we can
Dígase
open the
uno,
roll.
si podemos abrir la lista.
There is no second, Mr.
No hay
Holden.
segunda, señor Holden.
Sorry, could you clarify
¿Puede
that?
clarificar
Mr.
eso,
Holden?
señor Holden?
Go ahead.
La moción dice que la 1.
also to
también
Public Safety
al
Committee and
Comité
the
de Seguridad
Transportation Committee, which
entre el Comité de
the first
Transportación,
committee
que el
to
primer comité para
initiate this red
iniciar
light enforcement.
este
And that's
enforcamiento
the
de la luz
Cognizant
roja.
Committee as
Ese
well.
comité también.
The chairperson is
La
not here,
persona
who was
del
on the committee at the time
presidente
this
que no estaba en el
happened.
comité cuando
And
pasó.
I won't be here,
Y
but
no
the
voy a
fact of
estar
the
aquí,
matter
pero
is
la
that
cosa
she
es que
become
debe de
a
venir
part
como
of one where
parte
the
de
Public
una
Safety
palabra
Committee
del Comité de
reports to them
Seguridad,
and
se
also to
aporte
the
con ellos y
Transportation
el Comité de Transportación.
There's a second on that. Okay.
Segundo en eso.
Okay?
Let us take up
And I
the...
said on two,
Y yo digo que los
that
dos,
I would,
que
personally,
yo
I'm opposed to that
personalmente estoy opuesta en
because you
eso
have to,
porque tiene
current
que,
law
la ley de ahorita
says you got to
dice
track
que
a
tiene
speeder, one
que
supposedly
marcar
speeding
a uno que va en
for a period
velocidad
of
por un
time
periodo de
and
tiempo
to make it, for
y hacer
the evidence
la
is clear
evidencia que esté clara.
that they were speeding.
Y
When you go
la
to an
velocidad
intersection,
cuando
you
pasan
go
por
to
la
the yellow
intersección,
light,
van a
you
la
go
luz
to
amarilla, pasan,
you cross the intersection real
cruzan la
fast, and you
intersección
slow
y
down.
luego bajan la velocidad.
That's not sufficient.
Eso no es
So
suficiente.
therefore, on
Pues por
two,
eso en el
if you
2,
separated them, I
si lo
want to work on
separa
it.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. We'll
Gracias,
take those,
vamos a tomar
we'll
esas.
separate the question,
Vamos
then
a
there's been a
separar la
second by
pregunta y
Mr.
nuestro
Reyes.
miembro segundo.
If we can take up the
Si
first
tomamos el primero,
half of the item.
la primera, la
Hold on one
mitad del
second.
asunto de tenerlo un segundo.
Take one vote
Un voto
on the first portion
en la primera
as
porción.
Mr. Holden described
Señor
it.
Holden lo describió.
Mr. Clerk, why don't you describe what we're
Secretario,
voting on?
describa lo que está.
To include in recommendation 1, a report back to the Public Safety and the Transportation Committee.
Okay. That seems to be the case. Why don't we open the roll on that? Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. If we can now let the body know what the second part of the motion is.
To oppose the rest of the recommendations, just item 2.
That recommendation, I believe, is just split, so we're voting on that, right? Yes, for separate votes. So it's not to oppose that we're taking up that recommendation now separately. If we can open the rolls on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that item is approved as well. Mr. Holden, you have a point of clarification? Okay.
Holden is no on two.
Okay. Mr. Holden, you've been recorded as a no on the second one. Mr. Weiss? Okay. All right. Mr. Holden, that was to clarify the issue, right? You don't wish to speak on any other personal privilege?
Issue. Okay, for clarification, what I'm really saying, current law, and the officers are here, when you clock a motorist who's might be speeding, you clock them for a period of time to determine whether or not they're in fact speeding, or you do it with a gun, radar. And, pardon me, sir? Yeah, you do it with a gun. Now, when you go through an intersection, 99% of the people who enter the intersection and the light just turned yellow will accelerate to a certain degree to get through the intersection. But if you have a if you clock them for that period of time and you determine they're speeding, that's not really speeding under current law. But if you put this light, with this detector up there, it'll indicate that they may be accelerating beyond this speed limit area.
We've voted on the matter already, so public comment, you're more than welcome to speak
They asked
further
for
on
an
the issue.
explanation, so
but why don't we need to move on to the next item at this point, because right now it's out of order. But thank you, Mr. Holden, and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
If we can take up item number 11, which I think was called...
Was called special by Councilmember Holden by mistake.
Okay.
No problem with that. I called the wrong.
Okay. If we can open the roll on item 11, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That item is approved. I had mentioned taking up item 34, but we do have some public speaker cards and a member of our Los Angeles Unified School Board here on item number 26. So why don't we take up item 26 at this time? Mr. Clerk.
Item number 26, called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Why don't we take our public speakers first? Welcome, if you would all like to step up and line up. First, we'd invite the Honorable Jose Huizar, member of the school board, to speak, to be followed by Carlene Davis, Michael Haggard, and Selma Williams, and we'll get to the other cards as well. Welcome, Mr. Huizar.
Welcome. Thank you, President. Good morning, council members. I am here to ask for your support for a resolution sponsored by President Padilla. It is a resolution that will ask for your opposition for the governor's proposed budget that will ask for a realignment of early child care centers. I We at the school district are facing many cuts, but I felt compelled to come today and ask for your support on this one because of its drastic impact it will have on our 101 early child care centers. It will have a tremendous negative impact that would jeopardize the funding for these centers, possibly close some of them, and it is a plan that is not well thought out. Specifically, the proposal by the governor will not guarantee a source of stable funding for our early child care programs. It will not be included in Proposition 98 and therefore put that funding in jeopardy. Under the proposal, the programs will also be transferred to the County of Los Angeles, which at this time is not prepared to take on the responsibility of our early child care centers. Our speakers here today have a lot more to say on this item, but I want to finish by saying that this is an issue of social justice and equity because the families that enroll their children in our early childhood centers are low income, and many of them would not be able to afford child care without these programs. I ask you to support the resolution. The school district voted to oppose the governor's realignment on early childhood centers on March 25th, and we ask that the City Council do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. Carlene Davis.
Good morning, Council. My name is Carlene Davis. I'm the Child Care Coordinator for the City of Los Angeles. And this morning while I was sitting at breakfast, I had a reporter come to me to talk about the events in Iraq today and talked about what the realignment of power would mean. Suffice to say, my response won't be on the evening news, but I thought about what the realignment of child care would mean for the state of California, the County of Los Angeles, and the City of Los Angeles. And in essence, what realignment won't change is a lot of things. Realignment won't change the fact that there is a lot of poor quality care where children are just being warehoused. Realignment won't change the fact that child care workers don't even earn a living wage, let alone have health benefits. Realignment won't change the fact that infant care costs $7,000 a year, which is about 60% of minimum wage before taxes. Realignment won't change the fact that parents with children with special needs won't be able to find the care that they need. And it won't change the fact that a single parent working in the City of Los Angeles as a clerk typist with 2 children can't afford to put them in our own child care sitter. And so while the governor thinks that this is just a local issue, child care is not an issue that can be solved at the local level. Child care is an issue that must be solved at both the local, state, and federal level. So realignment will not ensure that all families have access to high-quality child care where children thrive, and I encourage you to oppose realignment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Haggard.
Good morning. I am Michael Haygood, president of the Organization for Early Education Center Administrators and principal of 36th Street and Normandy Avenue Early Education Centers. I come urging you to support the resolution relative to current statewide early care and educational development administered by the California Department of Education and to oppose the governor's budget proposal for child care funding realignment to the County of Los Angeles. I'd like to thank Alex Padilla and Jose Huizar from LA Unified School District for their consistent support of early ed programs in LA Unified. Early ed is one of the cornerstones of education, meeting the developmental and educational needs of young children ages 0 to 5. Our goal is to maintain child development programs funded by the general fund. It's necessary and important to meet the educational needs of children of California. We oppose realignment because it undermines 60 years of hard work on the part of early childhood educators. Research has shown that early intervention is the key to educational success for disadvantaged children. Research has shown that child development programs have leveled the playing field and helped disadvantaged children gain early literacy and language skills, mathematical computation, and the like. With program accountability and developmentally appropriate care, families have the peace of mind that their child is not only in a safe place, but will get the best education possible. Realignment will place 443,000 children and 281,000 families at risk of losing quality center-based child care. Realignment compromises quality child care and development, and it threatens school readiness. Realignment is an effort to amputate child development programs from the body of education. Saying that it is a social service is a travesty. If I am to be sarcastic for just a moment, I'd like to talk about Governor Davis's proposal and liken it to giving our children from age 3 a sentence to go to jail with the possibility of a 4-year extension. What that means is that the state spends $7,000 per student each year, but could spend $27,000 for each inmate annually. And our criminally underfunded schools would qualify for the only category in the governor's proposed budget that's slated to get more money this year. Governor Davis is asking for a 1% budget increase for the California Department of Corrections. Meanwhile, our schools are flinching at the threats of abusive slashes and shifts in state support. Given the alternative of layoffs, I guess myself as an administrator of the last 5 years, I should be glad and jump for joy at the chance for the district schools to be transformed into prisons and consider my students inmates. It is obvious that our government has prioritized building a $280 million prison. If we were to categorize our children as prisoners in educational institutions, it might be the case that our government would fund their education. Lastly, I'd like to say that the sarcastic, bleak outlook for our schools based on Governor Davis's proposal is bleak at the least, and the future of early childhood education being turned over to the county is likened to societal genocide. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Hager. Appreciate your testimony. Selma Williams, to be followed by Cheryl Johnson-Jones, and we have Rosemary Mena last.
Good morning, board members and honorable city council members. My name is Selma Williams, and I'm a parent from 36th Street Early Education Center. I am here on behalf of the Parents Association, and I would like to thank Mr. Jose Huizar for his resolution against the realignment of early education. These centers play a vital role in our community. They enable parents such as myself to obtain a job or continue school to further a career to better our children. Governor Gray Davis' proposal to put our children's education and our future at risk, to set them up for failure. At this present time, our children are supposed to be our most and foremost concern. Every politician, when running for office, states that education is first and foremost, but when we get into tough times, such as we are now, they run and they cut the budget with education. Our children need to remain first and foremost from now and into the future. They are our future. Governor Gray Davis might not have children within the system right now, but I do, and other parents at the centers. Thousands of our parents wish to have this realignment, not amended, but to be stricken from law. We do not need this, we do not want it, and we will not stand for it. I hope that you guys will see our point and stand behind Mr. Huizar on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Johnson-Jones, be followed by Rosemary Mena.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, LA City Council members. My name is Cheryl Johnson-Jones, and I am proud to stand here and to say to you that I am a public school teacher. In a state where 33% of children live in poverty, 6.2 million of our kids come to our classrooms hungry every day. The same children begin school at a tremendous disadvantage. There is no longer any debate about the value of pre-kindergarten. Numerous studies confirm that children who participate in quality pre-kindergarten programs are better prepared for kindergarten. They exhibit better language and mathematics skills, better cognitive and social skills, and better relationship with classmates than similar children who do not participate in such programs. Researchers have also found that these children are less likely to drop out of school, repeat grades, need special education, or get into future trouble with the law. Ensuring children enter school ready to learn is fundamental to academic success, and if there is any change in its delivery system, then Sacramento needs to keep the focus on education and on the quality child development. The governor's proposal to realign early childhood has placed 443,000 children at risk of not only losing service provided, but also places them at a disadvantage when entering kindergarten. The funding for child development services will be transferred to county government general fund with no guarantee that money will then be spent on similar programs. Up and down the state, early childhood educators offer exemplary center-based early childhood educational services to the children of California. We oppose realignment because it undermines 60 years of hard work on the part of early childhood educators to be acknowledged and accepted by the legislation and by the field as true educators. Thank you, LA City Council. Thank you, Alex Padilla, for sponsoring the resolution to oppose realignment. In behalf of all of the early childhood educators of Los Angeles Unified School District, we would like to thank Jose Huizar for leading the LAUSD Board of Education for consistently supporting the early education programs for the children of LA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mina.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable President Padilla and the Honorable Council members for supporting the resolution against realignment. On behalf of all the parents of early education centers in Council District 7 and in the San Fernando Valley, we thank you. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I would like to speak about something that is very dear to my heart, and that is early education. I am a mother of a 3.5-year-old, and he is a marvelous product of early education. As I speak, Governor Gray Davis' proposal for realignment of early education is threatening the infrastructure of our educational system. How so? It undermines school readiness efforts and vital linkages between early education and education K through 12. If early education is transferred to the county, it would be degraded to an inferior service, and early education as we know it today would come to an end. The child development system was discovered 60 years ago. Why do I say discovered? Because it's like the discovery of penicillin, which has saved lives and has aided society immensely. How can we turn our backs on such discoveries? How can we go back to the dark ages? Early education and early intervention is like a vaccination against illiteracy and poverty. How can we as a society allow the dismantling of a system which took over half a century to build? A system which has departments and universities throughout our nation. The child development system has in actuality become a science that has been proven time and again. Research and statistics clearly indicate the success rate of children who are enrolled in early education programs. That is why it is vital that early education advocates stand together for a continued statewide educational child development system that delivers optimal school readiness for all of California's neediest children. We look forward to the support of our elected officials. Let us not turn our backs on our children. Let us not turn our backs on early education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, Jose Huizar, for being here as well. It's not usually the custom to speak from the chair, so I'll just say very briefly, I wanted to thank Marcelo Lucero from my staff as well. And I know I joined many of you the last 2 years to testify to make sure we kept on those early education centers at LAUSD, and it was a real privilege to be with you, and you'll see where my vote is today, too. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Padilla this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to all the members of the early childhood development and education community. I want to thank you for your day-to-day leadership in providing the services for the young people of Los Angeles, and especially my thanks and respect to School Board Member Huizar for leading the battle on the school board side. It's been great working with you, and it's great to see you here. Colleagues, just within the last week, if you look at something that we've done, we honored the Youth Council today for their activism and contributions to the city of Los Angeles. Last week, Councilmember Greuel and I stood together declaring this is the month of the young child, clearly concerned for education, for the issues of young people, for childcare is not lost on the city of Los Angeles. It may not be our primary function, but it is clearly on our radar as a need and a concern for quality of life for families that we represent. This is certainly no different. We talk about education being an issue and being a first priority. This falls into that category. Now, we stand here asking the state not to make these budget cuts. or to propose these realignments. We know that there's going to have to be some cuts at the state, and we can stand here all day long opposing cuts in education, opposing cuts in health care, opposing cuts in transportation, opposing cuts in public safety, but we know, because we're in similar responsibilities, that there's going to be some tough choices to be made. But I think we recognize that and bravely take the action today by saying, of all the cuts that you can possibly make, we stand by these as the last ones that we want to make. It is about child care, which is a big concern and need in the city of Los Angeles. It is about providing an educational head start for kids throughout the city of Los Angeles, and is a priority. But if even we take a step back from that and say this is about creating an environment and facilitating a process where young people will gain the skills and the tools they need to enter school with a better ability to learn, to live in our communities with a better chance of succeeding and thriving and be contributing members of our society, what greater value can you put in that? What greater priority can we as policy and decision makers have than that? For me, that's what compelled me to introduce this resolution. It had its full hearing. We want to thank, again, the service providers for being here and articulating the nuts and bolts needs of what this means to the state, to the county, the dollar figures, and to the children and families that they serve each and every day. I just wanted to provide the context of my thoughts and ask for your support in taking this action. 42,000 young children in the city of Los Angeles stand to be hurt by this realignment. Let's keep them and their families in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I rise to applaud the advocates that have come here today. Council Board Member Jose Huizar, we advanced you, huh? For all your good work. Part of my district, we work together, and we are doing our best to be creative in how we deal with these issues of providing a desk for our children. But in this particular case, with these issues, when you look at the statistic today, 36% of our youth are living below poverty. And what that translates into is their stark reality that today they have to take a bus 2 or 3 hours at a time just to get to school, then to come back. So they have to face those kinds of challenges, let alone not being able to understand how to even excel and have basic skills to last through that experience. At the very beginning is going to be even a more severe hardship. On a personal note, I have a sister who's been working with child care for almost 12, 15 years. And she tells me about the horror stories in which she's dealing with kids. She goes home to their homes and she finds out that there are abused environments, there's drug addictions, there's latchkey conditions. And these are the kinds of experiences they're going through because of poverty, lack of jobs, lack of resources. And here we are making them suffer even more if we do not support these programs. This past year, I had a child care facility, people that run this operation, literally with their kids marching around City Hall because we had to cut back their funding given our limited amount of funds. We had $9 million to allocate a block grant, $22 million a request. And the whereas is, if we do not support this, if we do not get this funding, the programs that are going to be left out in the cold will also have to compete for block grant, and they will not have the opportunity to be funded, so our ability to help them is going to be even less. So we need to put pressure on the state, continue that message that our children do matter, it is our future, and the investment today will far, far exceed the kinds of costs that essentially we will bear in the future for their neglect today. So thank you for your support, thank you for your advocacy, and hopefully this message will be sent out and clear, and we should be getting a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Ms. Gould to be followed by Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. I, too, want to acknowledge all of the advocates who came today, in particular, Board Member Jose Huizar. as someone who has been there in the last 20 years where we started to get some state funding for child care slots, and we really set up an expectation for a number of our families that these child care positions were going to be here, that we were going to be able to help those individuals and those kids particularly who had no other options. As someone mentioned, one of the women that spoke today, the proposed realignment of child care funding puts 443,000 children and 281,000 families at risk. That's worth repeating again. 443,000 children and 281,000 families at risk of losing their child care funding. Major refunding of child care programs, administration, and regulation should be based on policy, not on budget restrictions and budgeted considerations. This is a major issue for us in the state of California. So funding for us is critical to a young child's ability to get into school, to succeed in school, and that's why I think you see all of us standing up here today saying we cannot balance the budget on the backs of our young children. It's very, very important that we not do that. Under the governor's proposal, county administrative officers of social services would be responsible for the administration and regulation of these child care programs, neither of which who have really run this type of educational programs. We see that New York and Colorado and Texas all have disturbing examples of what can happen if California realigns our child care program. California would have 58 different kinds of county child care systems in the state of California. Different sets of requirements and regulations. Also, the administrative costs would be significantly more than currently the one system in California. So in fact, we would be losing money, I believe, in some of these if we're going to change the administrative system that has worked effectively. And we don't always say that about the state of California, about something that's worked effectively. But in this instance, it has been something that has provided child care slots up and down the state. The children of Los Angeles and our future in the state of California should not, again, balance the budget on 443,000 children's backs to balance this budget. It is critically important. I applaud my colleagues who introduced this motion because we need to stand up and say this cannot be cut. And again, thank you to all of you for being here today. And I urge an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grewal. Mr. Holden.
Ms. Grewal, you said it so well. The governor showed his hand, or true colors, where his heart is not where it ought to be, with the families and that are in need, and certainly with the children, by suggesting and proposing a budget that would require the counties realign the budget in such a way, authorization funding, whereby the counties would then have the responsibility and they would compete with block grants and so on with other programs. That's just not fair. That's guaranteeing that the children will not learn, early childhood education and others will just fail. It's a failure. The mistake was made in Sacramento in terms of having a deficit of $30 billion, going from a surplus of $12 billion, not by the children, not by local government, not by the county. They didn't make the mistake. It just goes to show that once you're in office sometime, you're influenced by bureaucrats, influenced by lobbyists, and what really happened was that they had deregulations, you've heard it over and over again, which caused a deficit and high energy rates. And now they're going to punish children to try to find a way to pay for that budget shortfall. It's a sad day for the people of the state of California when they don't have the experience or institutional memory in Sacramento. And you can blame them because they imposed it on themselves by term limits. And it's coming home to roost. They're suffering. They'd have to pay the price for what they caused on themselves by sending people to Sacramento who did not understand the process, did not understand the game plan, and they were manipulated. And this is the results of it. Not only has it happened there, where it doesn't serve the best interests of the people, but from day to day, you can almost see that the same thing is happening here at the city council level or the boards of supervisors. I would say to you that I enthusiastically support the motion by Mr. Padilla to call upon the governor to change his budget allocation program and to change that reallocation program and realignment and not take these fundings, these needed fundings, away from my children and their families that are in need. There's nobody suffering more in the state of California, the nation, and the world than are the children. They're at the mercy of those adults. And we put him there to represent us. We hope he'll do that and do it well. Take heed to this policy that we're going to send to him.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Any other colleagues wishing to be heard? Seeing none, if you'll please open the roll on the item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
That item is unanimously approved. Congratulations. If we can continue to hold 33 on the desks, and Mr. Clerk, take up next item, I believe 34.
Item 34.
All right, we have item 34 before us, colleagues. Mr. Padilla, as chair of the committee, if you'll hit your button, we'll hit you first. Thanks.
Okay. If the clerk can cue me up for the record. Members of the public, members of the council, I apologize in advance if I'm about to be long-winded because this item now before us is certainly significant and somewhat complex as well. By way of background, because I think there's been a buzz around this council about the Ethics Commission recommendations that were forwarded to the Rules, Elections, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, and then the committee report, in addition to that, that's before us for consideration. By way of background, I think a lot of this came from the last cycle of campaigns when it really, far and above previous campaign cycles, exemplified a trend for increasing dollars being poured into city elections, both in council races and in citywide races, in the form of independent expenditures. There was an attempt 2 years ago to provide some additional structure and protections for minimizing the influence of money in elections and minimizing the influence of money into office holders and their decision making. In the past, it has been under a lot of leadership from Councilmember Misikowski, former Councilmember Michael Fuhr, as well as others. There was an item that was before us, and Leanne maybe can give a lot of the technical history here from the Ethics Commission, but there was an ethics proposal before us when a lot of the new council members were first elected that was vetoed by the mayor in his request to come back with more of a comprehensive package, and the Ethics Commission has come forward with this proposal. It's so comprehensive that it touches upon how to define campaign expenditures and independent expenditures. It touches upon matching funds and the rate at which we award matching funds to candidates. Some of it talks about the pros and the cons of some of these new rules applying to primary elections versus general elections. It talks about lobbying activity, reporting, and disclosure. It talks about independent expenditures by for-profit corporations, by labor unions. It talks about not just campaigning or expenditures in general, but what types of campaigning expenditures, whether it's phone calls or brochures or anything else. It talks about even adjusting limits for contributions and spending to be adjusted over time for inflation. It touches upon personal loans and how much people and under what terms and conditions candidates can lend personal money to their campaign accounts. It seeks to change rules when it comes to our office holder accounts. It seeks to touch upon how campaign debt is retired in fundraising windows both before and after the elections. It talks about candidates' name and changes to how they may or may not appear on voter information pamphlets. So that's not to try to intimidate anybody. That's just to try to shed light on the complexity of this. And I also want to state for the record that we had, I believe it was 4 hearings of this matter at committee. So the community and the public has had ample time to address the council in the venue at the policy committee. And what's before you for consideration is the Ethics Committee original proposal, a committee report which adopts some elements, doesn't adopt other elements, and has amended other elements and proposes them here for consideration. I want to thank Councilmember Misikowski for hanging in there through those multiple hearings. On a lot of the things we actually agree, and there's a united committee recommendation for. On some things we disagreed and viewed slightly different on, and I think those differences of opinion are reflected in the committee report. And I'll end with, for now anyway, the suggestion that we approach this procedurally similar to how we approached the consent decree for those of us who were here at the time, or those of you who watched. Not that this is the consent decree in terms of significance and magnitude, but what we did, given the complexity of the situation, is take this recommendation by recommendation, in some cases line by line, to discuss the issue, clarify for everybody's understanding and consideration, and to focus the conversation so that we're not bouncing around between recommendation 3 and recommendation 7 and recommendation 4 and recommendation 1 as we discuss and pose questions to the staff. So let me just end for now and ask Ron Deaton to come up, Leanne from the Ethics Commission to come up, and the City Attorney's Office to come up, and all the staff that made it a party at committee. Maybe we can begin with brief presentations by each of the staff people at the table, and then continue with council member discussion and debate.
Okay. Also, just colleagues, for your information, we do have public speaker cards. We have heard a public testimony on this, but with a motion, obviously, we can reopen the testimony. But why don't we right now hear from our experts at the table, and we'll move on from there.
Yes, thank you. Council members, Leanne Pelham with the City Ethics Commission. We are pleased to have the chance to bring this package to you today. It, as the Council President just indicated, does reflect 18 months of thinking and research and analysis on this issue, and the input of political those experienced in politics in the city of Los Angeles, those who study politics in Los Angeles, and those of us who administer and enforce the law here in the city. I think also, as the council president indicated, there is quite a degree of consensus that was expressed by the Rules Committee after its 5 hearings on this issue, and those are outlined in a variety of documents in a briefing book that we provided to you all, in a document that lists item by item the consensus that the committee reached, as well as points to the 2 areas where there was no consensus reached by the committee members. We also have a chart, and I understand that there are other charts in circulation this afternoon that will help walk through the discussion. As you know from the materials that we've provided to you, the package that we've sent to you is really based on an effort to try and make sure that our city's comprehensive system of campaign finance reform, which has been the most strong and effective of any local jurisdiction in the country, continues to be that way in an era of increasing independent expenditures. The Commission has been aggressively evaluating the laws over our history, and in 1999 first put forward a series of recommendations which were vetoed by the mayor in 2001. But a number of those proposals are contained in the package before you. There have been some modifications, and obviously looking to address some of the issues that the mayor raised, primarily dealing with the issue of independent expenditures. And so the package before you today really tries to give candidates the ability to ensure that as a matching of funds participant, they can continue to have their voices heard and not be drowned out by the increasing volume of independent expenditures and member communications that we've seen in city races. So we're very much interested in having the debate and the discussion with you, and look forward to your support of the package.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Miriam Krinsky, and I'm the president of the City Ethics Commission. As has already been indicated, this has been a very long journey that all of us have been down. And it's one that has not been without its complexities and challenges, but there have been certain themes and drumbeats that have come through loud and clear over the course of our Commission's hearings that spanned a year-long period of time and that have now brought this package before you today. There has been no question through the course of our evaluation of these issues and our assessment of how our matching funds program that was approved by our voters is working, there's no question but that everyone is troubled. And the essence of that concern is the fact that independent spending in our city races has reached an unprecedented level. There is no dispute but that everyone is troubled by the notion that the essence of our matching funds program and the essence of what our city system is about is being undermined by that unprecedented spending. Our city system is premised on the notion that all voices need to be heard, and that voices in our city's electoral process should not be drowned out by special interest spending and by non-candidate spending. We can't limit those types of spending, but we can create a system, and we've sought to create a system with an even playing field, a system whereby that type of spending, when it rushes into a race, doesn't threaten to distort and undermine what our matching fund system has been sought to bring about. Over the course of our process, we sought first and foremost to address the part of our package that's new and different vis-a-vis what this council approved 2 years ago. As was already indicated, much of the package that you have is no different than what this council approved 2 years ago. What is different and what is innovative and what is critical is the elements of our package that seek to address what the mayor told us needed to be addressed when he vetoed the package in 2001. At that time, the mayor observed the exponential increase in independent spending in the citywide 2001 race. And he told us what we needed was a, quote, comprehensive overhaul of our system to address, quote, the influence of special interest. He told us we needed fundamental change, we needed meaningful reform, and in fact, he identified 3 specific areas where change was needed. All 3 of those areas are in the package that you have before you today. And that is what's changed over the course of the last 2 years. What we've sought to do in those 3 proposals that stemmed from the mayor's veto letter itself is to deal with the disconnect that our system currently has in place. And let me explain what I mean by that. Under our current system, when a candidate agrees to be part of our matching funds program, they make a promise to the voters. And in essence, what they say to the voters is, if you allow me to benefit from matching funds that you, the voters, have said that city money should be devoted to, I will agree in exchange to limit my spending. Well, under our current system, when independent spending is made on behalf of that candidate doesn't simply benefit from the independent spending, they also have the windfall, the irrational windfall of having the spending limit that they have agreed to abide by lifted. No other system in the country has what the Brennan Center has deemed the irrational approach that our city currently has in place in that regard. So when we sought to bring about these reforms, we sought to fix that disconnect that the status quo currently has in place. Or in other words, what we sought to do is put in place a system whereby when independent spending is made on behalf of one candidate, the other candidates in the race are going to have a better ability to get their message out in 3 ways. First of all, their matching fund rate will increase when independent spending of a large magnitude is made on behalf of other candidates. Secondly, the spending limit will be lifted not for everyone in the race, but only for those candidates that aren't benefited by the independent spending. And thirdly, that the contribution limits will be lifted not for everyone in the race, but only for those candidates that don't benefit from the independent spending. It's those latter 2 provisions that the city attorney has had concerns about and has deemed to be unconstitutional. And we wish that those differences could have been resolved, but we simply don't see eye to eye on their view that those other two provisions are inconsistent with the law. In fact, we're not alone in our view that there is no constitutional problem with our package. 3 other independent groups, the Brennan Center, that's come forward and said that they would gladly defend these provisions if they were passed by this body, the Center for Government Studies and Common Cause have all analyzed the law and made clear their view that the law is anything but clear, that we're writing on a clean slate in this part of the country. And in light of the fact that the law isn't crystal clear, that there is no clear-cut case out there that would stop this body from engaging in the reforms that we've proposed, it really comes down at bottom to a policy question. Is it worth fighting for our system and fixing the disconnect that currently exists? Or should we abandon that effort out of fear of litigation that could occur in any event, even if the package that the city attorney has signed off on were put into place? We think our law is worth fighting for, and we encourage this body, as recommended by the Rules Committee, to move forward today.
Good afternoon, council members. Deputy City Attorney Renee Stadel. Our office has gone down on this journey with the Ethics Commission for the past year and been involved in many discussions with them regarding they're pushing the envelope in a lot of the proposals that they are considering and have put forward to you today. Many of the issues have gone away during those discussions. However, the city attorney remains very concerned about 2 of the provisions that have come out of the Rules Committee. And those concerns are based on the First Amendment. The particular provisions that we have those concerns about are the ones that raise contribution limits and raise spending limits for some participating candidates, but not others, on the basis of the content of independent spenders' speech. Because this is these would be content-based restrictions on speech based on Supreme Court decisional law and other law, we believe that a court would apply strict scrutiny, which means that the city has to show a compelling interest to adopt these provisions. We do not believe that the city can show a compelling interest as to these provisions. And the compelling interests that have been put forward, one accepted by the Supreme Court, is to avoid corruption or the appearance of corruption, and we do not believe that either of these provisions serve that interest. Furthermore, you may hear some talking about leveling the playing field. The U.S. Supreme Court said in Buckley versus Vallejo in 1976 and has continued to say that that is not even a legitimate governmental interest for restricting speech in the campaign finance area. One other possible interest that may be served here is to provide incentives for people to participate in the public matching funds program. The court has recognized that a public matching funds program can serve the interest of avoiding corruption and the appearance of corruption by allowing candidates to get partial public funding and reducing the reliance on private contributions. However, we're in a situation here now that the Los Angeles system has been so successful that we now have over a 90% participation rate. Because of that participation rate, incentives are no longer needed. We believe that our analysis is correct, and we know that last month the Ninth Circuit recently issued a decision, not directly on this type of provision, but employing the same type of analysis that we have used when we came up with our opinion back in January. So we think that the trend is to follow that type of analysis. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
have before you is two ordinances, neither of which, and a committee report, with no recommendation from the committee report. The ordinances are not reflective of the committee report, and what basically is going to be necessary is for the council to go through each issue, in my opinion, and direct the city attorney to either modify the ordinance. If there are no modifications to the ordinance, then you could adopt one of the two ordinances. But if any of the changes recommended, or at least agreed upon in the committee, are also the positions of the council, then the ordinance will have to be changed to reflect those differences. So we have prepared a chart. There's several charts, but the chart is what we believe are the major issues, what the city attorney originally had their concerns relative to the Ethics Commission's proposal, and then a comment whether or not what the committee did, which is on the far right, what the committee did resolve the city attorney's view or not. And as the city attorney has indicated, in two cases that's not the case. They still have concerns, and so there still needs to be an up and down vote on the committee, on the issues in the committee report. And then yesterday you also have a letter from the mayor on 3 points, one agreeing with the city attorney, and then taking exception to discussions that were in the committee. But other than that, it's a fairly straightforward issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have next on the queue Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Zine, Mr. Garcetti, Ms. Gruhl, and Mr. Parks. Ms. Misikowski as Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank the Ethics Committee, the Ethics Commission, and the Rules and Elections Committee Chair for spending the time on this that has been spent. Members, when we look at this file, and when we look at the work that the Ethics Commission did to get us to where we were in August of 2001, they had done an incredible amount of work. That is the date that the mayor vetoed that ordinance. I've asked to be distributed to you the mayor's August 2001 veto letter. As Ms. Krinsky indicated, the mayor told us the reason he was vetoing that at that time was that with the advent of independent expenditures and spending by political parties, a far more comprehensive approach is needed to achieve the Ethics Commission's goals. That's a direct quote. He then goes on to say that the council is now considering retaining the spending limit for candidates benefiting from the threshold amount of independent expenditures while lifting the spending cap for others, retaining the contribution limits for candidates while raising them for others who are not beneficiaries of independent expenditures, increasing the amount of matching funds available to candidates facing an opponent who's benefiting from the independent expenditures. This is what the mayor told us in his letter in 2001 were proposed solutions. This is then the mayor on page 4 of his letter says, why don't you do this? Sustain the veto, go back to rules and election, develop these amendments consistent with what was recommended in that motion, and review it in terms of whether or not it's doing the job. That's exactly what we have before us today. Exactly what we have before us today. After much more time, deliberation, and the ability of the Ethics Commission to analyze the race in 2001, which started to show for the first time the serious exponential expenditure of independent expenditures in all of the races across the board, and the deleterious effect they were having on what we had thought, which was a tried and true and successful matching fund, campaign limitation, expenditure program that had been going on, and I dare say many around this horseshoe have been, myself included, beneficiaries of the matching fund, beneficiaries of having spending limits, beneficiaries of working within that system. Most recently, that is being sort of literally almost thrown out as a consequence of independent expenditures and the irrational way which we first addressed it. You get an independent expenditure, everybody gets more money. You get an independent expenditure, everybody can raise more money. The Ethics Commission says, let's try to alter that. Let's try to make it similar to what the Matching Fund program did. And that's what we have before us today. We have had, even when the city attorney said that they felt that there were constitutional free speech issues, they analyzed 2 more recent court cases, one affecting, I think, the 8th district and one affecting the 1st district appellate divisions for the leading on to the U.S. Supreme Court. Those 2 district court cases disagree with each other. The one that allows an entity to go farther, the city attorney says, we agree with that logic more succinctly. We think pushing that envelope is better. We have had any number of legal opinions come forward and say, we think this is defensible, we think we can do it. And members, I believe this is a matter of principle. I think we need to tackle this. I think the Ethics Commission has done an outstanding job, and I think it's time to say the principle matters in this one. We should move forward, and I'm going to move Ordinance B, which the only distinction between ordinance and ordinance B is what the mayor had initially told us in committee, and that is allowing the length of time for citywide candidates to be consistent with what it is now, shorten it for council candidates. The other interesting point to look at is no one has threatened to sue us. All of the hearings that the Ethics Commission had, we've seen members here when we are pushing an envelope in a policy matter, whether it's burglar alarms, whether it's gun controls. We have had people standing on that podium and saying, I'm going to sue you if you do this. No one has threatened that suit. There's a theoretical concern the city attorney has with free speech, but no one is out there saying, I agree, I'm representing this or that group, and I'm going to file that suit. We have support for this principle, support for this policy and adopting it from 2 editorials recently, one in the Los Angeles Times and one in the Daily News. I dare say over the last 2 years that I've been around here, I can't recall the last time we had both major newspapers supporting something. Usually it's almost exactly the opposite. Members, I think this is a matter of principle. I think we have had taken a stand when it's important. We've taken a stand on constitutional issues of pushing gun control law when we've been faced with the idea that perhaps we can't, and we've been successful. If there is a constitutional principle here, I think we can deal with it. I think we can show in this city more than any other the dollars spent are higher than anywhere else around the country. The exponential percentage increase that is being spent independent expenditures as opposed to the system that we and the voters set in place is distorting, if not destroying, that very system we put in place. So I ask that I have no objection to going point by point because there are a lot of issues. I think it'll be a good debate, but we must take this step. We must act. Further delay or further watering down of this proposal is not going to do what I think we want to do. We all sit here and wring our hands about independent expenditures. This is the solution.
Excuse me, is there a second on Councilmember Miskowski?
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. In the spirit of better government, I know we've been working hard. I applaud the committee chair, the vice chair, and the commission for all the great work. We understand it's 9 months of work. Last night I get a 60-page report. I get a letter from the mayor, letter from the controller's office, and we're supposed to have a healthy debate today. So I know the committee did a great amount of work, but in the spirit of better government, I wanted to suggest to my colleagues that we use this time to ask questions, and that we continue this debate so that we can engage in a manner that's informed. We all want the same thing. We all hear our constituencies. And you're right, Councilman Miskowski, when 2 editorials are making that statement, it is a miracle in the Los Angeles area. But the fact is, I like to be more informed. I want to digest what's being proposed. I like to understand the idiosyncrasies of these changes. I know that there are vast differences in the conduct and behavior and how the machinations evolve from one part of the city to another just because of economic differences, just because of demographic differences. These are idiosyncrasies we need to digest. So in that spirit, I'd like to make a friendly motion in which we use today to ask questions if we have any, but to continue this discussion next council meeting or maybe next week, but give us time to digest this information, this material. There are many charts, there are many points of view. Councilmember Zion had some great questions. Who advises the commissioner if you are having differences with the city attorney? Where's the CLA's report on this? I mean, where's the issue of the CAO and the cost of impact on these decisions? We don't have those answers before us right now. We just received it. It's hot off the press. Let's have a healthy debate, colleagues. Let's table this another week in the spirit of better government, and let's make informed decisions and give us time to digest this material. I know you worked hard. A lot of committee time's been spent on this, so why not do the healthier course of action, which is allowing us to make informed questions, informed decisions.
If I might respond very briefly, we in fact did provide, I can't speak for this, the CLA's office or the clerk of the committee, but we did provide the Ethics Commission's transmittal, which included the 64 pages of background and recommendations last October to all council members. So that has been with you for a while. I realize there's a difference between when it is focused on and when you get it, but it has been out there for some time. I do appreciate the council's interest in wanting to have a very thorough debate. These are very important issues, and you should. We're fully prepared to do that, and we do also have information about the cost, for example, even if there isn't a report that indicates that. These are all proposals that were designed to fit within the existing framework of our Matching Funds Trust Fund, which is a limited trust fund. So we have some of that information to share with you today, and we're happy to take whatever questions you have.
So if I could have a second line motion to continue this item. Let's have our questions. It's going to be 1 o'clock. I have a funny feeling this debate's going to carry on some time. Let's start fresh in the morning and let's get into this and allow us that ability.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Members, we have a motion to continue the matter. Should we continue discussion or should we take a vote on the motion at this time? I have on the queue Mr. Zion, Mr. Garcetti, Ms. Gruen, and Mr. Parks.
I'd like to.
Mr. Reyes's action is proceed with discussion today, ask questions today, but don't vote on the matter. So the continuation would just be a continuation of any vote, any substantive vote on the whole. We might give direction on different things as we go down the chart. Is that correct, Mr. Reyes?
Yes, let's ask our questions, put our questions on the table, stop that process, and continue on another date so we can digest what's being said and give us a chance to read these reports.
Okay. Let's proceed then. Mr. Zion, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. The question regarding advisement, who gives the commission direction on legal matters?
Can I actually comment on that? Because that exact question it has initiated a discussion with within the commission. One of my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Garcetti, has raised the concern that because our commission is advised by the city attorney's office, an issue that came up at the inception of the commission, and at that time there actually was discussion of the need for an independent body such as ours to have independent counsel. But in the end, when the creation of the commission moved forward, that piece of it fell out. And I think in the course of running through this reform package, certainly Commissioner Garcetti and I have serious concerns about the fact that our legal counsel is not simply an elected official that we regulate and that our provisions impact, but an office with which on occasion we disagree. Now, we've certainly had a tremendously positive relationship with that office, but as evidenced by this proposal, this is one where there is a difference of opinion. We have looked to outside agencies, such as the Brennan Center, that's recognized around the country as one of the experts in this area. They've come forward, they've actually budgeted in this year the ability and the willingness to represent this city if there were a legal challenge. So they've indicated that they would gladly step up to the plate and defend these provisions as they successfully did in the Eighth Circuit case that Councilwoman Mizikowski was referring to, the Daggett decision. We've had to look to those outside sources because our legal counsel has disagreed with the course that we've charted here. And Commissioner Garcetti has asked that our commission start to reevaluate whether it really makes sense for our legal counsel to be an arm of the city government that we regulate and that our reforms impact.
But the funding for that would be from an outside source of pro bono?
The Brennan Center is a nonprofit that exists to represent and defend these types of legal actions. We've not pursued with them, would they need costs, simply filing fees and the like. They have litigated cases like this on a pro bono basis, very successfully so. They're involved in litigation, have been involved in California and on a federal level, and they often do that in partnership with private law firms. And my understanding is they've engaged in some discussions, preliminary discussions with a large law firm in our city that has indicated an interest to work on this kind of a lawsuit if it were filed and if this body were to move forward.
So then the city attorney would represent you on some occasions and then sue you on other occasions, or vice versa?
I don't know, as was indicated, no one has said that they're going to challenge this provision.
They just don't agree with it.
They don't. The city attorney's view is if it were challenged,
right,
there might be some legal concerns. Their view is if it were challenged, we would lose.
Right.
There's no law in this part of the country that answers that question. And as was indicated, in the two other parts of the country that have looked at this issue, they're evenly split on whether this type of a provision would fail or not. Okay. The one case that finds constitutional concerns has been undermined by a later decision in that exact same circuit. The more recent decision that's on all fours with our provision has found no First Amendment concern and has found nothing in violation of the First Amendment when our starting principle is when independent spending flows into a race, we're going to increase the ability of others to have their voices heard. Enabling voices to be heard is not a First Amendment concern, according to that case, according to the Brennan Center, according to Common Cause, according to the Center for Government Studies, and based on our own legal analysis.
I know this was all done in good intention to have the level playing field and to remove undue influence, et cetera, and to bring in the respectable process of the electorate. But when I see this issue of maybe a cloud, as we want to say, with the city attorney giving the advice, which is a concern that I have since the city attorney advises us on matters in executive session, and if we don't agree, we just vote no. But in this arena, it's a whole different ballgame. Mr.
I just wanted to point out that when the Ethics Commission was put together, this wasn't a major issue, but the city attorney advises all arms of city government. Because when the city ends up having to pay, it's the city that pays if we lose the lawsuit. It is not some outside individual. And commissions, and per the one time in the ethics issue when we were sued, the city attorney advised that it was unconstitutional, and by God it was. And in fact, we paid money from the general fund to the lawyers in case that sued us because they sued for damages.
Does the Brennan's...
And in every case, the only thing I can think of worse than one lawyer is actually two, but the fact is you need, and I have
Is that why Terry's sitting back there?
And I have two sons that are our lawyers, so we'll take that into account. The fact is that you need an attorney for the city as a whole. And there has been repeated requests from commission after commission after commission to have their own attorneys. And then what will end up is in a major conflict of nobody to defend us when the time comes for a lawsuit.
Is the Brennan Center licensed in California? Are they licensed to practice in California?
They're licensed. They actually litigated in regard to the state proposition that related to campaign finance reform on a statewide level. But let me address your cloud concern, because we would also prefer that there be no clouds out there.
You think there is one now, though?
I don't think you can do anything either way to get rid of a cloud here. because realize that when the city attorney's letter initially issued, what they said was that nothing could be done to treat candidates differently when independent spending occurs. Not only couldn't we have a different treatment vis-a-vis the spending limit being lifted and the contribution limit being lifted, but their initial view was that the rate of matching funds couldn't even be handled differently for those who receive versus those who don't benefit from independent spending. We have to treat, they initially said, all candidates alike, otherwise there will be First Amendment concerns. Now, over time, they revisited their view in regard to our matching fund ratio being lifted, becoming higher when independent spending is made to benefit other candidates. They've backed off of their view that there's a constitutional concern as to that piece. But because their initial memo is out there, if somebody doesn't like the fact that because they received independent spending on their behalf, other candidates in the race have a higher rate of matching funds, but not them, that candidate can still come in and evoke the earlier city attorney's memo and sue. So I think the reality is nothing you do can dissipate the cloud. The cloud is going to remain, and in our mind, that's why it does come down to a policy call. What's the right policy here in an area where the law really isn't crystal clear and is going to need to be formed over
And just
time?
one more question. There's a trust that's established for the campaign financing. That comes out of the general fund.
That's correct.
And that has arisen since the initial stage of matching fund?
The charter provides that $2 million be appropriated into that fund each fiscal year, and that's, I believe the CAO's office has adjusted that for inflation over the years, but it is a maximum of $8 million per the charter's original language.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if you would hold the balance of my time, I know we've heard some public testimony before, but I think as part of the educational process and the deliberative process that Mr. Reyes spoke about and others, that it would benefit us for the entire body to hear some of the public speakers that are here today. So I would move for public speakers at this point to maybe a 15-minute period of time. Mr. Weiss?
Mr. Garcetti, I hate to interrupt you, but we have an attorney here on item 33 who needs to go to another meeting, and if I could just interrupt and ask if we could continue item 33 until Friday so that she can leave. I apologize for interrupting that.
That's no problem.
Your train of thought there.
Members request to continue item 33. Is there any objection? Seeing none, item 33 is continued.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti.
Okay. So I'd move for public testimony.
Okay. Is there any objection to reopening the public hearing at this point? Seeing none, let me call up the speakers, and if they can line up behind the podium, that may help expedite things. Council calls forward Candido Mares. Candido, are you still with us? The others, I recognize the names. You've had multiple opportunities to address the committee on this. So I just want to tell you beforehand that your comments are part of the record and are reflected in the committee report. And you certainly have an opportunity to address the entire council directly today, but we would ask for your brevity and focus in delivering your testimony. Ms. Joan Leonard, followed by Kim Thompson, Michael Olnick, Bob Stern, Paul Ryan, and Terry Stone. Seems like we're all old friends now. This is the fifth or sixth consideration of this item.
I'm Joan Leonard, and I'm speaking today on behalf of California Common Cause. We strongly urge you to support the campaign finance reform measure that is before you today to blunt the corrupting effect of non-candidate spending on our city elections and on our democratic process in Los Angeles. Over the last several months, we have testified at many committee hearings about the need to blunt the corrupting effect and perception of corruption caused when special interest groups decide to exploit a loophole to spend what amounts to as much as 200 to 300 times the maximum campaign contribution limits, all of which has a very distorting effect on our elections and creates a perception that our elected officials answer to special interests, not to the people. In California Common Cause's testimony, our chair, Dan Takaji, who cannot be here today and who is a First Amendment attorney, provided testimony and careful legal analysis concluding that this measure most certainly passes constitutional muster, especially with the sound modifications approved by the Rules and Election Committee of the City Council that should eliminate any conceivable constitutional doubts. We urge you to commit your full support to this very important measure, to continue the success of the last decade, and preserve the integrity of our system of campaign financing for the 2005 election and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kim Thompson. Michael Olnick. And Mr. Olnick will be followed by Bob Stern, Paul Ryan, and Terry Stone.
Hello, I'm presenting Kim Thompson's remarks for her. She had to leave. Her son was making a presentation at school. I'm here today to ask you to pass this important piece of legislation because our public financing, about our public financing matching funds program. I believe that it's crucial because our matching funds program has dramatically changed our possibilities as a city for the better. We became a city whose candidates were not just politicians who could mine the deep pockets of their special interest cronies, but a city where community and grassroots activists could run for office and compete on a level field. Some of you sitting here today would never have had the chance to run if it were not for the matching funds program. We need to do everything constitutionally possible to protect the fairness and openness as it has created and the participation it has encouraged. I believe, however, that to apply it only to our general elections would be a grave mistake. I'll show you why it's so important that we act now in time to stop the terminal hemorrhaging of our nationally recognized matching funds program before the 2005 election, including its primary, which will include bigger, more expensive citywide offices. This is the exhibit that Kim wanted to present. This, by the way, is not intended in any way to reflect poorly on the candidate at the heart of the problem in the Northwest Valley, only to show you what is going on, and it will get worse if we don't act now. As you know, one of our most contentious quality of life and safety fights in Los Angeles over the last few years has been over billboards. In the Northwest Valley, District 12, there were 7 candidates, but only one has attracted the attention of one of the biggest billboard companies, multimedia giant Clear Channel. Clear Channel apparently does not believe in our system that is intended to create a fair debate without candidates being dependent on special interests. They did not believe that playing within the system by donating to their favorite candidate's election was enough. They apparently believe that using money from their corporate treasury, at least 90 times the contribution level allowed, might ensure that their favorite candidate could drown out all the others. This amounts to nothing less than pay to play. If you can't convince them with ideas, use your money. I urge you to pass the package of reforms before you today in time to prevent this in the 2005 primary.
Thank you very much. If I can ask you to conclude, please. Okay. Bob Stern, followed by Paul Ryan and Terry Stone.
Mr. President, members, I'm Bob Stern, Center for Governmental Studies. I was one of the original co-authors of the ethics package back in 1999, working with the council and the city attorney's office. This matter has been studied by the Ethics Commission for 18 months. You've had several hearings. You've been very kind in letting us testify. I want to say that the city attorney's opinion should be obviously considered, but it is not the law. The analysis by our office, the Brennan Center, and Common Cause all agree that the city attorney is not correct. However, the mayor has indicated that he's going to veto the measure because of the city attorney's opinion. And because of that, reluctantly, I would urge you to drop the provisions that the city attorney believes are not constitutional. Even though I disagree with the city attorney's office, it gives the mayor a reason to veto the package for legal reasons. And I think that in that case, I think that you should drop those provisions. The other two objections that the mayor has are policy considerations, which I think are incorrect. I would urge you to continue forward with the other two matters. One, increasing the matching funds in the primary for non-benefiting candidates. The city attorney does not believe that is unconstitutional. I think you should go forward with that. The mayor also objects to increasing the matching funds in the general election. This is very parallel to what happens in the presidential election. Not quite the same, but in the presidential election, the presidential candidates receive much more matching funds than they do in the general election. Once a candidate has reached the runoffs, the candidate should receive as much matching funds as possible. I think the Rules Committee, working with the city attorney and the Ethics Commission, came up with a reasonable compromise. What you have before you is not perfect. The law is not perfect as we drafted it, but what you have before you will improve the law. Paul Ryan will be speaking next. Paul Ryan did the legal analysis for our office. If you want to proceed against what I'm recommending and proceed and say that the mayor's letter should not be considered, Paul Ryan will give you the legal reasons why the city attorney's opinion is not valid.
Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and council members. My name is Paul Ryan. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. I'm also an attorney, and I'm a project director at the Los Angeles-based Center for Governmental Studies. And I speak today in support of the package of campaign finance reforms. I'd like to thank the City Council's Rules and Elections Committee for holding extensive public hearings and for unanimously voting to bring this matter before the full council today. I would also like to call to your attention a letter that I wrote to the committee addressed to the full council in February of this year on behalf of the Center for Governmental Studies, which argues in great detail why we believe, the Center for Governmental Studies believes, that the package of reform proposals is constitutional, and precisely why we disagree with the city attorney's analysis. I believe this letter has been included in the binder that has been distributed to all of you, but I'd be happy to provide additional copies to any of you if you need it. The proposed reforms have been carefully drafted. The constitutionality of the reforms is supported by decisions of the United States Supreme Court, as well as federal courts of appeals throughout the United States. The city attorney has called into question the constitutionality of some of the reforms. The city attorney relies on the federal Eighth Circuit's decision in Day v. Holohan, but this decision in Day has been called into question by a more recent case in the Eighth Circuit by the name of Rosenstiel-Rodriguez, as well as a more recent case in the First Circuit by the name of Daggett. The decision in Daggett upheld the state of Maine's full public financing program, which is far more comprehensive or provides far more money to candidates, 100% of the funds necessary to run a campaign, and it contains independent expenditure provisions nearly identical to those before you today. The First Circuit upheld Maine's program in its entirety. The proposed reforms would not violate the First Amendment speech rights of candidates, any candidates or political committees here in the city of Los Angeles. To be clear, the only restriction on candidate speech in city elections, with or without the proposed reforms, is the city's voluntary spending limit, which a candidate may choose to abide by in exchange for public campaign financing. A candidate who does not like the city's public financing law, including the provisions related to independent expenditures that are being proposed today, can simply choose not to accept the voluntary spending limit and to campaign free of restrictions. The city's spending limit is voluntary and constitutional at this time, and it would remain so should the council adopt the proposed reforms. The purpose of the First Amendment, in the words of the U.S. Supreme Court, is to secure the widest possible dissemination of information from diverse and antagonistic sources. The proposed reforms directly advance this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terry Stone.
Good morning, folks. My name is Terry Stone. I'm a constituent in California, in Los Angeles. And just to let you know that there was no parking at North Hollywood, no parking at Universal. So instead of taking the subway, I had to drive in here, and I've been sitting here since 10 o'clock in the morning, and I know you have too. But those are awfully hard wooden benches. So the fact that I have stayed here and want to talk, I hope that you take note of it, because I'm putting in half of my day. It is vitally important that the measure that before you is passed without changes and that it be applied to both the primary and the general elections. While it is true that there are some elections, especially in the primary, that become so fierce, so competitive, so hard-fought, that no formula that we mere humans could come up with will address all of the wild spending that occurs. It is also true that in the majority, in 9 out of 10 cases where special interests have decided to corrupt the process by working outside the system, that what you have before you is a strong antidote. Not passing this, just because it may fail sometimes to remedy a situation, is like not passing a speed limit, because some drivers may get away with speeding once in a while. You were asked here to set the standard, to set the limits, to set what is acceptable behavior. You build it and they will come. Our current system was born out of the special interest scandals of the 1980s, and it has worked for a decade. But in 2001, as a grudge, the running up of $750,000 in billboards for a single candidate by one side because they were angry against the council leader's anti-billboard stand has become a scourge on our campaign system and the fairness of our elections. In fact, in the completed primary election for council seats, just last time, the non-candidate spending approached $1.1 million, 12 times what it was just 4 years ago. It should not take another scandal to make us do the right thing, to protect our integrity of our world-class public matching funds program. Please take action today. I know you won't, but please take action on tomorrow. Pass the whole thing as it is for the primary, for the spending limits. Don't water this down, please. I also want to say that every time I come down here, they give me a little sticker that says visitor. I'm not a visitor. I'm not a tourist. I'm a constituent, and I think what it should say is the boss. Thank you.
This concludes public comment on this item for today. We have Councilmember Gruhl, or Mr. Garcetti, the balance of your time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to all the folks who did come down here and who waited very patiently. I don't know if the historical preservationists would allow us to put pads down there, but we'll work with them to see if that's a possibility, because I agree, our chairs are much more comfortable up here, and we should always be aware of that. Colleagues, I hope that we can act today, though I recognize that we need to have some debate and some discussion. I've attended a number of the committee meetings on this, and I think that we've had a good deal of chewing over the issues here. I've been told that we have a lot of bites at this apple of ethics, but having been here for 22 months, I've had about 3 or 4 opportunities to bite at that apple, and I'm still starving. We need to do something on ethics here in Los Angeles. We need to make sure that based on the criteria set forward by the mayor, by this council, and saying that last time we tried everything wasn't there, that we craft something that will work and that will push the ball forward in the city. I think we all know there's about 1,000 ways to kill something and only one way to see it through. And today I hope that we find the way to see this through and not necessarily a way to kill it. If we have to vote against some provisions, fine. But I think that there is enough of a consensus here that this package, which represents a lot of hard work on the Ethics Commission part, a lot of hard work on various council members' parts, and by the city attorney as well, that we make sure that we go forward with that bulk that we do agree upon today. Insofar as what Councilmember Zine was talking about, it's okay sometimes to disagree with our city attorney. It's great when we totally do agree, but we disagree when we go into closed session. Sometimes they recommend something with a settlement. All the time we decide to go a different way. That's part of the beauty of this system, that the charter allows for disagreement to be there. When we have a free defense lawyer willing to defend us on this, and yes, you're right, Mr. Deaton, there may be fees associated, but I don't see anybody suing us for a ton of money on this. I see somebody suing us to change the system, not to open us up to wide amounts of general fund money. I think that is a risk not only worth taking, but one that we're obligated to take today. You hear me every time I think we stand up say, and I know that we don't, this is certainly not the year to do it because of our financial situation. Our holy grail here, for me, still is full public financing, to move towards a system of some full public financing of our elections. That's the only way to truly level the playing field. But in the meantime, this puts us right back up there where Los Angeles has traditionally been, at the forefront of reform in the country. We look at cities like New York that have had higher matches. We're catching up to them with this. We've seen that work in those cities. And obviously, until we lift the amount of money that can actually be matched, all it means is a quicker race to that full amount of matching. But it is a good and a sensible step. Councilmembers Miskowski and myself and Laura Chick today had this editorial in the Daily News that urges, and if you haven't had a chance to look at it, it really goes over some of the issues that we face today and urges that we pass this, that we make sure that these reforms and looking at the growing impact of IEs is not just left empty. I know I'm over my time. I'll just say one thing in closing. I know this Commissioner Garcetti, you said his name was? Sounds like he has some good suggestions, but he's not getting a lot of follow-through, so let me know if we can help him out. Thanks.
Councilmember Grewal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to stand and applaud the City Ethics Commission. And Miriam, do you have a job outside of being a commissioner here?
There's that bar president thing.
That's bar president thing, I know. But I think we've taken great strides in reforming the campaign finance laws. And there has been a lot of dialogue in the committee. I too have joined Councilman Garcetti in visiting not only the commission, but the council committee, as well as all of the individuals who are here today who have taken time off to be here and have several times to testify to the importance of campaign finance reform and I think the corruption of the system with the independent expenditures. And we talk about that, and I know that there are limitations on a federal level, and I think, however, that the Commission has really tried to strive to find a balance between an individual's First Amendment rights and the importance of protecting our system here. And I want to ask one question, if I could hold my time for a minute after asking the question, but it's my understanding that particularly on the independent expenditures, that a significant non-candidate spending, if they're your beneficiary, that the thresholds are $100,000 for city council, $200,000 for city attorney, and $500,000 for the mayor. Then the other candidate has it at a faster rate if that in fact occurs. So from past experience in the last several years, how often would these benefits from matching funds be triggered based on those levels? And if you could hold my time.
They would be triggered increasingly. We've seen over the last 10 years or so that if these triggers were in place, and the triggers you just mentioned were for raising the contribution limits for candidates, raising the spending limits for candidates who were affected by IEs would be slightly lower thresholds. But when we looked at both of those questions, there are approximately 10% of the races in the last 10, 12 years that we would have seen the contribution limits lifted because of the level of independent spending, and in about 15% of the races, the spending limits would have been increased.
I think we need to look at, again, we see the numbers, the independent expenditures, the amount of dollars, and the number of independent expenditures continuing to grow. And that we need to ensure that the public believes that the system we have in place here in the city of Los Angeles to have a fair and balanced campaign system in a way in which people can get elected and not be the wealthy candidate, which takes away from an individual who doesn't have that same amount of money, not be a candidate who in fact has connections where there's independent expenditures that can occur, that we need to restore confidence in the system. And that's what we're trying to do here today. And I know Mr. Garcetti mentioned, and Ms. Miskowski as well, the fact that there have been instances where we have disagreed with the city attorney in the past, and where we have taken a position different in form and legality, and still survive to live today to continue to make laws that, that may consistently be challenged. We have to start somewhere. And I know that some of us would even like to go farther in certain instances. But I do believe that this dialogue today, and I want to recognize Councilmember Padilla and Councilmember Miskowski newly elected member, Councilmember Parks, who have taken a lot of time to have this dialogue. It has taken a while to get here, but it has been one in which we have had a lot of public comment and input, and the city attorney has come along in some ways and disagreed, but that there have been compromises that have gotten to us a place that I think where we can actually act on this item. So I'm standing here today listening to see if there are any other changes that may be recommended today, or if it is continued to Friday, to continue to improve, because that's what the system is about that public debate on how to make it better. But again, we need to restore the confidence in this system and tell people that we're not going to allow outside influences to corrupt our day-to-day election system relative to independent expenditures. So I encourage my colleagues to look at all the proposals. I know I'm a little bit over, and to come back, if not today, and take action Friday, so that we can send that message to our constituents in the city of Los Angeles, and I think the state of California, the nation as a whole, that we mean business here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to also commend the commission for all the hard work in the Elections Committee. One of the things in my looking at this area that would be helpful to me is that I just received the report this morning, so it's almost impossible to digest it. What would be helpful to me, and I think for the public as we debate this, to have a item-by-item discussion, because what's missing in a lot of the reports is the rationale as to why some of these recommendations were made. What I would hope is that we would get, as we do on many items, is a CLA-CAO report that lays out a matrix to say where everybody is on these issues, so that you can quickly evaluate and discuss them and understand, again, the rationale. The other thing, and maybe it's from my lack of knowledge, as I went through the package, there appears to be some inconsistencies. On one hand, we're leveling the playing field. On the other hand, it appears there's some decisions made about cutting the period of time for collecting money or raising money that appears to put some people at disadvantage, or even to the point of not allowing people to retrieve their own personal loan. And so these are things that on one end we're trying to level the playing field. On the other hand, it looks like we may be injuring people that do not have access to more funding. But I think that with those inconsistencies, we could probably, as Ms. Gruhl said, educate the public as we go through this. But we will not be a good representative for our particular communities if we're voting on something that we clearly don't understand. And I think that as we look at this material, it is so complex in some regard, and it does have some fundamental impacts on different communities because of how money is raised and availability, that we cannot ignore those concerns if we're truly interested in lowering or evening the playing field. But one of the things that would be helpful to me is that and I would support Councilman Reyes, that we get a continuance, that we get the reports we need, that we make it a single-purpose meeting so we are not interrupted with a variety of other issues that may be important down the road, but certainly would pale in comparison to dealing with this, and that we do go through item-by-item involvement. But I think also it's important for us as we go forward to really clearly digest this and be prepared to support it, because if we don't understand it, we certainly can't explain it to the general public. And so those are what I would support Mr. Reyes's motion for continuance, but add a motion to have some material that we can digest, but also that we make it into a single-purpose council meeting so we can educate the public as well as discuss the true rationale behind some of the recommendations. And that would be very, very helpful to me. And I think we have an item that's coming up before the Elections Committee very shortly that deals with recusals, and I don't know whether that's something that should be merged so that we're dealing with all of these subjects at one time. I mean, but we got this hodgepodge of stuff that we need to get resolved. It's important, but if you don't have the context that it deserves and how it's sitting in the sense of what it impacts, they're all moving parts, and if we move one thing, it affects something else. So that would be my recommendation, that we support Mr. Reyes on the extension, but we have more than adequate information that we can come and be prepared to roll up our sleeves and use that meeting just for that one subject.
If I might respond, Councilmember, we, as Councilmember Gruhl indicated, if the council wishes to come back on Friday and have a single focused discussion, we would certainly be interested in doing that. I think one of the points of information for the council to keep in mind, however, is that there is a clock ticking, and again, this is not to say that there should be no debate. We very much are interested in sharing in the debate and sharing information and background. But if the council wants these laws to be in place in time to affect the 2005 elections, that fundraising window has opened. We've had a candidate who, in fact, came in yesterday and filed papers to run for office for 2005. Now, I don't think it's our suggestion that that means that everything has to come to a screeching halt, because clearly most of the proposals that are in this package deal with independent expenditures, which happen far down the road at the end of the election, which is still 2 years away. But that is the reality that we're dealing with, and so we would hope that the council would continue to take this up in as timely and quickly a way as possible to schedule for further discussion, if that's your choice.
I agree that time's clicking, but I've seen in my 38 years in the city, when we make bad decisions, the clock comes back to harm us again. And my final comment is that the issue of the city attorney, I don't think we can look at that lightly. We have seen over and over again that it'd be very difficult for us in any lawsuit where our city attorney opposed a position that we took, and it's far different than making a settlement on a lawsuit and disagreeing, as opposed to addressing a legal issue that he is saying violates the Constitution, and we then take an outside source to say they're going to defend the city, and yet our city attorney is saying they're in opposition. So I think that is a very critical issue, for me at least, that the city attorney is in line with what we do, because he, as Mr. Deaton said, that position by law represents the city of Los Angeles.
Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a terrific discussion, and I think what Mr. Reyes said makes sense. And what we've had is a discussion that begins, I think, a very important process of informing this body, because I did hear it mentioned that the commission had the matter for 18 months, or the committee, the commission, whatever, and I can't say it's quite 18 hours for most members on the council, but there's something to that. And one issue that I had a chance to talk about with Mr. Stern and Ms. Krinsky and Ms. Pelham before, and Mr. Stern, I'd love it if you could actually participate in providing us your sort of thoughts on this. And I just want to raise it in this public session so we can sort of begin a discussion about it. Concerns a what-if scenario. And maybe we can sort of begin the process of discussing this what if, and then talk about, well, what should we study as a result of this what if? And it's simply this, as you all well know, the national parties for some time now have had a policy of running issue ads, which are not, in the parlance of federal law, express advocacy for or against a candidate. And not to mix apples and oranges legally, but I think we all can envision a hypothetical whereby if this package is enacted, independent expenditure campaigns will turn from express advocacy for or against a candidate and become more like those issue ads, which, as you all know, are part of the legal discussion that revolves around McCain-Feingold. And I think, Mr. Stern, what you said, if you could come to the podium if you have a second, what you mentioned in our discussion was something along the lines of, that might happen. It might happen, in which case what we would end up with here would be rules, as I understand it, that would restrict basically express advocacy independent expenditures, but would permit necessarily, because the First Amendment would have been found to permit necessarily, issue ad related independent expenditures. In fact, they might not even be called independent expenditures, conceivably, because they wouldn't be, right? They would just be First Amendment speech. And if we went down that road, and that's my hypothetical to all of you, I guess, is that in fact possibly a road that we would be going down? In other words, passing this, banning what I'm calling express advocacy independent expenditures, which I know is mixing legal metaphors, or not banning them, but inserting a trigger in response to them. But if what you do as a result of that is if the Supreme Court rules a certain way in the McCain-Feingold litigation, opens the door to what we could call, for sake of this discussion, issue-ad independent expenditures that one might even argue are not independent expenditures. What should we make of that public policy landscape then? And I don't know whether you have a complete ability to answer that now. I know you have some thoughts, or whether that's also something that merits further study as we think about what we're creating here. And if you don't mind at the table, I'd really love to hear, Mr. Stern's been standing for a second, I'd love to hear his initial thoughts and then get all of your thoughts on it so that we can sort of flesh out this part of the issue.
Councilmember Weiss,
my time if there isn't any. Thank you.
You've raised a very...
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President.
You've raised a very important and new problem that has come up at the federal level, has not come up in the city of Los Angeles yet, could. Very few jurisdictions have covered issue ads. The state of California in the year 2000 does require disclosure of issue ads in the last few days before the election, the last 60 days before the election. The city of Los Angeles, however, does not, and a few other jurisdictions do. McCain-Feingold, as you indicated, regulates that area, and that is the subject of a lawsuit right now that is before the U.S. District Court. Many legal scholars believe, I'm not sure I agree with those legal scholars, but many believe that the issue ad provision of McCain-Feingold may be declared unconstitutional. So my suggestion would be to have the Ethics Commission study this issue and wait for the Supreme Court decision, which is likely to come down this year on the issue ad question, and then at that point address that after the Supreme Court has ruled on it, because I think it's a little premature. You haven't had the problem here in L.A. You have a court decision that's pending. I would wait for that to be resolved.
If I could just ask you one follow-up, I really appreciate your indulgence, Mr. President. Just so I understand the hypothetical that I've laid out, and I know you don't know how the courts are going to decide the issue ad issue, but could we potentially be in a landscape where we have certain triggers that disincentivize express advocacy independent expenditures? We have folks going the issue ad route, which might not be considered independent expenditures under our law at all.
Yes, that could happen, and issue ads, independent expenditures say vote for or vote against. That's what makes them an independent expenditure, as well as not being in conjunction with a candidate. In other words, not coordinating it with the candidate. Issue ads generally say, urge your council member to vote yes or no on a particular issue. Those are not considered independent expenditures. Those are not reportable right now. We don't even have any reports on those, but we also have not seen that problem in the city of Los Angeles yet.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Respond. Sorry.
Just very briefly, Councilmember Weiss, your question essentially points to the challenge of working in the field of campaign finance reform and government ethics. It's, as we've used the analogy before, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And the question is, do we start the race and sort of deal with the various contours of the political landscape, or do we sort of stand around at the start line getting cold? And one of the things that we did explore originally at the start of our discussions on this package was whether we should be looking at the issue of sham issue ads. And we were advised that that's probably an area that we need to be careful about going into because of the pending federal litigation. So we didn't pursue that.
Mr. President, Madam President Krinsky, you just restate for me your golden objective that people in the community, not necessarily people in the political world, what your objective is in all this reform towards them, if you would, please, Madam President.
Well, I think the objective is probably a plural. The objectives are, number one, that the system that our voters approved and agreed that money should be devoted to, public funds should be devoted to, is one that tries to ensure that any individual in our community has an ability to be competitive in city races, that special interest spending shouldn't drown out those voices, that our system should be one where there's transparency, where when money is spent, the voters are aware of what's been spent. Our system should be one that's workable, and our system should be one that ensures that all of those voices are heard and not drowned out by outside spending.
I certainly support that, and I've read many of these proposals that you have here. There's one on the personal loan matter. What do you have proposed right now?
The proposal that we have regarding candidate personal loans is a proposal to prohibit a candidate from repaying their own personal loans to their campaign following the date of the election. So, for example, if a candidate loans their campaign for city office $10,000, $50,000, $100,000, they could repay themselves throughout the course of the election as they do pay off other campaign debt that's incurred during that time. What this would do is to say that once the date of the election happens, once they've been elected to office, they don't have the option to raise funds to pay off their own personal loans at that point. And that stemmed from a concern that money that is raised following an election, when somebody knows with certainty one has become an elected official, the nature of those contributions might change a bit and might in fact have a more of an appearance of corruption or a corrupting taint. It was a recommendation originally made by the Center for Governmental Studies. Mr. Stern perhaps could speak to it more, but that was what the commission...
Do you remember when I ran for office? And do you remember I had a candidate who opposed me?
In the last election, yes.
Yeah. And do you remember what her personal funding commitment was?
I believe it was several $100,000.
$700,000. And the only thing that really upset me is she would criticize me because I believe in the ethics, and I'd talk about the history. I am the first candidate in the city's history to receive matching funds in 1993. First candidate ever.
That's correct.
I believe in that. But I remember in the campaign, there would be criticism because I would take donations and they would criticize who would donate to me. And I would say to myself, what really bothered me is my candidate, the opponent, would not say that if she was elected or he was elected, that they would then not try to raise money from the same sources I did. I just didn't like that. I don't mind. You could criticize me. Everything's on the World Wide Web, lacity.com.ethics or whatever the correct address is. Forgive me for not having that committed to memory. But that's what really concerned me about that, a little process there. One of those things on the personal loan, so we're going to address it. Now, there may be something where someone who would individually raise a personal loan of $25,000 or $50,000, there may be something that makes sense that says that someone individually mortgages their house because they have a really belief that they want to serve and want to do that. That could be something, but certainly the several $100,000 certainly impacts that greatly. I also heard other council members speak about all this material and being able to discuss that. And Mr. Reyes, you asked that this be continued for how long?
Ideally, if we can do this as soon as possible, Tuesday would allow the various CLA, CAO, and set up a matrix. If we can do this for Tuesday, it'll give us the opportunity not only to go through this, ask our questions, but it doesn't extend it long. I mean,
the only suggestion that I would have, I mean, I don't mind Tuesday myself. I'm pretty comfortable with some things that are here. But next week, there's no council on Friday. And I don't know if the agenda is going to be bumped up because Councilmember Park spoke of having one item on it. There's not going to be one item on it. There'll be multiple items, so you never know where we'll end up in the day on that. You may try to loosen it. I would just suggest that, I don't know if it makes sense with the commission, because there's a short council schedule, that it be continued 2 weeks from today on a Wednesday. What does that do to your election schedule?
I think that puts it at great risk. I think there are people in the community who want to be active and participatory in the 2005 elections, and they're wondering what the city's going to do about these rules. And our view is
How many council members need to be briefed more because on this particular issue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all those who are not here. So I'm just trying to be realistic. If we want to go next Tuesday, we'll go next Tuesday. But in a realistic world, we may be in our same situation, and I don't know what the other council agendas are. on that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Lavange, can I just make a point of order on your time? Why don't we ask the clerk to look at setting this as a special council meeting date, Monday or Thursday, because the problem is we've already got agendas pretty well set next week. Then we can just devote that time to this, because going point by point.
On a Monday or Thursday?
Monday or Thursday next week?
Yeah, we do have that as an option, colleagues. We've been discussing, I guess, around the horseshoe, the possibility of agendizing it sometime next week and trying as best as we can to clear or minimize the council agenda. There's some things that we can't take off an agenda for items we haven't noticed for public hearing, that sort of thing. We also have the option of declaring a special council meeting either on a Monday or a Thursday, or even a Tuesday or Wednesday in the afternoon, where, again, as Mr. Parks stated, we can focus on this subject matter without the distraction of other agenda items. Just want to lay out the options for the council. We'll do what the council as a body, if there's a consensus, wishes to do. Do you want to try to resolve that now? Let's hear from a couple of other council members and then resolve the time issue. Mr. Holden, you're next.
We're going to hold my time on the time issue, because I'm going to speak to the subject matter. Which one should I do first?
Go ahead, speak to the subject matter.
Well, I'd just like to ask the commission, for example, if they're going to wait. Time is running while they talk. You suggested that if a person make a loan to their campaign, that if the election comes before they repay the loan, then they should be denied the right to repay the loan after the fact. My question to you is, the loan, which is a cap, either $25,000 or $30,000 for the council, is that considered to be the cap for the total, included as the cap for the total amount that you can raise for that election period? Which is $330,000. You can't raise $330,000 plus your loan. Is it included in the $330,000?
Yes, it is, and that's, again, a limit only if you're a matching funds candidate. If you do choose not to participate in the program, there's no limit on how much you can loan your campaign. There's no limit on how much you can spend on your campaign.
Which means, but there's also another loophole which suggests that the person who's participated in the matching funds campaign then can raise more money beyond the limit. Is that correct?
No.
If their opponent exceeds the limit, they can exceed the limit. We get letters on that all the time from you.
If there is a non-participating candidate who spends more than $30,000 in their race, the charter provides their opponents to raise funds in excess of the normal limits up until the time that it equals the amount of the personal funds that their opponents used.
Right, that's the point. You already have those controls in place. They're already in place. It becomes even more punitive now at this point in time. Let me just say that, and Bob Stern knows I worked with him when I was in the Senate. Everything he wanted. I was chair of the reapportionment committee election. You had to come to me on election stuff, and I took care of you. We are not unethical. I don't believe anybody here is unethical. Maybe some treasurers sometimes make mistakes. But in the case of Mr. Pacheco, for an example, when you analyze the effects of the election and its outcome, the letter that was sent out supposed to be on his behalf, it was not on his behalf, because it was counterproductive and hurt him in his campaign. It was reported in the press as if it were for him. And so when you have to evaluate as a commission the content of what the IE is doing, independent expenditure is doing, then that's time-consuming, slows up the campaign, and can very, very well determine the outcome of the election. That is very dangerous. Mr. Parks, hold up, will you let me talk to him, please? That is very dangerous, because it could determine the outcome of the election when you have to evaluate the content. And the content of the IE may end up not being in favor of the person that reports to be in favor, but really turns out to help the opponent. And it can be counterproductive. And the other thing is that, you see, it's subjective, even the enforcement. You know, I look at this folder here that you put out, and it says, whether or not you're finding the material according to the report. Material, in some cases, $10,000 irregularities.
de irregularidades y dice que no son materiales.
for
En
an
otros
example, you
casos,
might
por
find one other
ejemplo, puede encontrar
person
otra
who has
persona que tiene
$1,220
$1,220
of excessive matching
de
funds
fondos igualados
$1,900
y
of excessive
900
contribution.
contribuciones
That's
excedentes.
material.
Eso es material.
And it determines the
Y
outcome of the
determina
election when you
la
read the
elección cuando
newspaper.
sale en el
That you're going to be
periódico que
fined for all the
usted
kinds, but it
mira todos
amounts
los
to
que debe decir es $155,000.
Well, that's affecting
Bueno,
the
eso es efectuando
election.
la elección.
And that's
Y eso
subjective.
es subjetivo.
Now, it doesn't mean that we're not
Eso quiere
perfect.
decir que no somos
but
perfectos,
maybe
pero
we need
quizás
to have a check
necesitamos
and balance in
un
every
balance
category,
en cada
in
categoría
every
y
agency.
en cada agencia.
And then again,
Y luego otra
in the
vez,
civil rights, when you file a complaint to the Civil Rights
cuando
Commission,
ponen una comisión
and then
civil y luego
the boss is
el jefe
punitive, and then
punitivo
he punishes you
y
for
los
that. That's against the law.
castiga. Por eso es contra la ley.
I know some of
Ahora yo
elected
sé que
officials
algunos
who
oficiales
complain
electos
about
que
the
se quejan
problem
del problema
that they have
que tienen,
ongoing right now, not
que
me,
está pasando
ongoing right
lo que
now.
está pasando
And then
ahorita
they're not being
y no
investigated.
nada están siendo investigados.
For something they were not
Por algo que
investigated
no
before,
fueron investigados
that's
anteriormente,
punitive.
eso es
So being is
castigante.
subjective is saying,
Entonces, como es
how dare
subjetivo,
you
¿cómo
challenge?
se atreven?
Not that I'm attacking
No
anyone,
que
but I
estoy
think it's
atacando a
something
nadie,
that we
pero es
have
algo
to
que necesitamos
review within
repasar
ourselves.
dentro de nosotros mismos. Porque no sistema es perfecto, pero debemos trabajar para hacer investigar lo mejor que pueda hacer. Y no más asumir de bien que todos aquí van a estar aquí. Es una persona deshonesta, como usted dice en algunos casos, cuando dicen no materiales, aceptan el hecho de que el tesorero es un error humano. Y cuando juzgan a otro, no aceptan eso, dicen que van a estar, aunque si no más sean $25,000 en fondos igualados. Eso no es justo. Determina la elección. Y eso es lo que los votados votaron para eso. Miembros tengo en la Corte de Macao, el señor Reyes, en el Rubio, el señor Parks, por la segunda vez. Justamente quiero sugerir que yo creo que generalmente hay un consenso de que vamos a continuar esto para pasar los detalles y que todos lo repasen, que tengan las preguntas línea a línea como no lo haríamos. Y yo voy a pedir que continuemos, que no más tarde que hasta incluyendo la semana el jueves. Pero dejen al presidente del Consejo de Trabajo, a los miembros del Concilio, que ficha sería mejor la mayoría de nosotros, incluidos que no están hoy aquí, y claramente la agenda apropiada de agenda, si no hay una, pues el viernes podemos se prevé hasta el viernes con la intención de que se ha oído la próxima semana en la mejor instalación del calendario de todos, pero no más desde el próximo jueves para tener eso debatido. Déjame tener ese tiempo para eso un segundo y mencionar que pusimos asistencia para voy a tratar de respetar los lunes y lunes el que no se necesito, pero martes y miércoles nomás tenemos un miembro el martes. Entonces, tú me puedes escoger el miércoles, el martes parece un mejor día. No vamos a agenda para el martes, entonces lo que me tiene para moverlo más de lo que parece la agenda del martes al miércoles. Intenté enfocar el martes para esta señor Reyes se recuerda que las mañanas mejores que las mañanas para enfocados frescamente, a menos de que haya una gran objeción a eso. Vamos a asumir el próximo martes a la agenda especial para discusión y acción en este asunto, pero también miembros déjenme sugerir para haciendo esto debemos prepararnos para una agenda de mucho tiempo el miércoles también. Señora Makowski, gracias. Miembros, otra vez ha habido una preocupación acerca de la opinión del fiscal de oposición, aunque tan fuerte. Esto no hay cuestión que debemos anotarlo, debemos entenderla, pero parte del paquete es la carta del fiscal. Y básicamente lo que sale es mucho análisis aquí, mucho historia, pero viene el fiscal de ese no cree que la ciudad en sí puede demostrar interés concurrente que se ha servido por estas propuestas. En particular, y esa propuesta está fondos igualados, levantar de los límites de contribución para esos no beneficiando. Eso es el corazón y la esencia de esto que
process
casi
has
todo lo
been
demás ha sido
accommodated or
acomodado
addressed. So
o
although
llevado.
there's a lot
Entonces,
of
acá hay
issues,
muchas
we
otras
know all the
cuestiones,
other
queremos
issues
saber
are
otras cuestiones.
that yet.
Eso es
And the
todo.
city attorney
Y la
just
fiscalía
basically says, we don't think
básicamente
the
dice,
city
no
could
queremos que
demonstrate
además
that there's a
podemos ver
compelling
que hay un
interest.
interés
If it shows
compelente.
that it's a
Si
compelling
puede ser un
interest,
interés
if it gets
compelente,
to court,
si llega a corte,
that's what it's going to turn
entonces lo
on.
que va a salir.
As we looked at the other cases in the
Vamos a ver otros
past,
casos en el pasado.
courts have ruled
Las cortes han
differently. This
regulado
is
lo
something that actually,
diferente. Esto es
I'm
algo
going
que
to
en sí,
paraphrase this a little strongly, that I think
que
the
yo
court
creo
is
que la
begging
Corte
to
está
see. The court knows that
jugando
campaign
a ver,
finance law,
yo sé que
campaign
las,
reform
la
is
forma
front and center on
es
everybody's
centro en la
agenda.
agenda
Look
de
at
todos
poll
cuando
after poll
ven
after poll, and people talk
encuesta,
about being
encuesta, pero
dissuaded,
entonces que
special
están
interests,
disuadidos en
etc.
intereses
We
especiales.
have been out
Nosotros
front with
hemos
matching
enfrente
funds.
con fondos
Our matching
igualados,
funds
nuestros fondos igualados,
capability, our matching funds
habilidades, fondos
success,
de
that
éxito,
program has
el
been
programa ha
diluted and
sido
has been diluted
diluido, ha
significantly.
sido diluido
If you look at the
significantemente.
Ethics
Si ven la
Commission's
Comisión de
most
Ética
recent
más recientemente,
information,
información,
it's astonishing how quickly
tan rápido
the scale is going upwards.
es que la va
From
para arriba. De
1999, where I think we saw
1999
the
creo que
first
vimos el primer
significant IEs. Then we saw
significante y lo
2001,
vimos el
which was even
2001 que
more
fue
as a
hasta más
percentage
con un
of all the money
porcentaje de
spent.
todo el dinero
Even
gastado.
more again in
Hasta más en
2003.
2003.
We know
Nosotros
now,
pues sabemos
we see
ahora
that
que
curve, we
vemos
see
esa
that
curva,
graph,
nosotros
how
vemos
quickly it's accelerating.
cómo está
10
acelerando
times,
10
6
veces,
times from where it was before.
10
Each
veces de
time
cuando estaba antes, cada vez
accelerating
accelerándose
higher. We
más
can
alto.
wait until
Podemos
matching funds
esperar
are
hasta que los
essentially
fondos sean igualados,
non-substantive
que
at
no
all,
son
and
substanciales
everything is
para
IE, and
nada,
then
y
say
todos
we've got
ahí todos
compelling
los
interest. Or we can
intereses
say we
complementos,
see the
podemos
trend,
verlos
we know the
cómo
trend
va a
is
ir,
coming,
va a
we
venir.
are acting now,
Estamos
let's
actuando,
take it
vamos
to
a
court,
tomar
or let's
llevarlo
be
a corte,
taken to
vamos
court.
que se nos
Again,
lleve a
we don't have
corte,
anyone
nosotros
out
no
there who's
tenemos
telling
ahí
us
que
they're
nos está
going to take it
diciendo
to
que no va a
court.
llevarlo a
We
corte.
have a fear that we
Nosotros
couldn't say
miedo
it's
de
a
que no
compelling interest.
podríamos interés
Members, I think
compelente,
in
yo
our
creo que
hearts and
en los
souls, we
corazones y
all
almas
know
todos sabemos
independent
que
expenditure
las
is a
cosas
problem.
ambientes son
This, I
problema.
think, has been
Yo
the
creo que
best
este es
effort
el
to
mejor
address
esfuerzo
that.
para llevar
And I
eso.
think it's
Y yo
worth
creo
that
que
test.
vale la
It's
pena, la
worth
prueba vale
taking this as a
llevar esto
significant
como se
public policy issue,
póliza
saying here's where we
significante y
draw
aquí
a
es lo
line.
que ponemos
If
una línea.
people out there don't
La
agree
gente
with
no
us,
está de acuerdo
and
con
there hasn't
nosotros y
been
no ha
any
sido
one
nadie,
entity, any one person, any one
nadie
organization
de
who
una
has come to
organización
any
que ha
of the
venido a
hearings
ninguna de las
and
audiencias
say,
que
wait a
haya
second,
dicho,
we think
pero
we're
sí
being
nosotros que
effective.
estamos
That doesn't
afectados.
mean somebody could
Eso
come
no
out
es
and
decir que
say it
alguien pueda
afterwards.
venir y
But
decirlo
let's
después,
take
pero
it,
vamos
let's
a
see if we can't
vamos
push
a ver
that.
si
If we
podemos
can,
empujar eso, si
among
podemos
ourselves,
entre nosotros
determine that we think there
determinar que
is a
nosotros
compelling
creemos que
interest,
un
that we've
interés
experienced it,
que
that
lo
we've seen
experimentamos,
it,
que lo
that
vemos,
we know it.
que sabemos.
Sort of like
Entonces,
the other
como
great
el otro gran
Supreme Court issue
esa
about
cuestión de
pornography.
suprema
I
de
think one
pornografía,
judge
creo,
wrote, we know it when we
jueces
see it.
nos lo vemos cuando lo
We
vemos.
know
Nosotros sabemos
distorting effect
los
that
efectos
independent expenditures
extorsiones que
have. We
gastos,
know it, we
nosotros
see it, we
sabemos, lo
understand
sabemos, lo
it. This
entendemos.
is the best,
Este es
most
el mejor,
far-reaching, reasonably sound effort
razonable,
to
el
solve
esfuerzo
it,
para
as
resolverlo,
supported by
como soporta
many,
por
many
muchos,
other
muchos
legal
otros
advisors who have made this, if not their
legales,
career,
no su
have made
carrera,
this
pero
part
han
of their
hecho
life's
parte de
work
su
to
vida.
deal with these kind of
Pero
issues.
estas clases
That's at the
eso
heart,
es
is
lo
at
que
the
está el
heart of this.
corazón de
Let's
esto.
work it out.
Vamos a
Let's look at
trabajarlo,
the other
vamos a
details. I
ver
just
los
want to make one
detalles,
other
quiero hacer otro
technical comment now. I won't
comentario
have to do
ahorita y no
it
tengo que hacerlo
next time.
la próxima
The
vez.
committee report
El reporte del
makes
comité
reference to the
hace
fact that the
referencia al hecho
committee
de que el
recommended
comité
against
recomendó en
one
contra de
minor element,
elemento muy
which says
menor
that
que
as
dice
people's
que la
names
gente
appear on the
hombres
ballot,
aparecen en
there
la
would be a
boleta,
distinction
sería una
between those
distinción entre los candidatos que aparecen en la
who have
boleta
been participating
que
in
han sido
matching
participando en
funds and
fondos
not.
igualados
That
y
is
no.
what the Ethics
Eso
Commission
el comité de
recommended.
ética
The
recomendó.
committee for recommends that the committee set no at school away with debt. Neither Mr. Padilla's office nor myself remember making that suggestion. The clerk also doesn't remember it coming. So I would just like to make that as a temporary correction to the committee report, that it's no the commission recommendation that on the ballot, those candidates who participate in national are specified, and that's it. I think that does make sense. But beyond that, I just feel like I want to bring it back to focus that this is not terribly complicated legal issue. It's do we feel on the city council that there's a compelling interest to take this step? Bottom line, I think
Absolutamente sí. Señor Casco, el presidente recuerda haber tenido esa conversación en ese asunto comité, entonces vamos a pasar el proceso asunto por asunto la próxima vez.
Mr. Reyes, followed by Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Garcetti.
El señor Garcetti, antes de que Mr. Reyes. Otro de estos están hablando por la segunda vez más, es por las 2 de la tarde, creo que entonces marcan la estación para el próximo martes. Y estamos ya 10 miembros. Nomás voy a ver la pregunta, pero son 2 colegas que me siguen. Quiero ver la pregunta y ¿podemos hacer eso? Vamos a llamar la pregunta. ¿Hay consenso en eso? Sí. Ok, la pregunta ha sido llamada. Vamos a tomar un voto. Voto de no recuerdo la pregunta anterior.
vote.
La está abierta.
Please close the roll.
Cierrese la lista.
Tabulate the vote.
Establece el voto.
7 ayes,
7
3
sí,
noes.
3 no.
That does not carry.
Eso no se lleva.
Discussion
La
continues.
discusión continúa.
School.
Señora Gruen.
Mr. President, I just
Señor
want to give an
Holden, más que dar la
opportunity
oportunidad
to the
de
mayor's
la
office. I know who
oficina
has been here,
del
and
alcalde, yo sé
I thought they were going to be able to
que
make a
van a estar aquí
presentation.
en la
and
presentación
I
y
know they have
si
some
ya
comments
tienen
they'd
los
like to make.
comentarios que me gustarían hacer.
If we could have
Si
Carl
pudiéramos
Marcelo.
saber Carl Marcelo.
Those who voted yes shouldn't speak anymore.
Thank you for the opportunity to
Gracias
speak
por la
to the
oportunidad de
council
hablar
this
al consejo
afternoon.
esta tarde.
Want to make a
Más
number of
quiero hacer
remarks
un
in
número
response to what
de
has been
comentarios
said
en lo que se ha
today.
dicho hoy.
And first of all, to really stress how much the mayor appreciates the diligent and very hard work of the Ethics Commission and the City Attorney's Office in responding to his veto message of 2001. As was stressed earlier,
Como se
the
llama hace un
thrust
rato,
of that letter
la
was
confianza de esa
to
carta
really
era
urge
para
the
de veras
Commission
sugerir a la
and the
Comisión,
City Attorney's Office to
el
work
Cine
with the
del Fiscal de
Commission to
trabajar con la
address
Comisión
the
para
issue of
llevar la cuestión
independent
de gastos
expenditures, which,
independientes.
judging by the comments
Juzgando
made
por los
today, I
comentarios
think there's
hoy,
a
yo creo que
consensus
hay
that that
un
is
consenso
really at
de
the
que eso
heart
es el
of what we're
corazón de
trying
lo que
to
estamos
address.
tratando de
And I
llevar.
commend the Commission
Yo
for their efforts,
amando a la
and for
Comisión
that
por su esfuerzo y
reason,
por esa
the Mayor
razón,
supports the
en la que
vast
soporte
majority
la
of
mayoría
the package
del
that is before
paquete que
you.
está entre
The issue is
La cuestión
not
es
to
no
dismiss
deshacer
many of the very important improvements that have been proposed,
que han
but
sido
rather to
propuestos
focus,
en vez de
as
enfocar.
Councilmember Garcetti mentioned, on how to get there, how to get to the best place to reform the campaign finance system. So I don't want to lose
No
sight
quiero
of the
perder
great
vista
progress
del
that
gran
has been made
progreso que se ha
since
hecho
the initial
desde
veto
que hubo
message.
este mensaje de veto.
I also want to
También
stress
quiero
in detail what the
en
mayor
detalle
does
lo que el
support.
alcalde
He
soporta. Él
supports
soporta
the method
el
proposed by
método
the Ethics
propuesta por la
Commission and
Comisión de
adopted
Ética
by
y
the Rules
adoptada por la
Committee
Comité
to
de
define
Reglas
who
para
the
definir
benefiting
quién es
party
la
is.
parte
As far as has
beneficiada.
been discussed, this
Se ha
would be the
discutido,
first
esta sería
time
la primera
any
vez
city
que
in the
cualquier
country
ciudad en el
would be
país
tackling the issue of
estaría llevando
independent
la cuestión de
expenditures by
gastos
actually
independientes por en sí
assessing who the benefiting party
evaluar
is
la
and
parte
making a
beneficiante
response
y haciendo
based
una
on that
respuesta en esa
definition.
definición.
The mayor supports
El alcalde
responding
soporta
to
responder
independent
a
expenditures
gastos
at an
independientes
accelerated rate of matching
aceleres
funds,
de
and
fondos.
also
Déjame para usar un momento para interrumpir. Varios miembros tienen conflictos en sus horarios y es muy tarde ahora. Yo creo que la cosa más urgente luego es que está en casa, en gabinete vivienda, como 10 o 15 minutos. Más que estoy de acuerdo que podemos continuar, pero no importa 5 minutos o 10, vamos a perder el quórum y en eso puede terminarse o de repente. ¿Cuál es el placer del consejo? Es el placer del consejo. Continúa. Vamos a hacer continuar. Un poco más. Uno va a ser. No. Si logramos el logro ahí 3 más.
Okay, that's a closing statement by Mr.
La
Holden.
cosa profesor Holden.
Ms. Misakasi spoke.
El casi habló.
Ms. Misakasi is very nice
La
and easy
cosa
for you.
es para usted fácil y simple decir. Sugerir que esto, elegir esto.
And that's fine from your point of view.
De su punto de vista.
But we can't rush to
Pero no podemos
judgment.
surgir el juzgar nunca.
Councilman Parks has already said
Para usted lo dijo.
that it's going to affect him
Que lo va a
differently.
afectar él
And each and every one
diferentemente.
of
Y
you
cada uno de
different
ustedes
ways are
diferente
affecting.
para que la va a afectar a usted.
The fact of the matter is that
El hecho es de que
you don't have to run again.
no
That's
tienen que
number
correr
one.
en contra de él, eso número uno.
Number two, many
Número dos, muchos de los
people here,
gentes
not a
aquí,
lot of them,
no
very
muchos,
wealthy, can really put all the
son
money they
muy
want to put in
tienen
their
todo
own
el dinero que
campaign.
pueden correr en sus propias campañas.
It's not
No es
to my best
el
interest or
mejor
yours.
interés o el suyo.
If you have to meet at a
Si
certain
tiene que
day,
llegar
you're
a
going to change
cierta
the
fecha
rules
y
to meet
cambiar
on a
las reglas
Thursday.
para un jueves.
There may be
A lo
not,
mejor
may
no
not be
va a
enough
ser
people to meet
suficiente
on
gente que
Monday
para
or
estar aquí
Tuesday.
lunes o martes.
We call a special
Y
meeting.
llamaré una junta especial.
Where councilors have to
Los
augment or make
consecuentes
an
pueden
adjustment
entrar
in
en un
that time
ajustamiento en su tiempo.
when 5 of them are
Cuando
not
5 de
here.
ellos no estén aquí.
If this thing is needed,
Si esto se
this action
necesita,
is
esa
needed
acción se
the next week
necesita
or so.
la próxima
So you apply it
semana. No
in
para aplicar el año
2005.
2005.
I don't want to do that,
Yo no quiero hacer eso.
and I'm not going to be around
Y
running
no voy a
again.
estar aquí corriendo otra vez.
I don't want to do
Yo
that
no quiero hacer eso
because I just don't think
porque
it's the
no
right
creo que
thing
es
to
la
do
cosa
this point in time to rush into it. The voters voted for the Ethics Commission to be put
Comisión
in
de Ética
place.
para ponerse en lugar.
This today was
Esto
before us and what you
estamos
have
enfrente de lo que
to
tuvieron
comply with.
que hacer.
Doesn't look anything
No
like what
parece
the
nada
voters
como lo
voted
que
for.
los votantes
Absolutely
para
nothing.
nada.
Compared to the
Comparado
changes
a
you
los
have made,
cambios
and
que hemos hecho,
the members of the
los
council
miembros del Concilio
have taken the
han
recommendations of
tomado
the
la
Ethics
recomendación de la
Commission
Comisión de Ética
to be to scrutinize them even more
Sí,
and
pero más.
lobbyists and so on.
y todo
But at
eso.
some point,
Pero
you
en
cut
algún
off, you
punto
shut down the
cortaron
process
todo el proceso
because it's become
porque
virtually
es
impossible.
virtualmente imposible.
In every case,
En todos los
if you don't
casos,
cross the
si
T
no
or dot the
cruzan
I,
la
doesn't make you a crook when you don't do
un
that.
platero cuando no hacen eso.
But if you don't vote for
Pero
the
si no
crossing
votan
of the T
por
or
el
dot the
cruzar,
I, it'll be
va a
suggested
ser
that you
sugerido
are.
que lo hace.
You got something to
Ahí
hide.
tiene algo que esconder.
And that's what's so
Y
wrong
eso es
about
lo
it.
que está mal.
As I said to
Es
Bob,
como
Bob,
le
what
dije
you're
a
doing,
Bob
this
que lo
is
que
big
están
business,
haciendo
is
es
I
gran
hope it
negocio,
is.
espero que sea.
It's a lot of money to
Hay
be made
mucho
from the
dinero para
treasurers.
ganar de
And
los
they make mistakes.
tesoros, pueden hacer errores.
It's a lot of money to
Hay
be
mucho
made from
dinero que
people
hacerse de
who
la
are
gente
not call this a whole
que
new
llaman esto
business
un nuevo
altogether.
negocio junto.
And when it
Y
gets to the
cuando
point where
llega
it
al
becomes
punto de
subjective
cuando
to
hombre es
voters in the
sujeto de
Constitution,
la Constitución,
never said your rights
nunca
as the
saben que
voters
está
should be
bien que
violated
debe ser
because
violado el
of the
votante
media
porque la prensa
expose. It relates to
expone
what someone alleged that you
una
did
vez que
wrong
lo que
when you
hicieron
had
mal
no
cuando no
control over
tuvieron
it at all.
control sobre eso, nada.
And that's a
Y
sad part
eso es
about
una
it.
parte triste de eso.
That the outcome of the election can be
Una
determined
elección que se determina,
by some individual
pero
who
son
sits in a room
individuos
back
que
of a
sientan
desk and
cuarto en el
say,
escritorio y
I got
dicen,
you.
te agarré.
I talked to another
He
agent that
hablado
I
con
sit down in
otros
32
entes
seconds.
en 2 segundos.
Another major agency
Otro agente
who
mayor,
had this
agencia mayor que
ethics
tuvo.
commission in
Son
place, a
gente que
big one,
una
bigger than the city.
grande, más grande que esta
They
ciudad.
said, what we do
Lo
here,
que
what's
hacemos
the
con
difference?
esto, cuál es la
What we do in
diferencia,
our
lo que
agency,
hacemos en nuestra agencia,
try to help
es
people
tratar de ayudar a la
to be in
gente y
compliance.
tener
Not to say, quote, I
decir,
got you,
te agarré,
I got you.
te agarré.
And that's what you work
Y eso es lo
for.
que es lo que
I
están
got
buscando.
you
Te
once,
agarré
I
una
got
vez,
you
te
twice, I
agarré
got
dos
you
veces y te
again.
agarré
And that's
otra
not
vez.
what the people voted
Eso es
for.
lo que la
I
gente
got you.
votó, te agarré.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Gracias, señor Holden,
Members,
miembros.
and, excuse me,
Desde
the mayor,
el
apologize
alcalde
for the
regresó
interruption,
por la
but,
interrupción,
we
pero
will continue this
vamos a
discussion.
poner
You
esa
will have an
discusión, van a tener la
opportunity to
oportunidad de
present to
presentar al
the council
Concilio.
when we reconvene on this issue next Tuesday.
Próximo
Mr.
martes.
Garcetti.
Señor Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Presidente.
I think I got you, Mr. Holden.
Creo que lo agarré, señor Holden.
There are 29 proposals. As we do our homework, the only reason why I'm speaking again is not to
Estamos
talk
hablando de
substance
los
of anything. There are
varios
29
muchas
proposals
veces
here.
por el número de propuestas.
24 of them, as I read,
24 es como la
there's no
ley, no hay
disagreement.
desacuerdo.
So if
Entonces, sí,
colleagues or your staff
colegas o
want to
los
take note,
equipos quieren tomar que
which you
5,
need to do homework
vamos a
on,
hacer el
figure out where
trabajo
you're
de figurar
at,
dónde
is
están.
do IEs
Y
trigger
disparar
for one side only
de
or
un
for
lado nomás
everybody?
o para
That's issue
todos.
1. 2,
Cuestión 2.
do triggers for the IEs
Para
apply only
ellos,
to
no
general
se aplican a
election
elecciones
or to
generales
primary
o
and
las
general?
primarias.
3, are the matching funds accelerated automatically in the general
en la general
election or only when
o
there
nomás
is an
cuando
IE?
esté una
And then the
ahí
two other
o
ones,
dos
which there
otras
was
que
a
es un
small disagreement about between
desacuerdo
the two members of
pequeño
the
entre los
committee.
miembros del
Should we
comité.
be able to
Si debemos
retire personal
retirar
debt after the election, or do you have to do
deuda
that
personal
before
lo hacen
the
antes
end of the election? And
de la
secondly,
elección.
you get 6
O
months to
segunda
retire
tienes meses para
debt in
retirar
general,
deuda en general.
just 6 months.
Solo 6
or
meses
could it
o
be extended
puede ser
past 6
extendido más de
months
6
on a
meses.
case-by-case basis?
Porque eso es gracias a 7 miembros el recordatorio. Voy a tener discusión porque ya vamos a contarlo otra vez el próximo martes recordatorio. Vamos a repasar asunto por asunto. La próxima semana vamos a continuar con el señor Parkslas. Después, la última persona en la última el martes. Y déjame ofrecer como presidente del comité dispuesto a estar con la cual si tenga alguna pregunta que discutir más en detalle con la dirección del comité. Va a ser el próximo. Entonces, con eso, déjeme tener la discusión en este asunto. Vamos a perder un quórum. Ya perdimos el Holden, ya se escapó. Esta junta ahora está terminada.
I know, that's